Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I have received a return of the writ which I issued on 1 April 2026 for the election of a member to serve for the electoral division of Farrer in the state of New South Wales to fill the vacancy caused by the resignation of the Honourable Susan Lee. By the endorsement on the writ, it is certified that David Farley has been elected.
Mr. Speaker, a new member.
Admit him.
Farley, swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help you God?
I do. So help me God.
Please just say, maybe keep that. Up the top, in the middle, in the middle, in the middle.
Right. Thank you.
You can go when we say hello to the Speaker.
Congratulations, welcome. Thank you. Look forward to working with you.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1, suspension of standing and sessional orders relating to the time and order for business for 2 and 3 June 2026.
Good call to the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move the motion relating to the time and order of business for 2 and 3 June 2026 and the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. For the information of members, what these resolutions mean, it's a fair bet that there are a large number of people, certainly on this side and 1 or 2 on the other side, who want to be able to speak on the tax bills. So what this will make sure is that we sit late tonight and late tomorrow night.
I'm just going to interrupt and make sure the microphones are working during the Leader of the House addressing that, while the Leader of the House is addressing the House. I just want to ensure that this is being recorded. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, do you want me to move that
Yes.
again? Okay. I move the motion relating to the time and order of business for 2 and 3 June 2026 in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. For the information of members, the purpose of this resolution is for the taxation bills, which were introduced on Thursday of last year. I know there's a large number of members on my side of the House who want to speak on it, and I am told 1 or 2 on the other side who are going to want to engage in this debate as well. What this means is that we're hopeful that that means everybody who wants to participate will get the chance to be able to do so. The usual rules will apply. After 6:30 p.m, there'll be no further divisions or quorum calls, and between 7:30 and 8 p.m, anyone who is scheduled to speak on the adjournment will still be able to deliver their 5-minute speech, but after 8 p.m, we'll continue with the debate on the legislation. The intention of the government is we would take the bills through in their final stages on Thursday morning.
I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. I move as an amendment to the motion moved by the Leader of the House the following. That new paragraph 2A be inserted before paragraph 3 as follows. Questions on the second reading of the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 and of the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 not being put until such time as every government member has spoken during the second reading debate. Speaker, there's a couple of reasons why we are doing this, and I notice the laughing from those opposite. But we want to make sure that every single member on that side, on the government side, comes in and owns this deceit. Absolutely owns this deceit. We want every single one of you.
Order.
We want every single one of you to be able to come in and to be able to look the Australian people in the eye and say, we said one thing before the election and we're doing the exact opposite now. Because, Speaker, it is incredibly important that the Australian people know that those opposite have no respect for them whatsoever. That you were prepared to all go to the people in your electorates and say, we will not change capital gains tax. We will do nothing on negative gearing. Yet here you are. You're going to do the complete opposite. Now, I thought, Speaker, we might be able to give those opposite a little bit of a hand in how to deal with the broken promises. You're going to gag me. You're going to gag me.
Order. The member for Isaacs, the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, given that the Manager of Opposition Business has convinced us all that we need to start speaking on this debate, I move the question be put.
Yes, it hasn't been seconded yet.
I've moved that there's a question before the House and I've moved that the question be put.
The question has been moved by the Leader of the House. The question be put. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Order. Division required.
I've told Rob. You sure? Yeah. Do you want me to? But I want every government. I'm out, boss.
Lock the doors. The question is the question be put. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Hinkler and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 50. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Order. I have received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip that he has nominated Mr Conahan to be a member of the Standing Committee on Industry, Innovation and Science in place of Mr McCormack. Call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a member to the Standing Committee on Industry, Innovation and Science.
Is leave granted?
It's granted.
I thank the member for Cook, the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that Mr McCormack be discharged from the Standing Committee on Industry, Innovation and Science, and that in his place, Mr Conahan be appointed a member of the committee. If anyone wishes to argue the relative merits, now is the appropriate time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Appropriation Bill Number 1, 2026-2027. Question to be put on the second reading amendment by the member for Ryan.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to on 28 May 2026, the Appropriation Bill Number 1, 2026-2027 is returned to the House for further consideration. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
But you need like 3
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Ryan and Clark as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 9, no 71. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
I didn't hear anybody say anything. Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government and for related purposes.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to on 28 May 2026, the bill stands referred to the Federation Chamber and further consideration of the bill is made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment, delivering an efficient and trusted tax system bill 2026, consideration in detail.
The question is that this bill be now read a second. Sorry. One moment. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is a wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is this bill be agreed to. Give the call to the Minister.
I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill. I ask leave of the House to move Government Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet EY 102 and Government Amendments 2 and 3 on sheet VS 117 as circulated together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I move Government Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet EY 102 and Government Amendments 2 and 3 on sheet VS 117 as circulated together.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the Assistant Treasurer.
I move an amendment to the long title of the bill as contained in Government Amendment 1 on sheet VS 117 as circulated.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. No. Oh, yeah. The question now is that the title as amended of the bill be agreed to. The question now is that the title as amended be the title of the bill. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that the bill as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill as amended with an amended title has been agreed to. And I'll call the Assistant Treasurer.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? The member for Cook. The member for Cook has granted leave. I call the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation, social security and veterans affairs to make minor and technical amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Reform number 1 Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. Give a call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Speaker, the opposition does not agree to debate the bills in cognate.
Yeah, I haven't gone to that stage yet. Yeah. We're just dealing with the matter that the bill be read a second time. So is there a speaker to this bill? Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister and this government have no mandate to raise taxes. Did they take these tax increases, these toxic taxes, to the last election? No, they didn't. Of course he didn't, because the Prime Minister didn't have the guts, Mr Speaker. He did not have the guts. He knew millions of Australians would have voted against higher taxes had he done so, Mr Speaker. He knew that millions of Australians would have given this government the boot if he had done so. So instead, he misled Australians. Prior to the last election, this Prime Minister ruled out any changes to negative gearing and to capital gains tax in his own words, 50 times. In his own words, Mr Speaker. He ruled out changes, and now This Prime Minister is imposing these toxic taxes on Australians against their will. I tell you what, it's arrogant. It's arrogant, Mr Speaker, and Australians use colourful terms, adjectives next to arrogant. It's illiberal. It's a broken promise, and this Prime Minister stands condemned. This government stands condemned too, Mr Speaker, and I say this to the Prime Minister. I say this to him. Call an election. Call an election. Let the Australian people decide whether or not they want to see these tax increases, Mr Speaker. I know they don't. And if you don't have the courage to call an election now, we will make the next election a referendum on these tax increases, Mr Speaker, one way or another. Hard-working Australians will have their voices heard, and we will ensure that is the case, Mr Speaker. Now, time and time again, this Prime Minister and this government have broken faith with Australians. Time and time again, they've betrayed Australians. He promised Australians that they would be better off under his leadership. They're not. Under Labor, Australia has experienced the biggest collapse in living standards of any developed country in the world, Mr Speaker. He promised Australians that their power bills would go down by $275. Not even close. We've seen them soar by 40%, Mr Speaker. He promised Australians that they would have cheaper mortgages. No way. No way. A typical mortgagee in this country paying an extra $30,000 more in after-tax income, increasing taxes, of course, under this government, after-tax income that they didn't have to find before Labor came to power. And now he's pushing ahead with his toxic taxes, and he has broken the mother of all promises he made, in his own words, 50 times. Now, Labor's budget reminds Australians that this Prime Minister's word is never his bond. It is never his bond. He leads a government that misleads and deceives on a daily basis, Mr Speaker. It's a government that's tricky and sneaky, a government that says one thing and does another. This is a Prime Minister who has no reverence, no respect for the truth, and certainly no respect for hard-working Australians, Mr Speaker. He is an oath breaker, and Australians know it. Now, Speaker, Labor treats Australians like mugs, and at the recent Victorian Labor Party conference, the Prime Minister had the gall to describe his budget as pro-aspiration and pro-supply, Mr Speaker. Now, I can understand that those behind me believe that this is sort of some kind of joke, but the government thinks it can get away with portraying its toxic tax grab as addressing intergenerational equity. But Australians aren't falling for Labor's ruse. They're not falling for it, Deputy Speaker. They know that beneath Labor's weasel words is a budget that is a massive con job. A budget that's a massive con job. Let's first consider Labor's changes to negative gearing. The government's own budget papers show its changes will reduce housing supply by 35,000. Page 158. Snuck through the 400 staffers those opposite have, because in the end, the Australian people will work out the truth that these negative gearing changes will reduce supply of housing in this country. And it betrays a very simple truth, that if you tax something more, you get less of it, Deputy Speaker. It's pretty simple. This is a toxic tax on housing, and there will be fewer houses available for young Australians as a result of this tax. Now, beyond the budget papers, we now have independent modelling that verifies the ramifications of this budget, and I thank the Master Builders, Property Council, Real Estate Institute for the work that they've done that they released last Friday. Here's what it says. Over a 4-year period, new housing supply will fall by 8,700, construction jobs by more than 3,800, rents will increase by $500 a year, Deputy Speaker. Now, the Treasury Secretary has also been surprisingly upfront, we'd expect that of an honest public servant, about how the government's budget will reduce housing supply. Ms Jenny Wilkinson was speaking last week at an Australian Business Economists Forum, and she said the changes were, and I quote, more about changing the distribution of housing ownership rather than addressing sort of an overarching sense supply. She was honest. She was honest about what was in the budget papers, page 158. It's going to reduce supply and increase rents. The government's own budget papers say this. But only in this government's world of Orwellian doublespeak can housing scarcity be dressed up, as they've attempted to do, as pro-supply. Orwellian doublespeak, Deputy Speaker. So let's also consider the capital gains tax changes, the scrapping of the 50% discount. This is, again, a toxic tax, pure and simple. A tax on savings, a tax on taking risks, a tax on having a go, a tax on some of the very hardest working Australians, Deputy Speaker, a tax on Australians who are already doing it incredibly tough, who are working more hours for less as a result of an economy that is not working for some of the hardest working Australians. It's also a tax on every asset class, shares, crypto, ETFs, small businesses, farms and more, Deputy Speaker. And who's being whacked by Labor's taxes? Young Australians, whacked. Australians trying to build a nest egg, whacked. Australian small business and family businesses, whacked. Australian startups, whacked. Australian farmers, whacked. Tax, tax, tax. Deputy Speaker, that's what this government believes in. They are going after Australians' money and some of the hardest working Australians who are putting that money aside for the future, investing in their businesses, their communities and their future. Now, Deputy Speaker, the government's CGT changes will shut down growth-enabling investment. They will obliterate opportunity. And they will kneecap so many Australians. It's no wonder that we see Australians expressing their frustration. Some are doing it in satirical ways, and every day there's new AI memes depicting the Prime Minister as a business co-owner, a co-founder who never puts his shoulder to the wheel. Never puts his shoulder to the wheel, Deputy Speaker. Asleep at the desk. Of course, the Prime Minister dismisses these memes as misinformation and disinformation, Deputy Speaker. He and his government dismiss Australians' concerns because they are clueless about the impact of these toxic taxes because they haven't worked in small businesses, Deputy Speaker. Never. They don't understand how it works. They haven't got a clue, Deputy Speaker, and that's because so many in Labor's ranks simply, not only have they not worked in small business, they don't like it. No. They don't like it. And there's a simple reason for that, is they can't unionise it, Deputy Speaker. Now, Labor's toxic taxes are a war on aspiration, an assault on aspiration, a war on the very essence of being Australian, a war on the soul of our nation. They're an attack on the wealth creation that benefits all of us, Deputy Speaker, and they will crush reward for hard work and the spirit of reward for hard work that underpins our nation's success. And you know what? Labor knows its budget is an aspiration killer, and that's why it's caving to carve-outs. That's why it's toying with compromises. And since the budget, there's been talk of carve-outs for tech startups. But what about for other businesses, Deputy Speaker? What about hairdressers, tradies, fitness instructors? Does the government consider such businesses unworthy of a carve-out, Deputy Speaker? With all this talk of compromises, the government has unleashed absolute confusion, and we don't have any information on where the government might go with this. Just as it did with the voice referendum, the government is avoiding the details because the details really matter on this one because they are going to impact on people's lives. They're going to impact on people's lives. As far as the government is concerned, the details are an afterthought. They're going to be left till after the legislation comes through. Shame. They're going to be left until after the legislation comes through. But frankly, the government has no idea what it's doing. has no idea what it's doing, and that's why we are not interested in carve-outs. We want these toxic taxes axed, Deputy Speaker. Now, what is truly concerning about this legislation is the sheer power it grants to the Treasury that I touched on, and Treasurer that I touched on a moment ago. And if passed, these laws will permit an unprecedented level of ministerial discretion on tax decisions. And as the Australian's Matthew Cranston pointed out, the Treasurer will be able to make no less than 8 captain's calls on negative gearing and capital gains tax without bringing it through the Parliament, Deputy Speaker. Not only did they absolutely refuse to take these toxic taxes to the last election, they don't even want to take them to the Parliament. They're going to leave it to the Minister, Deputy Speaker. He's going to make decisions for them. Now, the Treasurer will be able to determine whether a home is classified as a new build. He's going to be able to, and we know how this government works. The truth is irrelevant as far as they are concerned. He will be able to exempt properties of his choosing from being negatively geared. Up to him.
Maybe the shadow cabinet.
Up to him.
Maybe the shadow cabinet.
He'll be able to stop investors. Well, given the leaks we've seen from those opposite, he's not going to want to talk to anyone else about it. That's clear. He'll be able to determine which assets should pay capital gains tax and which should be exempted. In effect, the Treasurer can decide what's going to be affected and who is going to be affected, more importantly, and who will not be. This is absolutely outrageous.
Communism.
The Treasurer wants these sweeping powers because he hasn't thought through his tax changes, or if there's a stray chance that he has, he doesn't want any accountability for them, Deputy Speaker. They'll avoid any accountability at all. Now, Jenny Wong from CPA Australia has said, and I quote, "I have never seen this many determinations in one bill which shows that it has been rushed. And given ministerial determinations don't go through the same scrutiny, this leaves the door open for further changes, and that means less certainty. And with less certainty, you get less investment, less increase in real wages, less productivity, less prosperity in this country, the exact opposite of what we need right now." Stuart Broadfoot from K&L Gates has said, and I quote, "They were not ready with the legislation and not ready with the details. They are trying to essentially ram through a system of legislation that hasn't had the required thought." Well, the one thought they've had is they need to make a tax grab. That is the very clear thought, Deputy Speaker, but not much beyond that, other than a willingness to hurt some of the hardest working Australians.
Absolutely.
Barrister John de Win, KC, has said, and I quote, "It shouldn't be left to ministerial discretion to work out how it's going to be applied."
Chairman Jim, he wants that.
Well said. Now, Deputy Speaker, the Treasury is seeking other powers too. And this one's extraordinary. Through this legislation, he will have the discretion to reduce the government's $250 annual income tax cut where he sees fit. He can reduce it. It doesn't actually have to be $250. Now, we want more than $250. I'm going to come back to that. But he can actually reduce it. I mean, why would that be in there? Well, I tell you what, nothing he says about why that's in there is credible, because you can't believe a word this Treasurer or Prime Minister says. Deputy Speaker, this legislation is incomplete. It trashes transparency. It trashes accountability. It is a power grab and an overreach. It is an utter disgrace. Now, Deputy Speaker, let me be clear. Australians need relief from the economic disaster that has been wrought on this country and our economy. We support Labor's $250 annual income tax cut, but we want it to be bigger. We support Labor's $1,000 reduction for work-related expenses. These cost of living measures could have passed Parliament easily with our support. But tricky Labor has deliberately tied these measures to its toxic taxes. That's what it does, Deputy Speaker. It's using a single piece of legislation, an omnibus bill, for its tax cuts and tax increases. Put them both together so they can sneak them through. Labor could have put forward separate bills. It's very easy to do. There's absolutely nothing stopping them doing that other than it's trying to ram them through. It didn't separate them out. And what Australians see is a bad faith government, playing a cynical political game as they do every single day in this place. On 2022, on the day he was sworn in, no less, the day he was sworn in, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I look forward to heading a government that doesn't seek to have wedges." I think he was talking about potato wedges. Deputy Speaker. He certainly didn't seem to be talking about legislation like we're seeing right here. So maybe it was a joke. But the truth is, we know this Prime Minister's word is never his bond. Never. Ramming this legislation through the Parliament without sufficient scrutiny is an act of political bastardry and expediency, Deputy Speaker. And Labor is more interested in headlines than it is in helping Australians. That's the truth. And Australians know it. Now, our resolve is clear. Labor's toxic taxes need to be axed.
Yes, they do.
And that's why we don't support Labor's legislation. We have proposed amendments. I'll come back to those. And should these toxic taxes pass the Parliament with support from the Greens and Independents, our resolve is also clear. A coalition government under my leadership will repeal these toxic taxes with immediate effect.
Yeah.
Now, Deputy Speaker, there's a reason why the government is desperately trying and failing to depict its budget as pro-aspirational. I find it hard to even say that. I mean, it's just absolute nonsense. But there's a reason why they're going to extraordinary lengths to paint this shameless tax grab as the solution to intergenerational equity. And that reason is that the Albanese government has lost control of its spending.
That's right.
It's lost control of its spending. Government spending as a proportion of the economy is at a 40-year high outside of the pandemic. 40-year high, and it's why we are about to cross the threshold of $1 trillion of debt. It's why inflation in our country remains stubborn and sticky, going up, not down. The Treasurer told us that he'd beaten inflation. Well, the truth is inflation had beaten this hapless Treasurer. And the government needs now more than ever from Australians to take money from Australians to fund its spending addiction. And when Labor runs out of money, it comes after yours. Again, the Treasury Secretary was upfront about this being a tax grab, and at the Australian Business Economists Forum last week, she also said, and I quote, "Individuals are sensitive about paying additional tax."
Yeah, another understatement.
Sure, right about that, which is understandable, but revenue needs to be raised from somewhere. She could have said revenue needs to be raised from someone. Just people who don't vote for Labor, obviously, is the way they're thinking, or the government's thinking about it at least. But let me repeat that last part. Revenue needs to be raised from somewhere. Why? Without compunction. Why? The Albanese government is coming after Australians' money however they possibly can. Now, there's no more harmful tax than Labor's inflation tax, Deputy Speaker. The higher inflation goes, the higher the homegrown inflation of this Labor government goes, and the longer it lasts, the more the government takes from Australians. That's how it works. And that suits Labor just fine. Suits them just fine, because the government's reckless and unrestrained spending requires more revenue. And Labor's only too happy to see inflation push more Australians into higher tax brackets so it can take more of their income as tax. That's what they're doing. Bracket creep, as it's called, that's their best friend, Deputy Speaker. As I said, we support the government's $250 annual income tax cut. But here's what Labor is not telling Australians. If that was put in place tomorrow, it would be gone by Christmas because of inflation. That's what it does, Deputy Speaker. It will be gone by Christmas. And here's the reality. Labor is stealing more money from Australians through inflation than it's giving back through their tax cut. That's how they work. Give it a little bit with one hand take way more back with the other. That's how they're doing it. And that is how Labor always likes to do it. The Albanese government's not so dirty little secret is that it likes inflation, because that way it gets more money for its spending.
Very creepy.
Now, Deputy Speaker, a coalition government under my leadership will stop Labor's dishonest tax. In my budget and reply, I announced the coalition's policy to index tax thresholds to inflation, and we call that the tax back guarantee. Guarantee. Never again will a government be able to steal from Australians year after year via stealth, as this Labor government is doing. In simple terms, our policy will help protect Australians' incomes from inflation. That thief in the night. We will protect it in a way Labor never would. From 28-29, we'll index the bottom two income tax thresholds to inflation, and that will fully protect 85% of income earners. 85%. And from 31-32, we'll index the top two tax thresholds as well, and of course that will protect all income earners from inflation. Let me give you two examples of how this works in practice. Let's assume, big assumption, but let's assume that inflation was at the Reserve Bank's target rate of 2.5%. It's a big assumption under this government. It won't be under our government. It's double at the moment, that's right. Let's assume wages are growing by 3%. Heather is a hairdresser earning $70,000 a year. Under Labor, her real wage gains will be completely taxed away.
Shame.
All gone.
Shame.
All gone. Now, they're not getting real wage gains under this government. It's going backwards now.
Correct.
They're going backwards right now. But under our tax-back guarantee, Heather will get a tax cut of about $250 in year one, and that will rise to $1,000 in year four. Paula Plummer is earning $140,000 a year, working incredibly hard, and under Labor, his real wage gains will be completely taxed away as well. All gone. Under our tax-back guarantee, Paul will get a tax cut of $250 in year one and $1,200 in year four. In short, under our policy, Australians will get more each year. We will give Australians a bigger tax cut without the tax increases that are occurring under this government. Australians will be rewarded, keep more and get ahead, because that's what we believe in. The Treasurer, of course, has given the game away, and on Sunday after Budget Week, the Treasurer was being interviewed by David Spears on Insiders, and in that interview, the Treasurer said that our indexation policy will cost $250 billion over the decade. Well, there's the rub, because that's the figure he wants to steal from Australians, Deputy Speaker. That's his hidden tax. He admitted it. That's how much he wants to get. And of course, if he can get inflation up higher, he can take more, and he'll keep trying to push it up, no doubt. But it will not happen on our watch. We will ensure Australians keep their money, Deputy Speaker. Our policy is fair, it's simple and it's honest, unlike those opposite. Now, Deputy Speaker, as I said, the Coalition has proposed amendments to Labor's legislation, and I move the second reading amendment circulated in my name. Our proposed amendments include the following. Labor's $250 annual income tax cut stays in the bill. We support it. We seek to retain Schedule 3, Labor's $1,000 deduction for work-related expenses, also stays in the bill. We support that as well. We seek to retain Schedule 4, but we oppose Labor's toxic taxes on Australians. We don't support Labor's changes to capital gains taxes contained in Schedule 1. These changes punish aspiration, and the Coalition therefore seeks the removal of Schedule 1 from the bill. We also don't support Labor's changes to negative gearing in Schedule 2. Their own budget papers explicitly admit that the combined impact of these taxes will reduce housing supply and push up rents.
Shame.
The Coalition therefore seeks the removal of Schedule 2 from the bill as well. Put simply, we support tax cuts. We oppose tax increases. It's that simple. And here's what Australians need to know. If the Albanese government doesn't endorse our changes, it means two things. One, Labor is for imposing higher aspirational killing taxes on Australians.
Shame.
And 2, Labor is for inflation pushing more Australians into higher tax brackets, paying more tax so it can have more of their income.
Yes, here. Tax.
The ball is in Labor's court. They have an opportunity here to support our proposal to protect Australians' incomes from inflation, to support our policy to end bracket creep, to support the Coalition's determination to provide real, meaningful tax cuts to Australians, to support our plan for generational tax reform, to support our vision for a fairer, freer and better Australia, to restore Australians' standard of living and protect their way of life. Deputy Speaker, we believe in aspiration. If Labor truly seeks to preserve the reward for hard work spirit that makes our nation tick, they will support our amendments.
Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. And I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent 1. Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform number 1 Bill 2026, being debated in cognate with Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform number 1 Bill 2026, and 2. Any variation to this arrangement being made only on a motion moved by a minister.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
I move the question be put.
Okay. The question is that the... I need to...
I'm seeking the call because I've given notice to seek the call. The opposition...
Sorry, you don't have the call. Sorry, excuse me. You don't have the call at the moment. The question's been put, so I have to proceed with that. The question before us is that the question be put. I will now put the question. All of the opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no? No. The ayes have it. Division required? Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is the question be put. Moved by the Leader of the House. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Monash and Capricornia as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 48. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The division required. Ring the bells. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to as moved by the Leader of the House. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 47, and so it was resolved in the affirmative by an absolute majority. Order of members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly before we call the next speaker. Order. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Order. I remind the House that this bill is being debated concurrently with the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume has moved as an amendment that all afterwards that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Australia has always been a country of aspiration and opportunity. A country that holds true to a simple promise. In decades past, that promise was realised on the factory floors in Airport West and along the railway line that stretches from Kensington to Glenroy. It was the promise idealised by the migrant families who came with nothing but courage and built our northwestern suburbs of Melbourne out of sheer hope and hard work. And the promise was simple. If you work hard and if you do the right thing by your family and the community, then this country will give you a fair go back. A home, a sense of security, a life a little better than the one before. That is a promise I grew up believing in. It is a promise the people of my community still believe in, even though, for too long now, many have watched it quietly slip out of reach for them while they hold up their end of the bargain. Well, Deputy Speaker, today the Albanese Labor government restores our end of the bargain. This is the kind of reform that governments talk about and flinch from, that gets put in the too hard basket election after election.
Order.
But this Albanese Labor government is getting it done.
Order.
So, Deputy Speaker.
Order. The member will be heard in silence, just as the Leader of the Opposition was heard in silence. The member for Maribyrnong has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, what does restoring our end of the bargain look like? It's a tax cut for more than 13 million working Australians. It's 75,000 more Australians getting the keys to their own home. And it's $3.5 billion in new tax relief flowing to the businesses and startups, the dreamers and the doers who back themselves and build something. This is what being pro-aspiration, pro-worker and pro-investment looks like. And despite inheriting a decade of reckless economic management from those opposite, our government is doing all of this the responsible way. The revenue raise comes straight back to workers and businesses in the near term, and together with the savings we've found, it leaves the budget stronger for the long term. Our government takes our duty to the next generation seriously, and we're doing it at the same time as we strengthen Medicare, secure our fuel supply and ease cost of living. Because good governments listen to their constituents and are not afraid to undertake the reforms the moment requires. Deputy Speaker, at the heart of these bills is an issue that has been 40 years in the making. 40 years of a housing crisis quietly compounding until younger Australians found themselves left to carry the weight of decisions made long before they could vote. If we were to go back 40 years, the beautiful suburbs that make up my electorate, like Ascot Vale, Essendon, Moonee Ponds, Keilor East, Avondale Heights and Tullamarine, these were not homes to the wealthy. Many were not considered the leafy or trendy suburbs they are today. These are the suburbs that working people built, brick by brick, on the wages of hard work. Suburbs that at the time, what many working families could afford. And I want to be clear for those opposite, they are the suburbs that immigrants proudly helped build. And for generations, a nurse, a teacher, a tradie, a retail worker could buy a modest home on one of these streets and raise their family there. Now ask yourself, can they today? Can the young nurse finishing her shift at the Royal Children's afford a home in the suburb she grew up in? Can the apprentice in Keilor East doing everything right, saving every spare dollar, ever hope to outbid an investor buying their fifth property? For too many of them, the honest answer is no. And we should be frustrated about that. I'm frustrated about that because this didn't happen by accident. In 1999, Howard and Costello reached into the tax system and tilted the playing field. They handed a 50% capital gains discount, not for building something, but for buying an existing property and simply waiting for the price to climb. And climb it did, faster than wages, year after year after year, and until an entire generation found the door to home ownership close in their face. And what did those opposite do when they had the chance to fix it? Nothing. Worse than nothing, they defended it. They continue still. Election after election, scare campaign after scare campaign, they choose their own interests over the aspirations of young Australians. Now they've added the One Nation anti-immigration lines to their talking points. That is the distortion that has allowed the housing market to be tilted against younger Australians. And Deputy Speaker, with these bills, we seek to level that playing field once again. From the 1st of July 2027, we replace the 50% discount with a cost-based indexation and a 30% minimum tax. In plain language, it means capital will be taxed on real gains, taking into account inflation. We are bringing the capital gains discount back to its original purpose. We are taking the taxpayer's thumb off the scale. And we are limiting negative gearing to residential property to new builds. Now, the scare campaign is already being rolled out by those opposite, and of course, it's riddled with misinformation. And quite frankly, it's disappointing to see members opposite disregard facts in favour of their own political survival. Because what those opposite know, and are just ignoring, is that if you already own an investment property, if you're already negatively gearing, nothing changes for you. The reforms are grandfathered, full stop. But from this point on, the incentive in our tax system will reward the people who help build the homes Australia needs, while also building their own wealth. We are no longer accepting young people being outbid by investors who have taxpayer support on their side on the houses they already have. We have done this carefully. We've applied the changes across all asset classes so we don't fix one distortion and open up another. We've kept every existing small business capital gains concession in place. And as the Treasurer has outlined, we consult further on the startups and businesses with a low cost base. This is a reform delivered in tranches, exactly the way the GST was, exactly the way every economic reform in this country has been. Methodical, responsible, built to last. But underneath all the mechanics, Deputy Speaker, what we are trying to achieve is fairness, opportunity and hope. 75,000 more Australians with the keys to their own front door. 75,000 more times that someone in a suburb like mine gets to stand in a backyard that is finally theirs. And 75,000 more families with the stability and security that comes with owning your own home. That is what this is all about. That is the promise of a fair go made real. And we don't want to stop at the front door. We're backing the people walking through it, out there, out to work every morning. Schedule 3 of this bill creates the Working Australians Tax Offset, a new permanent $250 tax cut for 13.3 million Australians who earn their income through work. It's automatic, it lands in your tax return, no forms, no fuss, and it lifts the effective tax-free threshold for workers by nearly $1,800. I love this measure, and I'll tell you why. It is built on the belief that the Labor Party has always understood that for most people, and above all young people, your income comes from the work that you do, from turning up, working hard and having a go. Around 2/3 of Australians who benefit from these reforms are millennials and Gen Z. Our Labor government is looking at the next generation square in the eye and saying, we see how hard you're working, we know it is tough out there and we are on your side. And alongside it, Schedule 4 delivers a $1,000 instant tax deduction that we promised to the Australian people at the last election. From next financial year, 6.2 million workers are better off, and the Tax Office tells us it will save Australians $318 million in compliance costs every year. This goes beyond just the deduction. It's the shoebox of receipts no longer needed. It's the dread of tax time gone. And whether you're a tradie with the tools, a teacher buying supplies, or the hospo worker with real expenses above that threshold, you can still claim those items, as well as your union fees and other charitable donations. Put it all together, with 3 rounds of tax cuts, the average Australian worker is better off by almost $3,000 by 2028. Our government believes Australians should keep more of what they earn, and that is why we are embarking on these reforms. Deputy Speaker, I started talking about a promise. The promise that hard work earns a fair go. That promise was made throughout our community long before I was its member. For 25 years, that promise has been fraying. A generation has done everything we've asked of them. They've studied, they've worked, they've saved, they've built on our construction sites, they've taught in our classrooms, they've served as frontline workers and watched the door close anyway. They deserve better. They still do. And we owe them more than just rhetoric. We owe them action. Those opposite had their chance. In fact, they had multiple chances, and they chose the status quo every single time. They choose cheap politics and their wealthy mates over the aspirations of young Australians trying to get ahead. That is their record, and no scare campaign can rewrite it. That is why our government is undertaking these reforms, because they are different from what has come before. They are structural, permanent and truly generational, and that is why those opposite hate them. Labor is taking the thumb off the scale that has pressed down on young Australians for a quarter of a century and is putting fairness back at the centre of our tax system. Now, I know there are many in my community who have started to wonder whether the Aussie dream that their parents fulfilled expired before their turn came. Our government believes it hasn't. We have not given up on you, and with these bills, we are proving that today. We are levelling the playing field for all Australians wanting to get ahead. We're giving Australians who thought they'd never have the chance to own their own home a fair crack. We're delivering more tax cuts for every worker. There are some who'd rather protect the status quo and stand in the way of aspiration. We don't. We're building a country where effort is rewarded and everyone gets a fair go. I commend the bills to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. But, Deputy Speaker, there is delusion going on in this chamber based on the speech just given by the member for Maribyrnong. Yep. I have never heard such a willful disregard and contempt for the Australian people, as we have heard from the Treasurer, the member for Maribyrnong, and I'm quite sure the gaggle of members that follow will repeat those untruths, because so many times during that speech it started with references to promises. The promise we gave to the Australian people, Deputy Speaker, with an emotion and a commitment, an enduring commitment. Have you been missing every day since the last budget, where the open deceit of the Australian community by the Prime Minister and Treasurer has not been nakedly obvious to the Australian people? Your credibility has been shredded, destroyed. Nobody believes this bloke anymore. The idea that you have a Prime Minister whose starting position is "my word is my bond," and then comes and then betrays the Australian community with willful disregard. I understand why he has to keep repeating the misinformation and the deceit to be able to maintain face. I do not understand, member for Maribyrnong, why you're following up and banking in on it, why you're doubling down and why you're attaching yourself to a sinking ship, because this bastard budget was built on broken promises. And the idea that we are going to have members who are going to be complicit and held everywhere across this chamber because they chose to sign up and stand by it will go down with the Titanic that is called the Albanese government. And they should be taken down, because there has never been a budget taken to the Australian community where we have seen such open and flagrant disregard. And we have a train wreck Treasurer who simply fails to understand the scale of what he is doing. He doesn't even understand his budget. And you can see this in the public conversation right now, Deputy Speaker, where he's constantly throwing out misinformation or wrong numbers. His Treasury Secretary is now hiding behind his Treasury Secretary as a form of interference. Their own budget papers say that inflation is going to be 2.5 to justify their changes on capital gains tax. They're now saying it's going to be 3%. No matter where you look, the Albanese government is betraying and deceiving the Australian people, and the Australian people are seeing right through it. That's why this government is in so much trouble, because Australians know that they have been betrayed. Australians who worked hard, who saved, who sacrificed for the future, who have worked to make sure they put themselves in a position to be independent despite the taxes of government, are now finding the government wants to double their take, and they've done none of the work. As I said in my National Press Club speech recently, the Prime Minister to small business is now like the person in the group assignment that did none of the work but still wants the grade. Yep. This is the problem. The Australian people have seen through the fraudulence of this government and what they're seeking to betray. And you just need to look at their own budget papers, Deputy Speaker. It actively says the changes to taxes are going to increase the cost of rents. Young Australians, who we've heard so much from in the speeches from those opposite, are being betrayed by the Albanese government. And now we have additional external research and modelling which shows that rents are going to continue to go up and go up higher. On top of that, the government's own budget papers say they're going to build fewer homes. What happens when you build fewer homes but you continue to overshoot migration targets? What happens, Member for Groom? House prices are going to become less affordable for Australians that simply want to get into the market and build their own life and their success. These family savings taxes are a direct assault on the Australian people, and they must be stopped.
43, the debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? Give the call to the member for Calare.
I rise today to voice the disappointment of the Central West veteran community following the recent budget. The budget did not deliver any direct funding for any new veterans and families wellbeing centres or hubs across Australia, including in the Central West of our state. Working with our local veterans, Bathurst RSL sub-branch submitted a comprehensive proposal for Stage 1 of a Central West Veterans and Families Wellbeing Centre at Bathurst. Our local veterans stepped up, they did the work and they put forward a solution. The sub-branch even offered a site, a building and co-funding. Andrew Fletcher from the sub-branch did an extraordinary amount of work on the proposal, yet the government has to date not supported these proactive efforts, leaving the fate of the project uncertain. I know Bathurst RSL sub-branch President Barry Parsons Vice Presidents Darlene Macri and Norm Patterson, the committee members and the whole sub-branch are committed to making this Veterans Centre a reality. We will not be giving up. The voices of our local veterans will be heard. Our veterans have put their lives on the line for our nation. Their welfare and the welfare of their families should be an absolute priority. I call on the government to fund a Veterans and Families Wellbeing Centre at Bathurst on the double. You will be hearing from us.
Member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. And after that earlier air bashing, I'd like to talk about the storms that have been bashing WA. Speaker, over the weekend we had a severe 1 in 50-year weather event in Perth and the southwest of WA, and I was right there with them, experiencing the intense blackouts and the isolation that wild weather triggers in Bullwinkle. And I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the SES workers and all the emergency volunteers. They work tirelessly around the clock in dangerous conditions to help keep West Australians safe. Thank you. Speaker, this event underscores the reason why the Albanese Labor government's $1.2 million investment into mobile phone resilience across the Perth Hills is so critical. We are delivering on my election commitment to protect our community and our communications when the power goes out and the storms hit. We're doing this by extending the battery backup power at mobile phone stations and installing up to 23 automatic transfer units for when the power does go out. Speaker, this is our commitment to resilience of communications, just as our budget 2026 is delivering a resilient economy and providing safer communities and levelling the playing field, particularly for first-time home buyers. Speaker, Labor is delivering...
Member for Groom has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. For years, Australians have been told the same thing, that renewable energy was the cheapest form of power. We were told that net zero would deliver lower electricity prices, and we were told if we just followed this net zero obsession, households and businesses would be better off. But now, Speaker, we have a remarkable admission from the CSIRO's own Gen Cost draft report. On page 55, Speaker, it reads, decreasing emissions increases 2050 electricity costs. Think about that. The government's chief scientific advisors are acknowledging what we all know. Lower emissions come only with higher electricity costs. This isn't the words of the coalition, the coal industry. It's not an opinion piece. This is the CSIRO's own modelling coming back on the Labor government, who has referred to this report over and over again. For years, we've been told that lower emissions and lower electricity prices were one in the same, but now we see from the CSIRO there is a trade-off. There is a trade-off. Australians understand this, Speaker. We understand that policy choices come with a cost. The issue isn't that there is a cost. The issue is that we've been told there wasn't a cost. And now the CSIRO are showing us the huge gap between Labor's ideology and reality, the gap between the slogans and the evidence, and the growing gap between what Australians have been promised and what they are paying each month in their power bills. You're not wrong if you think electricity prices are going up. It's because of this net zero obsession.
Member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This Monday, the 8th of June, is a public holiday in New South Wales, which will mean a bit of well-earned time off for so many young workers across the state, and well-earned penalty rates for those that are working. And those that are working will know that they have an Albanese Labor government in Australia that is backing them on penalty rates, backing them on pay rises, and backing them on tax cuts and working Australians like them. They also have a Labor government that is backing them to get a home of their own, from reforming our tax system to give them a fairer crack at getting a roof over their heads, to boosting supply through the Housing Australia Future Fund. We're helping young people into the market through the Help to Buy scheme, and we're giving them opportunities through our 5% deposits. On the other side of the chamber, we have a group of people that have not believed that we have an issue with housing. They didn't have a housing minister for most of the time they were in office. That is a stark contrast to what we have on this side of the House, where we are taking once-in-a-generation reforms to reform our housing market, to get young people into a home of their own. They voted against tax cuts for young working Australians. They haven't supported pay rises. This is a consistent measure of their support for young Australians and a show of what they believe in. And they now have an opportunity to get behind our tax cuts for working Australians. They have an opportunity to show what side of history they want to be on, and that is an opportunity that they should not pass up, and it is an opportunity to show that they support young people like we do on this side of the chamber.
Member for Indi.
Deputy Speaker, older Australians should not be stuck on months-long waiting lists for supported home care that they've already been approved to receive. But right now, that's exactly what's happening. In question time recently, I raised the case of two constituents from Wodonga, aged 85 and 90, who had done everything right. They were assessed and approved for home care and then told they would wait at least 9 months for their funding to begin. 9 months! For people in their mid-80s and 90s, that's not just a delay. It's the really very real difference between staying safely at home and ending up in hospital or worse. I asked the Minister about their case, and their funding is now on its way. Now, I'm relieved they're finally getting support, but this exposes a broader systemic failure. Just yesterday, media reporting revealed more than 100,000 people approved for home care packages are still waiting, with delays stretching 7 to 8 months. The government says it's serious about aged care reform, but that means nothing if people can't access the care when they need it. Older Australians deserve dignity and timely support, especially for fundamental care like showering, getting dressed, mobility, eating. Deputy Speaker, we need a system that works for everyone, not just for the people whose stories make it into question time.
Member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge and celebrate Advanced Diversity Services Eid al-Adha celebration on Sunday, the 31st of May. And I particularly want to acknowledge Dr. Mona Qasim, a Palestinian refugee, a neurosurgeon who is bringing together people who have fled Gaza and now rebuilding their lives in this wonderful country. And at the celebration, I met a school principal who is now diligently learning English while teaching Arabic herself to our community here. Even after being forced from her home, this community is still teaching, still leading and still giving to others. And we were also honoured to welcome His Excellency Dr. Amjad Abu Al-Zaid, the Ambassador of the State of Palestine to Australia and New Zealand. And I also want to acknowledge Bayside Labor Councillor Soraya Qasim and our local public health network who support Advanced Diversity Services to help make this community building work possible. And at this event, I was very much humbled to be able to serve food and hear more about the lives of people who have so cruelly been forced to leave behind their community back home. But no family should have to flee their home, Deputy Speaker, because of war, displacement and destruction. The sanctions Australia announced this week are part of condemning escalating settler violence against Palestinians. The killing must end. We must have lasting peace and a two-state solution.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians are doing it tough, and nowhere is that felt more clearly than in communities like Capricornia. Families, small businesses and workers are battling rising costs, higher interest rate and pressure on their household budgets. I'm being contacted regularly by constituents who are deeply concerned about the cost of living. That is why Labor's push for new taxes on millions of Australians is so deeply concerning. At a time when people are trying to get ahead, this government is asking them to pay more. On this side, we have a very different view. We believe Australians deserve relief, not more burden. We will axe Labor's toxic taxes and deliver bigger automatic tax cuts to help with the cost of living. What does that mean in practice? It means putting more money back into the pockets of hard-working Australians every single year. It means ensuring that as prices rise, people are not pushed into paying more tax when they are no better off. For regional communities like Capricornia, that matters, because when costs go up, whether it's fuel, groceries or running a local business, people feel every dollar. And when government policy makes it harder instead of easier, it puts real strain on regional economies. Our approach is simple: reward hard work, support local jobs and back small businesses so they can grow and employ more Australians. We want to see families able to get ahead, young people able to afford a house and communities able to thrive, not be held back by higher taxes and uncertainty. Australians deserve a government that understands the pressures they face and acts to ease them, not deepen them. That is exactly why we're committed to delivering.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The recent federal budget contained many measures directed at backing small business, including the hundreds that operate across my electorate of Sturt, stimulating our local economy and providing the goods, products and services our community needs. Under this budget, small businesses will benefit from loss carryback provisions. Eligible businesses get this offset by choosing to carry back losses to earlier years in which there were income tax liabilities. This may result in a cash refund, a reduced tax liability or a reduction of a tax debt. Small businesses will also benefit from the $20,000 instant asset write-off. Small businesses with an aggregated turnover of less than $10 million can deduct the full cost of eligible depreciating assets costing less than 20 grand that are first used or installed ready for use in an income year. And this, Deputy Speaker, is proposed on a per asset basis, so small businesses can instantly write off multiple assets. In addition, small businesses will continue to benefit from the existing 4 CGT exemptions, which have a significant impact on exit from a business. Capital gains tax on exits has been the controversy, Deputy Speaker, but the exemption regime will apply to 90% of Australian small businesses. So don't listen to the noise, get the facts, because when you do, you will see that this budget contains many measures that back small business.
Member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor is pushing one of the biggest tax increases in a single budget on Australians, and under the justification that they're somehow helping housing. But look at the numbers. $77 billion of increased revenue out of people's pockets and out of their savings and out of their investments into the government's coffers. And what they're offering you as Australians is a $250 back from them. Really insignificant amount given the $77 billion. But when you look at the housing argument, and we hear it from Labor members every single day, it also doesn't make sense. We've heard the Prime Minister now quote in this House several times the billionaire Harry Triguboff about how much he endorses the government's housing changes in an early rush of applications for new properties. He's now changed his tune today, that the billionaire Harry Triguboff that the Prime Minister has quoted about 10 or 12 times as supportive has now said he's worried that none of these new applicants are coming through and we could have a 40% reduction, 40% in the property market. Wow. Did Labor model such a thing on stamp duties? Did they think about the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people that they put onto the 5% deposit scheme moving into negative equity? What will happen to one of these new people if they move into negative equity and they lose their jobs? What will Labor do? What will Labor do to protect them? Don't believe what Labor is spinning. Look at what they are doing. More taxes does not mean more prosperity.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We've delivered a budget that backs the hard work and aspiration of everyday Australians across the country and in my community of Menzies. We're cutting income taxes, putting over $2,800 a year back in the pocket of the average worker. A new $250 tax offset and a $1,000 instant deduction. Real cost of living relief that will help people right now. We're delivering cheaper medicines, urgent care clinics are here to stay, and we're increasing bulk billing. There were 19 bulk billing clinics in my electorate at the end of last year. There are now 29. For first home buyers, we're levelling the playing field so first home buyers aren't priced out by property investors. We know the status quo is broken. We don't want a generation locked out of home ownership. We want every Australian to have the opportunity to own their own home. We're backing 2.7 million small businesses, the engine room of my electorate in suburbs like Box Hill, Blackburn, Bulleen and Doncaster, with a $20,000 instant asset write-off. And we've done it responsibly. $64 billion in savings, debt down, a budget $264 billion stronger than we inherited. And this morning, more good news. The Fair Work Commission handed nearly 3 million workers a pay rise of 4.75%, with those on a minimum wage receiving an increase of 6%. We backed a real pay rise above inflation and it is here. We're committed to helping Australians every day and building for tomorrow.
Member for Maranoa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to congratulate and thank the Crucifoli government, and particularly Water Minister Anne Ley, who has recently announced that she will review the water licence issued to a Chinese company to extract 96 megalitres of water a year to export back to China from a community just east of Warwick. The initial water licence was issued by the former Labor government for a housing development, but this company now wants to change the use of that water to bottle it and to send it back to China, when the community of Southern Downs and the farmers of Southern Downs are going through droughts and will continue to go through droughts and rely on aquifers to be able to keep stock going. This is an abuse of what that water licence was originally issued for. And it should not be allowed, and I congratulate that this government, the Crucifulli government and the minister herself, has listened to the Southern Downs Regional Council, who opposed any changes to that water licence so that it would only be used for primary production or domestic uses, which is what the licence was originally issued for, that they have had the courage to listen to both the Southern Downs Regional Council and to me. Unfortunately, I have written to the Agriculture Minister, who also has the power to be able to say that she would not issue an export permit for that water. I did that on the 2nd of March and am yet to get a response back. This would send a strong message that Australian resources are for Australians.
Member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Budgets are ultimately about choices. This budget makes a clear choice. It chooses workers, first home buyers and a tax system that rewards work, not just asset ownership. For too long, young Australians have been told to work hard, save hard and wait their turn. But in communities like Moore, that turn is being pushed further and further away. A young couple in Kingsley working full-time can now look at the suburb they grew up and realise that the front door of home ownership is quietly closing in front of them. That is not aspiration, that is a system out of balance. This bill cuts taxes for working Australians and delivers a $1,000 instant deduction for work-related expenses. It also starts to fix the housing tax settings. Negative gearing will continue to support investment in new homes because supply matters. On capital gains tax, the government is returning to a fairer principle. Tax real gains, not inflation. Indexation means investors are taxed on above inflation profit, not paper gains. Existing investment decisions are protected. So let us be clear. This is not a tax on inheritance, it is not a tax on the family home, and it is not the end of aspiration. It is a reform that says aspiration should belong to the workers and first home buyers too, not just those already holding the assets. That is a fair choice and I support the budget.
Member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to let some of the members across the aisle understand the human face of some of the people this budget is hurting. Recently I heard from Andrew. Andrew's a young family man in my seat of Cook. This is what he wrote. My name's Andrew and I'm writing to you for help. My wife's a nurse and I'm a teacher. Life has been hard for someone in his late 20s trying to build a future for my family, as is the way with many Australians. Inflation has made it difficult to keep up saving for a house, and my wife and I have been saving, investing, working hard to try and buy a home to call our own. The hard part is the Labor government, without asking its citizens, has decided to change the capital gains tax discount. This means investments we've worked hard to build and risked so much money on will now only give us half the profit we would have had. And it's now dragging us further away from a home to call our own. Please, please, please rectify this. He's begging. He is begging. I did not correct him. You might want this. The members on the other side might want Andrew to be corrected, but I'm here to stand up for Andrew. I'm not going to let the members on the other side shout across the aisle to me and tell Andrew needs to be corrected. Andrew's begging for me to rectify this, and I will work my guts out to axe these toxic taxes so we rectify it, and I will not correct Andrew. So how you think...
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Griffith has the call.
Thank you, Deputy.
Member. I did not hear any comment. Excuse me. Enough. You need to, when you want to correct a parliamentary procedure, stick by ones yourself too, okay? Is there a matter to be withdrawn? Thank you for pleasing the House. Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I was delighted to welcome the Treasurer back to Stones Corner on Brisbane's south side to see firsthand how a secure home can transform a person's life. The last time the Treasurer joined me at this site, sometime last year, it was still under construction. Today it is home to 82 new social and affordable homes, close to transport, jobs, healthcare and the essential services that people rely on. We were welcomed by Janice into her beautiful new home, her castle, as she proudly calls it. Janice's balcony is already filled with plants and she has shared cuttings with her neighbours, bringing colour to their balconies as well. She's also made friends with the tradies working on a large construction project next door. When she notices they have not stopped for lunch, she boils eggs, makes sandwiches and calls them over for a feed. Now, when she sees them on the scaffolding, she calls out with a laugh, "I can see you're not working." That is what a secure home makes possible, Deputy Speaker. It is more than a key in a door. It is safety, dignity and independence. It's the freedom to plant a garden, to make friends, care for others and to feel that you truly belong. These are homes for people who need stability, homes for vulnerable, at-risk Australians, homes for essential workers to help keep our communities running, homes that give people the foundation to look ahead with confidence. Deputy Speaker, a secure home gives people more than shelter. It gives them confidence to plan, the dignity to participate and the opportunity to thrive.
Member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, well, this is a tricky government that says one thing and does another. It might talk about lower taxes, but the reality is this budget is delivering $77 billion in higher taxes for the Australian people. They also talk about tax cuts, but they don't talk about when they let the low and middle income tax offset lapse, costing the Australian people $1,500. They took that $1,500 back from you. They then also wait for your wages to go up as you work harder, as you earn more money, you pay more tax through bracket creep. And then they will give you a sprinkle of that back. You'll notice with this announcement from the Treasurer, it follows his standard playbook. He announced that you'll get $250 back, talked about it for the last 2 weeks. You'll receive that money in 12 months' time. He'll keep talking about it for the next few weeks. That doesn't help you today. And the reason he pushes it out for 12 months is you're paying for that yourself. Through earning more money, you're paying more tax. Inflation will mean you pay higher taxes. You'll pay more than $250 in extra tax through inflation under this government in the next 12 months. They'll give you a little bit back and then they'll pat you on the back. And watch them this week. Watch them talk about the tax cut that you'll get on the 1st of July. Well, that was promised last year. This is what they do. They drip it out and drag it out. They're not giving the money back to you. They're taking more of your money and giving you a little bit back less.
Member Solomon.
Mr. Speaker, this federal budget is about the aspiration of everyday working Aussies. If you are trying to get into your own home, this is a budget for you. If you're a worker, you're receiving your 5th tax cut under this government because we want you to earn more and to keep more of what you earn. If you're a young person, this is a government for you, supporting you with free TAFE and less HECS debt. If you're a small business trying to get ahead and make an investment, this budget's for you, with a permanent instant asset write-off to help you grow your business. This budget is about the aspiration of Australians trying to get ahead, and nowhere is that aspiration more important than in the housing market, where we have had so many young Australians who are having trouble getting into the housing market, often crowded out by professional property investors. Now, currently negative geared arrangements are grandfathered and will continue. But the negative gearing remains for new builds, which is great, and that's great for supply. But the reforms in this budget will help young Australians by providing a fairer go at the Australian dream of home ownership. And with our government's 5% deposit scheme for first home buyers, more than 1,350 people in my electorate in Solomon have purchased their first home.
Beautiful. Deputy Leader in the House of Representatives.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. This Prime Minister thought he could wage a war on aspiration. He thought he could hit us with toxic new taxes and no one would notice. Labor thought that families, small businesses, farmers and entrepreneurs, the forgotten people of Australia, would simply absorb another hit to their standard of living. Well, they won't, and we won't, because we're going to stand in the way of this sneaky tax grab. And we're going to fight these toxic taxes all the way to the next election. Our commitment to the Australian people is that we will axe these toxic taxes, and we'll build a stronger Australia. The Coalition pledges a tax-back guarantee that protects Australians from inflation by giving them an automatic tax cut that gets bigger every year. We pledge to get migration under control and to build more homes. We will cap migration based on the number of houses built every year and invest $5 billion into roads, utilities and sewage to get housing construction moving again. We pledge to abandon net zero and bring on cheap and reliable Aussie power. We pledge a sovereign wealth fund where windfall profits from commodities like gas will be set aside for nation-building projects that benefit all Australians. We pledge to boost small business, allowing them to immediately write off assets costing up to $50,000. We pledge to put Australians first by reserving welfare payments and NDIS for Australian citizens. We will build a stronger, more secure and prosperous Australia.
Member for Bennelong.
Speaker, Labor's budget delivers for young people aspiring to own their first home.
Exactly
Labor's budget delivers for every working Australian through more tax cuts. And, Deputy Speaker, this budget delivers $3.5 billion worth of new spending to support small businesses. Lost in the flood of an openly exaggerated meme campaign are measures in this budget which back aspiration and back economic growth. I'm here to push back against that rubbish because this budget backs small businesses to grow. Deputy Speaker, this budget makes the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent, providing certainty for small businesses to invest in growth. This budget delivers a permanent 2-year loss carryback for all companies up to $1 billion in turnover, as well as a new loss refundability scheme for small startups in their first 2 years, which will help with cash flow. This budget expands tax incentives for venture capital and reforms the research development tax incentive to target startups as they grow. And on top of that, the new $250 working Australian tax offset will benefit 1.5 million sole traders around the country. All these measures back small businesses. No AI memes, just facts. And whilst the Liberals and One Nation will team up to defend the status quo, Labor hears you when you tell us that things need to change and change for the better.
Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, something significant and something badly significant happened in this country 2 or 3 weeks ago, Deputy Speaker, when the Albanese government announced their budget and they changed the risk-reward equation in this country, Speaker. What used to happen, if you wanted to have a go, you wanted to start your own business, you wanted to put your own money on the line, you wanted to hem up a shingle, roll up the door and put your money and your skills to make money, there was a reward there. But now, Speaker, now there's a big change because what's happened now is you take the risk and the Albanese Labor government takes the reward. That's what's happening there, Speaker, and that is a disgrace. And why they do it? Because they don't understand it, because none of them have ever done it, Speaker. None of them have ever taken that risk in private enterprise, and that's what they're doing. We now have one of the highest capital gains tax rates in the world, and that's what is going to kill entrepreneurial spirit in this country. Well, Deputy Speaker, we will reverse it. We on this side understand it. We will reverse these changes. We will have the tax-back guarantee as well. But there's one other thing here, Speaker, that we all have to remember. There's one thing about not taking something to an election. There's one thing about that and then bringing this major tax increases to the public. But what is unforgivable is the deceit behind this, because when you say you're not going to do it, you should all hang your heads in shame. You got onto the last election deceiving the Australian public.
With the call for 30 seconds to the member for Aston.
The Chamber, Speaker, we stand firmly with workers and their families. We back workers on the minimum wage and the modern award and welcome the decision by the Fair Work Commission to approve an increase to the minimum wage of 5.97% to $26.44 an hour and a 4.75% increase to the modern award from 1st of July this year.
Has concluded. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I call the Prime Minister with arrangements.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Deputy Prime Minister will be absent from question time today. The Minister for Defence Industry will answer questions on his behalf.
Order. House comes to order. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Last week, the Treasury Secretary defended Labor's toxic taxes by saying, quote, "Revenue needs to be raised from somewhere." Will the Prime Minister confirm that Australians will pay $77 billion more tax than they get back?
Order. Order. Members on my left, we don't need the wows or the before anyone. We're just going to allow everyone to be heard in silence. That includes the Treasurer and the Leader of the Opposition, who's now asked his question, and I shall now give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I can certainly confirm that the legislation that is being debated before the Parliament this week confirms that Labor is the party of aspiration. Labor is the party of home ownership.
Order.
This legislation does two fundamental things,
Members on my
Mr
left.
Speaker.
The member for Barker. Order. The member for Groom. We are 30 seconds in. There is far too much noise. If this continues, I will be left with no other action early in question time to take action. Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The first thing that it does is allow an opportunity for young people to get into home ownership. It rebalances the ledger so that young people have an opportunity. And we saw that, Mr Speaker, just on the weekend, where in Bexley a young couple with a baby bought their first home in Bexley on Saturday. All three registered bidders for the auction of the two-bedroom garden villa took part, and all were first home buyers. In Melbourne, in Maribyrnong, Lara Harris from the estate agent said this: "The buyers were a young couple from Southbank, sick of apartment living, who had once lived in the area and wanted to come back. The underbidders were also a young first home buyer couple. There's a lot of first home buyers in the market." In Maroubra, Corinne Olsen, the estate agent, spoke about the young family who thought they'd been priced out of a beachside suburb. They won the keys to a three-bedroom house. The winning family, this is Corinne Olsen, the estate agent, the winning family had been looking for a property around Mascot because they didn't think they could afford something close to the water. Well, there they are in South Sydney homeland, Mr Speaker.
Order. Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, the question was about the $77 billion of additional taxation being imposed on Australians by this government.
The Prime Minister is talking about the tax policy that he was asked about. He's giving some examples. He was asked a specific question regarding the tax policy, so he'll need to make sure his answer is being directly relevant. He won't be able to stray into other topics because he wasn't asked about other topics. So the Prime Minister is being directly relevant with the example that he's given regarding the tax take. The Prime Minister.
And these tax changes are what are rebalancing the market so that young first home buyers can get a fair crack. And the other thing that these tax cuts are doing...
Order. The Minister for Infrastructure. I can barely hear.
It's a birthday, Mr Speaker. To be fair.
Birthday or not, all the rules apply.
To be fair.
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, the other thing that the legislation is doing is giving Australians a tax cut. Two further measures: the $1,000 automatic tax deduction and the Working Australians tax offset.
Member for Mallee.
So we on this side of the House stand for lower income taxes. On that side of the House, on that side of the House, they stand for higher income taxes.
Order.
And what we saw on the weekend is that they've become what Australia doesn't need, just a cover band.
Just a cover band. We don't need a Tony Abbott cover band. A cheaper version. We had the real thing out there on Friday, become national president. Then he did 7 interviews yesterday because he knows that this bloke just ain't up to the job.
Order. The member for Fisher interjected 10 times during that answer, so he's going to leave the chamber for 94A. Having continual interjections in one answer is highly disorderly. Non-stop is not acceptable, and everyone gets a fair go, but you can't take the goodwill of the House for granted. We'll hear from the honourable member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How has the Albanese Labor government fought for higher wages, including for minimum wage and award-reliant workers, after a decade of wages being kept deliberately low? Good question.
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Holt for that question, but also her lifetime advocacy standing up for low-paid workers. Now, I'm really pleased to inform the House today that the Fair Work Commission has awarded a 4.75% wage increase for the 2.7 million modern award-reliant workers in this country. Now, this represents a real wage increase supporting workers with cost of living. Of course, many of these workers are low-paid, predominantly women, work casually and in industries like retail, healthcare, accommodation and food services. It's been this government that's advocated for these workers to the Commission for an economically sustainable real wage increase, and we welcome the Commission's decision as a win for working Australians. Now, of course, in addition to the 4.75% increase for our award-reliant workers, the Commission has determined to lift the floor for our lowest paid workers who rely on the national minimum wage by delivering the lowest classifications a 6% wage increase. This decision means that our lowest paid workers who rely on the national minimum wage will now earn over $1,000 a week. And since this Labor government came into office, the national minimum wage has increased by more than $12,000 per year. This translates to a 12% real wage increase for Australia's lowest paid workers since we came to government. Now, today's wage increase will deliver meaningful help with cost of living for Australians' lowest paid workers. And while this government backs pay rises for low paid workers, those opposite have refused to do so. Shadow Minister after Shadow Minister were out this morning doing the media rounds, and they were asked time and time again, would they deliver or support or back a real wage increase? And none of them had the guts to say just yes. Now, this shouldn't be surprising, though, of course. Not once when they were in government did the Coalition advocate for a real wage increase for Australian workers. And for a decade, those opposite admitted it was a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture to keep wages down. Well, of course, this side of the House supports wage increases. We also support tax cuts for Australians. It's only the Labor Party that's on the side of working Australians.
The call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister confirm that Australians will pay $77 billion more tax than they get back?
Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. The Treasurer, Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'll do my best to answer a question that didn't really make sense. That didn't really make sense, Mr Speaker, but then again...
Members on my left.
But then again, it doesn't make sense to oppose income tax cuts. But that is what they have done time after time after time. They oppose income tax cuts, and the other thing that they oppose, Mr Speaker, is the real wage increases that the Minister just spoke about. That 4.75% increase in the minimum wage, that brings the increases for those on minimum wages and awards to $12,000 since we came to office.
Gippsland.
We want Australians to earn more and to keep more of what they earn, which is why consistently we have made submissions to the Fair Work Commission arguing for increases in real wages, something those opposite have never, ever, ever done.
The members on my right, the member for Cunningham, the Leader of the Opposition.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. The question was about Labor's $77 billion of tax increases.
Yes, the Prime Minister was asked a yes-no question around the $77 billion that the opposition is claiming that the government is receiving back. So the Prime Minister, I know you want a yes-no answer, but he's obviously I can't make him do that. So he wasn't asked about other policies than that one. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the question went to how much tax people pay and how much they get back. It worked. That's exactly what was asked.
Yeah.
It was. No. So to the point of order.
Order. We'll get through this.
Just acknowledging the frustration of the Leader of the Opposition. The words that you say into the microphone all form part of the question. And when the words finish with "and what they get back," then the full relationship is able to be answered and is relevant.
So we'll hear the order. We'll hear from the manager.
The point of order, because we want the Prime Minister to try and be relevant. So it was a very tight question about $77 billion. Are you paying more taxes? $77 billion, yes or no? It's in your budget papers.
All right. Okay, so the question to the Prime Minister, will the Prime Minister confirm that Australians will pay $77 billion more tax than they get back? So it's a figure that he's given, so I'll have to listen carefully to make sure he's talking about what. Yes, thank you, Leader of the Opposition. We're dealing with this, but there's a yes-no that you require. I can't get him to do that, but I can make sure he's being directly relevant about the tax question he was asked about that figure as well. The Prime Minister has the call. The Leader of the Opposition, we're just going to take the temperature down a little bit. There's just far too much noise this week already. I want the House to settle, and we'll hear from the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. We on this side of the House on Thursday will be voting for income tax cuts. Yep. Those on that side will be voting for higher income taxes.
Order.
Like they did before the last election, like they did when we changed stage 3 of the tax cuts. Consistently, they have voted for higher taxes and lower wages for working Australians. We on this side of the House stand for working Australians. We stand for higher wages, lower income taxes, and for people to earn more and keep more of what they earn.
The call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help workers earn more and keep more of what they earn? How does that compare to other approaches?
The call to the Treasurer.
Thanks to the member for Sturt for her question, but also for the very significant role that she plays in our team in her first term, representing a really beautiful part of Adelaide. Mr Speaker, this is a really important week for our economy, with the national accounts coming out tomorrow, and in the context of all of this global economic uncertainty, any growth will be welcome in those figures. Any through-the-year growth with a 2 in front of it would be a welcome outcome. We've got investment booming in the first quarter. We've got exports off quite substantially, and we've got public demand making no contribution to growth in the first quarter. We know that already. We'll see the rest of the numbers tomorrow, Mr Speaker. But this week is also very significant for a couple of other reasons, Mr Speaker. This week and this government is all about higher wages and lower taxes for workers and a fair go for first home buyers, Mr Speaker. And in that context, as the Minister for Employment said, we welcome the Fair Work Commission decision today. This is the pay rise that millions of Australian workers need and deserve. This is the sustainable real wage increase that the Minister and I sought when we made the submission on behalf of the government. And because of this decision and because of this government, more Australians will be earning more and keeping more of what they earn. Because we're cutting income taxes 5 times in 3 different ways, the average worker will be better off up to $2,800, Mr Speaker. Now, I hear those opposite chirping away, Mr Speaker. They have not changed a bit since they said low wages were a deliberate design feature of their economic policy. They have not learned a thing since the last time the member for Hume told them to vote against tax cuts in this place, Mr Speaker. They don't support pay rises. They don't support tax cuts. They don't support first home buyers, Mr Speaker, and neither does the other part of the three-ring circus over there, Mr Speaker, the One Nation Party. They always vote the way that Gina Rinehart tells them to and not the way that working Australians need them to in this parliament, Mr Speaker. When the country is crying out for change, those opposite cling to a broken status quo which has been locking too many Australians out of housing for too long, Mr Speaker. When they see the legitimate concerns and pressures that people have around this country, they seek to benefit from that politically. We seek to address those legitimate concerns that people have, and that's what the budget is all about. When they look around the world at the social dislocation and political division in other countries, they want to replicate it here, Mr Speaker. We want to avoid it. Their strategy is to talk down the economy, to talk up division in our society and to vote against tax cuts and first home buyers, Mr Speaker. Now, we'll learn more about our economy tomorrow in the national accounts, but we already know that this side supports workers and first home buyers and that side does not.
Order. Before I call the next question, I just want to do a few acknowledgements. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is His Excellency Mr Vijay Tahera, the Sri Lankan Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Employment and Tourism. Accompanying His Excellency is Her Excellency Yasojo Gunasekara, the High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to Australia. Also, we are joined today by His Excellency Samrang Boros, the Minister to the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Welcome to Question Time. And I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Will Lorenstein, a proud Wathai man from Cape York who completed Year 12 on an Australian Indigenous Education Foundation scholarship, joined the Australian Defence Force and was recently awarded the Royal Australian Air Force Aviator of the Year 2026. Welcome to Will. And I give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment. Regional communities host renewable energy projects critical to our energy transition, and they want better engagement from developers for the vital role they play. The Minister has agreed to a national environmental standard on community engagement as part of reforms to the EPBC Act. It's been 6 months, and we've only seen drafts of 2 of the 5 standards. Minister, when will the remaining standards be released for public consultation?
Give the call to the Leader of the House and the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment and the Minister for Water.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And I thank the member for Indi for the question and acknowledge her long-term engagement, both in community consultation generally, but specifically with respect to EPBC reform, and also acknowledge she's raised this issue with me previously in this chamber. At the end of last year, we passed consequential changes to environmental law, but behind the environmental law, a series of standards had to be established to effectively create the impact of those reforms. As the question referred to, there are new national environmental standards and supplementary guidelines to get the system up and running. The consultation period on the first standard, which is on matters of national environmental significance, has just closed. That standard goes to the substance of the Samuel Review in that it sets clear objectives and outcomes for protected matters, including prioritising mitigation. The second standard is the offset standard. That one is still open but closes soon. The standard that's raised in the question is, as well as these standards being out for community consultation itself will have a standard, and I'm advised that work on that is well progressed on the standard, and the government anticipates that it will be released for its consultation in the coming weeks.
Give a call to the honourable member for Bonner.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government making sure Australians can earn more and keep more of what they earn? How does the recent budget help to deliver aspiration for all, not just some? And what are the risks to this approach?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the fantastic member for Bonner for the question, and I thank her for her strong advocacy on behalf of working people there in Brisbane. Now, today the Fair Work Commission has made this critical decision, which will assist 3 million workers by giving a 4.75% increase to the minimum wage. Now, this makes lowest paid workers some $12,000 a year better off compared to when we took office just in 2022, making a real difference for real people. This is delivering real change. In this case, a 12% real wage increase over the time in which we have been in office. That stands in stark contrast to the risk of those opposite who argued that low wages was a key feature of their economic architecture. Now, for members on this side of the House, this is good news because we want Australians to earn more and to keep more of what they earn, with higher wages and with lower income taxes, because our budget delivered another 2 income tax cuts for working Australians. And this week, every single Labor member in this House will vote to deliver them. This takes the number of tax cuts delivered by us in government to 5. 5 income tax cuts, 5 consecutive increases to the minimum wage. Now, what do all those have in common? They were all good for working Australians, and they were all opposed by those opposite, every single measure. They argued against higher wages, they argue against income tax cuts, and they argue against more young people getting a fair crack at getting into the housing market. And this is why Labor is the party of aspiration. We believe in aspiration for all, not just some. We believe that aspiration is about improving your lot in life, not just staying where you are, not just entrenching privilege, but creating the opportunity for every Australian to be their best. The party that backs first home buyers to own their own home. The party that helps Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn, because we do want that aspiration to be available for all. We are delivering real change. Those opposite are just drifting back to the past, where they've made Tony Abbott the president of the Liberal Party, who couldn't make it to 2 years as Prime Minister. That is their vision of looking towards the future.
Order. Call goes to the honourable member for Goldstein.
He did. He actually went to an election.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Over the last 12 months, the Albanese Labor government has taken $410 of extra tax from the average worker through bracket creep, and Labor will continue to rely on it year after year. Can the Treasurer confirm the working Australians' tax offset will be chewed up by bracket creep within a year?
Call to the Treasurer.
Well, Mr Speaker, if anybody's looking for evidence that the member for Goldstein is not the sharpest tool in the shed, how about him asking about tax cuts on a day that their party room decided to vote against tax cuts for 13 million Australian workers, Mr Speaker?
Member for
Of
Solomon.
all the things to ask us about today, Mr Speaker, maybe they could have waited for another day to ask us about bracket creep when this side of the House this week in the House of Representatives will be returning bracket creep, and that side of the House will be voting to keep bracket creep, Mr Speaker. It's almost as if somebody who writes these questions, Mr Speaker, is deliberately setting him up. Because only a few hours ago in the Coalition Party room, that meeting of minds down that end of the building, Mr Speaker, they decided to repeat the same mistake that they made not that long ago, to vote against tax cuts for Australian working people. Well, this side of the House will be voting for tax cuts, won't we? We'll be voting for tax cuts when the...
Order. The member for Solomon will leave the chamber under 94A. Do not interject while people are approaching, and use correct titles in this House. The member for Goldstein, point of order.
Relevance. The question was specifically about whether the Treasurer could confirm the Working Australians tax offset will be chewed up by bracket creep within a year. I know he enjoys just a spraying
Resume
abuse.
your seat. Resume your seat. Yep. The Treasurer wasn't asked about the opposition's or their policies, so I'm going to bring him back to the question and ask if he continues to talk about the opposition, he'll be sat down. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was asked about the Working Australians tax offset. We'll be voting for it and they'll be voting against it, Mr Speaker. That's the decision that was taken today in their party room, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to returning bracket creep, this is a government which has returned bracket creep on 5 occasions using 3 different mechanisms, Mr Speaker. In fact, there'll be another tax cut on the 1st of July, less than a month from now, the same tax cuts that they said that they would repeal, Mr Speaker. And so the difference in here is very clear. A Labor government led by this Prime Minister cutting income taxes again and again and again for millions of Australian workers versus an opposition which votes against tax cuts for Australia's working people. So, Mr Speaker, the point that I'm making about the Working Australians tax offset is because of our efforts, Australians will be getting another tax cut. If they had their way, Australians would be paying higher income taxes, not lower income taxes.
Call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. Why are the Albanese Labor government's recent housing reforms so important for first home buyers, and are there any risks to this important work?
The call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I thank the fantastic member for McNamara for his question. And I want to acknowledge the particular leadership role that he's played in this discussion in his role as Special Envoy for Social Housing and Homelessness. Speaker, he understands, as I do, that housing is about so much more than bricks and mortar. This is about security, it's about stability, it's about having the confidence to start a family and put down roots in a community. But, Speaker, for too many Australians right around our country, our broken housing system has pushed these things out of reach. Australians are working harder than ever. They're studying harder, they're saving harder, but a broken housing system will not reward their effort, Speaker, and we believe it is time for change. Speaker, we want a fairer system. We want a fairer system for first home buyers, to put them on a level playing field with investors and to back them in with our 5% deposit program. We want a fairer system for workers, Speaker, who need and deserve a pay rise. And we want a fairer system for taxpayers who need and deserve the tax cut that our government is about to give them. Now, Speaker, those opposite do not support any of those things. And I want Australians who are watching at home to know something. We see the broken system and we see the pain that this is causing you. We are for change. These people are for the status quo. Speaker, we stand up for opportunity. Those opposites stand up for privilege. Now, Mr Speaker, if Robert Menzies were alive today, he would be absolutely horrified with what he sees when we look at the other side of the chamber. Speaker, he started a political party that was all about ordinary Australians having a stake in their own country. Yet in politics today, Speaker, it is Labor who is standing up for aspiration. It is Labor who is standing up for ordinary people to have stability and certainty and control in their lives. Now, Speaker, when it comes to aspiration, our party has a pretty simple belief. We want Australians to get ahead, and we want them to do it in a home of their own. Our broken housing system is increasingly one where your chance of home ownership depends not on how hard you work, but on the wealth you inherit from your parents. And in our view, that is not Australia at its best. So we're making some hard decisions to change the system, Speaker. We're cutting taxes, we're increasing wages, and we're helping more Australians get into the dream of home ownership. Speaker, that's good for the people that you represent in this parliament. It's good for the people that I represent, Speaker, and on the Labor side of politics, we believe what's good for Australians is what's good for our country.
Call to the honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Can the Treasurer confirm that Labor's toxic tax bills grant him extraordinary powers to slash the $250 tax offset to zero whenever he likes, without taking it back to the Parliament?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Mr Speaker, I wouldn't have given another question to Goldstein either. Now, Mr Speaker, when it comes to the arrangements for... Yeah, it did. When it comes to the arrangements in the tax legislation, I thank the honourable member for her question. When it comes to the tax arrangements in the legislation, what we are proposing is not different to what we've seen when it comes to other tax legislation. Now, I know that there's been yet another beat-up today about this, Mr Speaker, from those who want the broken status quo in housing and tax to continue to lock young people out of housing. But the truth is, the fact is, that it's not unusual for tax laws to work this way or for definitions to be finalised by legislative instrument, and they can be disallowed by the Parliament, Mr Speaker. So I'll give you some examples. Under the Howard government, Mr Speaker, the debt equity rules, subordinate rules overriding general allocation of debt or equity status, a similar example. Superannuation valuation rules, governments of both persuasions have done it this way. Foreign investment reform from Prime Minister Morrison led a lot of details and definitions to the subordinate laws. And so, Mr Speaker, it's not unusual for legislation to be progressed in this way. I don't remember governments or treasurers of other political persuasions being subjected to the same sort of feedback about these standard arrangements, Mr Speaker. These standard arrangements, Mr Speaker. You had no problem with it when Mr Howard did it. You had no problem with it when Mr Morrison did it. This is the way that...
The member for Flinders on a point of order. The Leader of the Opposition, one of the members of the House are on their feet. I'll ask you to assist the House just by not interjecting, so I can hear just when you're raising a point of order, everyone's silent. I like that's courtesy to everyone, including the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On relevance, I think what the Treasurer is trying to say is just yes.
The member for Flinders, that is not an appropriate, that is an abuse of the standing orders. And if that sort of behaviour continues, I'll be left with no other choice but not to take points of order. We can't have a situation where people jump up and not follow the standing orders and the traditions and conventions of this House. I'm asking all members to uphold the traditions and conventions. So the member for Flinders is now warned. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The point I'm making is this. Those opposites want to pretend that these are unusual arrangements. They're not. And the reason they want to pretend these are unusual arrangements is because they can't defend their actual position, which is to go to the wall for a broken status quo that locks too many Australians, and particularly too many young Australians, out of the housing market. Now, we know that that's the outcome they seek, Mr Speaker. We know that they want young people locked out of housing. We know that they'll vote against tax cuts, Mr Speaker, and all of this pretending that these are somehow unusual arrangements is designed to avoid coming at the actual objective of this legislation, which is to cut income taxes for workers, to make it easier for first home buyers in the system, to better align the tax treatment of income earned from working and income earned from assets. Now, when it comes to this particular definition, we've made it very clear in the budget papers that investments in new dwellings will be exempt from these changes where the investment genuinely adds to housing supply. We made it clear what that would be, Mr Speaker. That's set out in the budget papers. The legislation provides for these details to be finalised in an instrument, which is a standard approach for these kinds of details in legislation like this.
Give the call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer. How will the Albanese Labor government's new tax reforms deliver a fairer and simpler tax system that supports workers, investments and younger Australians? And why has the government chosen this approach over any others?
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the member for Newcastle for her question. Mr Speaker, the member for Newcastle understands that Australia is built every day by people who get up early, work hard and contribute to their communities. In her electorate, that means workers keeping one of the busiest ports in the world open and running, nurses finishing night shifts, teachers shaping the next generation, truck drivers keeping our economy moving, and families working hard for a better future. Our government believes that if you contribute to this country should work for you. Whether you were born here or came from overseas and chose Australia as your home, if you work hard, pay your taxes and do the right thing, you deserve a fair chance to get ahead. Australians know that too many working people are doing everything right but finding it harder than ever to buy a home and build security for their families. Our tax package is about restoring the balance. The legislation being debated in the House today is pro-worker, pro-aspiration and pro-investment. Our budget puts working Australians first because a home should not be out of reach for the people who keep this country running. We are fixing a system that has made it harder for younger Australians to buy a home and harder for working Australian families to get ahead. Our reforms will deliver a permanent $250 a year tax cut for 13.3 million workers through the new Working Australian tax offset. This means that when combined with our other tax cuts, an average Australian worker is expected to be up to $2,800 better off a year by 2028. That's more money in the pockets of families facing rising costs. Our changes to negative gearing and capital gains will also help. These are expected to support around 75,000 Australians into home ownership over the next decade. That's 75,000 individuals and families owning and not renting. That means more families with the security and dignity that comes with living in a home of your own. Our tax reforms are about building a stronger economy, rewarding contribution and ensuring the next generation is not locked out of opportunity. Those on the other side of the chamber are the only people who fail to recognising there is a problem. They are obsessed with taking our country back to the Liberals' failed economic agenda of the 1990s and the disastrous Howard Costello changes of 1999 that created deep structural flaws in our housing system, which have shut too many Australian families out of the market. And they've not yet seen a tax cut, or indeed a minimum wage rise for that matter, that they're not opposed to. We are fixing the mistakes of the past, but those opposite can't seem to let them go. Mr Speaker, our vision is for a tax system that rewards work and supports aspiration. We want more Australians to own their own home and we want to put more money in their pockets, and that's exactly what this budget delivers.
The call to the honourable member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. The government's toxic tax bills do not define what a new build is. If someone builds a new second dwelling on an existing title, is the whole title now considered a new dwelling?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister
Thank
for
you so much, Speaker. Appreciate the question. A new dwelling is one that genuinely adds new to housing supply.
Order. Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government's plan for cheaper and cleaner energy delivering for Australian households and businesses?
We'll start again. I can't. There's too much noise. We're going to invite the House to settle without the ongoing commentary. Just as everyone gets entitled to a fair go, the member for Melbourne will get a fair go. The member for Melbourne has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government's plan for cleaner and cheaper energy delivering for Australian households and businesses? What policies would make energy more expensive?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate the question from the honourable member for Melbourne, and more importantly, I appreciate the pragmatic approach she brings to climate discussions in this House, calling for climate action, and the positive contribution she's made in her time in this House already, Mr Speaker. Now, last week, Mr Speaker, we saw signs of progress in the government's plans. On Tuesday, we saw the announcement from the energy regulator under the legally obliged release of the default market offer of significant reductions in energy bills across the relevant jurisdictions, Mr Speaker, required to be released under law unless the Minister of the day signs a law to keep it secret, which I have never done and would never do, but one of my predecessors once did just prior to an election, Mr Speaker. But what it showed was reductions in energy bills from modest 1% to up to 10.7% for residences and up to 20.9% for small businesses, Mr Speaker. We see this as good progress, reducing energy bills by spreading more of the cheapest form of energy through a common-sense plan to roll out renewables backed by batteries across the country, Mr Speaker. And on Friday we also saw, of interest to the honourable member, emissions fall as well. In 2025, electricity emissions down 4%, Mr Speaker, which is good progress. And emissions intensity in our energy system, i.e. the amount of carbon produced per kilowatt, the lowest it has ever been in our country under those figures, Mr Speaker. Now, this is very much a story of batteries, because we know that the impact on energy prices mainly comes from coal and gas, which is expensive in the night time. And what we're doing is transferring a lot of that cheap, renewable energy from the middle of the day to the night through batteries. And this is an Australian story, and one that Australia can be proud of. The fact, Mr Speaker, that Australians have installed 423,717 batteries since 1 July, Mr Speaker, is a global story. 12 gigawatt-hours worth of storage. In Australia, we have seen as much battery capacity added. We've seen 10% of the world's battery capacity added in our country. Only two countries have added more battery capacity than Australia over the last 12 months, the United States and China, and in per capita terms, Australia leads by a long way in terms of battery capacity. And in fact, 30 gigawatt-hours of household battery capacity were added in all of 2025, and we have added 12 gigawatt-hours just since 1 July. Now, the honourable member asked me what would slow all this. Well, a return to the policies of the past would slow all this. I'm grateful, always grateful, to the Shadow Minister when he makes clear, as he did all last week, that he opposes a popular policy like cheaper home batteries. He would prefer to go back to the UNGI scheme, which was the signature scheme of the Leader of the Opposition, underwriting new generation investment, which should have been called, unfortunately, no generation involved. Because we have added 12 gigawatt-hours. You know how much the UNGI scheme added, Mr Speaker? Zero. Not 1 kilowatt-hour. That was one of their...
Concluded. The call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. Greg has motor neuron disease with an expected 12 months left to live. Greg's approved for a Level 8 support at home package, but assessed by the department as medium priority, and so is expected to wait much of the rest of his life for his package to arrive. Contact with your ministerial office has been fruitless. Minister, what does it take for a dying person to actually get support at home?
The call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Mayo for her question, and I thank her for bringing Greg's case to the Parliament, and I appreciate the engagement that her office regularly has with mine as we try to work through these issues for constituents, as I do with many members across the Parliament. As the member for Mayo's question pertains to, our population is ageing very rapidly, and demand for care is growing very rapidly accordingly. And in some cases, people such as Greg have gone through the assessment process and are still waiting to receive the care that they need. Our government is responding to this challenge. As of the 31st of March, a record 364,723 older Australians have access to an ongoing support-at-home place, while 100,191 are still waiting for their approved level. Mr Speaker, that's why this financial year alone we're delivering 83,000 additional in-home care places. And we're not stopping there. This budget most recently outlined our plan to deliver another 32,000 places next financial year. These extra packages will continue taking pressure off the national priority system, getting more older people the care that they need more quickly. Once we've rolled out these additional places, by the end of 2026-27, 420,000 older Australians will have access to support at home. That will be almost 3 times the number of older Australians that were receiving care as compared with the Home Care Packages program back in 2020. And Mr Speaker, our significant investment in additional places is making a difference. Since support at home began on the 1st of November, wait times have come down across high, medium and standard priorities, and every person assessed as urgent continues to receive their funding within a month. Additionally, within the budget, we outlined additional investment to ensure that the prioritisation mechanism within
the Minister will pause. The member for Mayo on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister, I actually asked you about Greg, who has motor neuron disease, and he's dying, and he can't get care.
Resume your seat. The Minister did address that part of the question, and he was asked. I did hear him mention the person's name, but if he has any more information regarding the individual case, he can do so. But he was asked about what does it take to get support at home, and he is answering that part of the question and is being directly relevant. I can appreciate the seriousness of the question, and I'll ask the Minister to continue.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I listened to the question very carefully, Member for Mayo, and I can assure you that I have the greatest personal sympathy for Greg and other people that are in the circumstances that he faces. That's why, through this budget, we've attributed some additional funding to look at the prioritisation mechanism of the national priority system to ensure that people get the care that they need. We will continue every single day to work hard to make sure that our aged care system is fit for purpose and that it serves people just like Greg.
From the honourable member for Leichhardt.
My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor Government's strategic fleet helping communities like mine access supplies during times of crisis?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, the Minister for Transport, the Minister for Regional Development and the Minister for Local Government.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Leichhardt for the question, and I want to acknowledge how closely felt it has been in his community. In times of emergency, too often we have seen regional and remote communities in far north Queensland, in Western Australia, in the Northern Territory cut off. With roads and rail up north flooded, communities are often only accessible by sea. It's been a logistical challenge to make sure that those communities get the support and supplies that they need, often having to rely on foreign-flagged vessels and at times our fantastic Defence Force. Last week we eased that challenge. I was thrilled to be in Townsville on Friday to greet ANL Kokoda, our inaugural vessel in Australia's maritime strategic fleet. This large cargo fleet, to be fully Australian flagged and Australian crewed, will strengthen our economic sovereignty and improve our national security. It will be there for Australians in times of need, whether that's natural disasters, supply chain disruptions or times of global uncertainty. It's a commitment we took to the Australian people and we are delivering on it. We are an island nation, heavily reliant on ships for international trade. Despite this, our maritime industry has been declining for decades. The last few months have shown how critical it is that we invest and rebuild on our maritime sector. The ANL Kokoda will provide us with more options in times of crisis and in times of global uncertainty. It will also, importantly, provide a training ground for Australians who want to join the maritime industry with Australian wages and Australian conditions. On Friday, I met Natalie, a young tug engineer, who spoke to me about the opportunities that this would open up for maritime workers like her. Alongside Natalie, members of the ANL executive team, representatives from the Maritime Union of Australia and the maritime industry all together, championing the investment in maritime jobs and skills in something that government, unions and industry are absolutely united on. We are continuing the work to secure the remaining 2 ships for the Strategic Fleet pilot program. We have also established the Maritime Skills and Training Initiative with successful applicants to be announced soon. We're cracking down on wage theft aboard foreign-flagged ships. We're working to promote an increase in Australian-flagged vessels through the Coastal Trading Act review. We're committed to making sure that Australia has the sovereign capability in maritime. The Strategic Fleet is very much part of that, ensuring that we do have the opportunity for an Australian-flagged vessel, Australian crewed, to be able to help out in those times of emergency and in supply chain disruptions. It's only this side of government that is backing our maritime industry with our Australian Strategic Fleet. We're committed to revitalising the maritime industry and our sovereign capability in that regard.
Call to the honourable member for Macpherson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question's to the Minister for Housing. A secret internal RBA memo says that migration policy is a, and I quote, main way that the government influences the housing market. Now, this government's brought in a record 1.4 million migrants, so isn't it the truth that Labor's migration policies have made it harder?
Order.
The member will begin.
Order. Members on my right, whatever's being across the chamber will cease immediately. I don't know what was being said, but we're not going to have interjections. Just as the member for Melbourne was shown the respect, the member for Macpherson is going to be given the same courtesy again, because I couldn't hear the question. So if everyone can just control themselves while questions are being asked on both sides, the House will benefit from that action. The member for Macpherson will begin his question again.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question's to the Minister for Housing. A secret internal RBA memo says that migration policy is a, and I quote, main way that the government influences the housing market. Now, this government's brought in a record 1.4 million migrants, so isn't it the truth that Labor's migration policies have made it harder for Australians, including new Australians, to afford a home?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thanks so much, Speaker, and could I thank the member for Macpherson for his question. It's actually a really important question and I'm glad he's asked it of me. Speaker, migration is a piece of the puzzle here, and that is exactly why our government has acted to bring migration down. This is the detail that seems to get lost with those opposite, Speaker, that migration is now almost half what it reached after its post-COVID high.
Order.
Speaker, now, if I can say really respectfully to those opposite, the main game here is we've got to build more homes for Australians. For 40 years, our country has not been building enough homes, and those opposite can laugh and guffaw and play politics all they like.
Immediately.
Those opposite can laugh and guffaw all they like, Speaker. I encourage them to do it. Opposition's a very frustrating time. I completely understand. But the truth is we've got to take this problem seriously, and the serious answer is that we've got to build, build, build. Now, Speaker, that is why our government has the boldest and most ambitious housing policy that a Commonwealth government has had for 70 years. $47 billion, Speaker, and the main goal and the main gain is building, building, building. And I just say, again respectfully to those opposite, that it takes a little bit of moxie to be coming into this parliament and asking me as Housing Minister questions about the housing crisis that those opposite played a very significant hand in creating for our country. Now, Speaker,
Order. Members on my left, the member was heard in silence to give him respect. I'm asking the same respect shown to the minister as well. It's a two-way street.
Speaker, there's a really simple and inarguable truth here. Had those opposite not sat on the Treasury benches for 9 years doing absolutely nothing about this problem, we would be in a much better position to address it.
Has the minister concluded her answer? Resume your seat for a sec. We'll hear from the manager on a point of order.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. It goes to relevance. This didn't mention the opposition once, this question. It was about the 1.4 million migrants you've let in. So can you bring the minister back to the question, please?
Order. The Minister for Housing. The Leader of the House.
Just to the point of order, the total figure that they referred to, the biggest year that led to that figure, was entirely under their settings. Entirely under their settings, and therefore...
Manager on a point of order.
Speaker, that is an abuse of standing orders. It's not true. You brought them all in.
Your seat. Just as the member for Flinders abused the standing orders, both of you then just abused the standing orders. Order. So if everyone can just follow the standing orders, we won't be put in that position. The manager was correct. The minister wasn't asked about the opposition's policies. She was asked about a figure and the impact that has in regarding a memo that is floating around regarding that topic. So she won't be able to talk about the opposition's policies because she wasn't asked about the opposition policies. The minister has the call.
Thanks so much, Speaker. This is an important piece of the puzzle. Again, I respect that you asked it, but unfortunately the member finds himself in a political party that played a significant role in bringing us to where we are today. And, Speaker, our government is actually standing up and doing something about it.
The minister was going close to defying the Speaker then. We'll just make sure, order. When I say to return to the question, that means return to the question. We'll now hear from the honourable member for Bean.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government's Free TAFE program backing Australians into the jobs we need? Is the future of Free TAFE certain?
Give a call to the Minister for Skills and the Minister for Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and thank you to my friend, the member for Bean, for his question. He's a huge supporter of the work this government under this Prime Minister is doing to ensure that Australians can get the skills they want so that we can do the jobs that we need. And in particular, he's a big supporter of Free TAFE. Free TAFE, which has been life-changing for hundreds of thousands of Australians. It's this government saying to Australians that we'll back them to further their training in those critical industries where we need more workers. Now, Speaker, a couple of weeks ago I had the great honour of attending the graduation ceremony of Caitlin, who now has her diploma of nursing, thanks to the Albanese government's support of Free TAFE. Now, Caitlin's a legend.
Order.
She's a single mum. She's a Navy veteran. For her, Free TAFE meant that she could follow her dream of becoming a nurse. Caitlin said that getting that backing meant so much to her. She told me that Free TAFE meant less stress on providing for her son's schooling and his after-school activities too, that it means she's been able to start her job at a hospital right here in Canberra, working with her brother without a student debt. Now, Speaker, Caitlin's one of 245,000 Free TAFE course completions. That's in just over 3 years of the program. And, Speaker, there are plenty more to come, as members opposite will be interested to hear. So that's more nurses like Caitlin, more aged care workers and more tradies, Minister O'Neill, to build homes for Australians, something we are passionate about on this side of the House. And that is why the Albanese Labor government has made Free TAFE permanent, because we want to ensure that every Australian can follow their dreams, just like Caitlin did. Sadly, however, we know that not everyone in this place supports Free TAFE. Those opposite voted against making Free TAFE permanent. The Liberals voted no to Free TAFE. The Nationals voted no to Free TAFE. One Nation over there voted no to Free TAFE. Every one of the extreme right-wing parties in this place. And let me tell those opposite, Australians have noticed. When the leader that you asked said of Free TAFE, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it, and not a single member opposite said anything, the silence was noticed. And on silence, Speaker, the current leader of the opposition, he hasn't said the word TAFE in this place for more than a decade. More than a decade. Not since his idol and his new boss, Tony Abbott, was Prime Minister. Now, Australians know that only Labor stands with them to get the skills they want so we can get the jobs we need done now and into the future. Labor delivered Free TAFE and Labor will always stand up for Free TAFE and for Australians like Caitlin getting the opportunities that come with it. Aspiration for all, not just for some.
Call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question's for the Minister for Communications. The Reverend Tim Costello today described gambling company inducements such as bonus bets and boosted odds as the most evil and predatory feature of the gambling industry. The Murphy Review recommended the immediate banning of all inducements and inducement advertising, but these recommendations are not included in your exposure draft bill. Will the Albanese government act to outlaw these inducements that drive problem gambling?
Give the call to the Honourable Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for her question. Our significant reforms will minimise children's exposure to wagering advertising. They will break the link between sport and gambling, and they will reduce the saturation and the targeting of wagering advertising. The response we tabled was at the first opportunity granted by the parliamentary guidelines. We tabled it through the usual way. And the action we are taking to protect Australians, particularly children and young people, from the harms of gambling was announced by the Prime Minister at the National Press Club. We will deliver a significant package, which we announced there, with measures that will reduce the harm from gambling. The package has been carefully developed with harm minimisation at front of mind to stop the deluge of gambling advertising.
Order. The member for Wentworth on a point of order.
I'm raising a point of order on relevance. The question was specifically about inducements, and that is the question that I'm asking the Minister to answer.
Yes, the question was, will the Albanese government act to outlaw these inducements that drive problem? Whoever's interjecting while I'm dealing with a point of order can cease. The question also contained the statements by the Reverend Tim Costello and also about the Murphy Review recommendations regarding this topic, so the Minister was being directly relevant regarding that part of the Leader of the House.
Yeah, just to the point of order that the question concludes with specific reference about what's included and not included in the exposure draft bills.
Yes, so the Minister is being absolutely directly relevant to that part of the question. If she goes on to other topics, I will draw her back to the question, but at this time, she's being directly relevant. The Minister in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. These reforms are important. The community expects to see them implemented in a timely manner. Stakeholders have been keen to see the detail of the legislation in the exposure draft. We have worked quickly to get that out for consultation. We've announced they'll start from 1 January next year, and we're working to pass that legislation in time for it to start. The member referred to a particular quote about a particular recommendation of 31. We are addressing a significant package of measures across the report's recommendations to reduce harm from gambling. Apart from what I've already addressed, we're going to stop the deluge of gambling advertising, improve enforcement against illegal offshore gambling providers, strengthen BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register. We're going to enhance sport integrity and reduce financial crime risks, and we're going to address emerging online gambling products, including banning online keno and cracking down on dodgy lotteries.
Order. Give a call to the Honourable Member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering life-changing cheaper medicines after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Give a call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for Disability and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thanks, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Banks, not just for the question but for his terrific advocacy for a stronger Medicare in his community. I'm pleased to say the bulk billing rate in his electorate is now just shy of 90% after our record investment, and I know he regularly plugs the benefits as well of cheaper medicines. For 80 years, Mr Speaker, Australians have enjoyed the fruits of one of Labor's great legacies, the PBS, giving them access to the world's best medicines at affordable prices. And since we were elected 4 years ago, Mr Speaker, we've made 450 new or amended listings to the PBS. Just yesterday, I was pleased to announce 2 new listings for blood cancer. We know, Mr Speaker, tragically blood cancer kills more Australians than any other cancer type except lung. And one of those listings, Blincyto, is an amazing new immunotherapy that's going to give great new hope to blood cancer patients. Before yesterday, Mr Speaker, it would have cost them $230,000 for a course of treatment, but now it's available at just PBS prices. We also listed Calquence, Mr Speaker, a daily tablet for patients with a new diagnosis of particular forms of leukemia or lymphoma. Alona Robinson joined me at the Royal Adelaide Hospital yesterday, where she'd received Calquence on a clinical trial. She's a mum of 4, a grandmum of 2, and happily in remission for more than 5 years, Mr Speaker. She told me how excited she was that others would now have access to this terrific life-saving medicine. We think about 1,200 others every single year, Mr Speaker, but before yesterday they'd have been paying $7,000 a month for these tablets. Now they'll just pay PBS prices. And as you know, Mr Speaker, we've been making those PBS prices even cheaper every single year we've been in government. In the past 4 years, Mr Speaker, Australians have now saved almost $3 billion in co-payments at the pharmacy counter, Mr Speaker. Pensioners and concession card holders have received 90 million additional scripts completely free of charge, which previously they'd have had to pay for. And their maximum co-pay of $7.70 has been frozen for the rest of the decade, Mr Speaker. And patients without a concession card would have been paying this year more than $50 for PBS scripts if we hadn't acted. But thanks to this government, they're now paying no more than $25 for their scripts, thanks to the latest cut we announced at the last election. Now, Mr Speaker, these policies are obviously terrific for household budgets at a time of real cost of living pressure, but they also mean that more Australians are now filling the scripts their doctors say are important for their health, building a healthier Australia.
Mr Speaker, I ask for further questions placed on the notice paper.
Order, members on my left. I present the Auditor General's performance order. Trying to present papers. I present the Auditor General's Performance Order Report number 35 of 2025-26, entitled Administration of Investigations in Defence, Department of Defence. I call the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the honourable member for Wentworth proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's transparency about the risks to the delivery of AUKUS and how Australia's national and security interests would be protected, particularly in light of recent changes to contract terms. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussions to rise in their places and give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
Speaker, Australians are losing faith in AUKUS if they ever had it. It is time that the government is transparent on the risks to the delivery of AUKUS and how they are going to address them and how they're going to keep Australians safe. The government's first duty is to protect its people. Defence is one of the most important issues facing our country in this ever-changing world. The cornerstone of the Morrison's government and now the Albanese government's future defence strategy has been AUKUS. Now, I have real questions about whether the AUKUS nuclear submarine program was really, truly what Australia needs for its future. But putting those concerns aside, some submarines are better than no submarines. But it seems that there is a significant danger that we will not have the submarines that we need, both in terms of the Virginia-class submarines, the AUKUS-class submarines, and capability gaps emerging in our Collins-class submarines, which means that we may be significantly underprepared in this area. This is no way to run a defence force. So let's look at the evidence. There are 3 key elements of the Australian submarine program. Firstly, continuing the Collins-class submarines over a period of time to bridge gaps. Secondly, the purchasing of Virginia-class submarines, nuclear-powered submarines, before we get the AUKUS submarines. And thirdly, the SSN AUKUS submarines. Each of those 3 elements is currently experiencing significant problems. Let's look firstly at the Collins-class submarine. The recent ANAO report was scathing about the current ability of the submarines, of the Collins-class submarines' extension of life program. There are real concerns about what we're going to get and our ability to deliver it and the costs that these are going to be. Secondly, let's look at the Virginia-class submarines. The USA is continuing to deliver submarines at around half the rate that is required for the President to be able to sign off that submarines given to Australia are not a reduction in capability for the USA's own capabilities. The President has that ability not to fulfil the Australians' commitment to the Australian government on the basis of that issue, but the USA is not producing submarines at the rate that means that the President can, in good faith, sign off on assigning Virginia-class submarines to Australia. Just over the weekend, the government has now agreed with the US that we're not going to get one new Virginia-class submarine. We're actually going to get 3 second-hand submarines. My question to the government, if that was such a great idea, if that was such an important strategic pivot, why didn't you work this out 3 years ago? It's hard to believe that this is actually what Australia wants. It feels very much like we are being dictated terms by the US. The US has undertaken the Colby review of the AUKUS arrangement. However, Australia, and apparently this is there are recommendations in the Colby review which do alter our arrangements with the US, but we don't know, and the Australian Parliament doesn't know, and certainly the Australian people don't know what those recommendations were and how that affects AUKUS in this country. Then let's move to the SSN AUKUS boats. A recent UK Parliamentary committee has warned that Britain risks at being unable to meet its obligations under AUKUS because of the risk to the SSN AUKUS boats. The real question is, we have all the elements of the Australian submarine strategy at risk right now, all of them, and we have had reassurances from the government, from previous governments, that this is in our interest, this is in Australia's interest, and this is setting us up for the future. All three are under significant strain right now. It is time for the government to be honest about that, to be transparent about the risks, and to be clear on how it is going to mitigate those risks. There are other options to submarines. They are not that great. It is better to have submarines. But given the real risks to the delivery timescales, as well as the delivery cost of this program, it is up to the Australian government to be transparent and honest about this. This is why you are seeing people like the former head of the Australian Defence Forces, the former Admiral Barry, get behind a public inquiry onto AUKUS, because there is so little faith in the public about AUKUS, both its original strategic intent but absolutely right now on whether it can be delivered. It is up to the government to be transparent to the Australian people. There are problems there. We know that. We can read the news. It is time for the government to be honest about that and how it is going to keep Australians safe into the future.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Wentworth for putting this important issue on the agenda, because it does provide me with an opportunity to provide an update on the AUKUS submarine program, consistent with our approach of providing maximum transparency and accountability to the Australian people for what will be the largest and most complex industrial manufacturing program ever undertaken in our nation, and importantly, the largest ever capability uplift in the Australian Defence Force to ensure that we keep Australians safe into the future. Speaker, we live in an era of increasingly contested space and less predictability in our region, the Indo-Pacific. The war in Ukraine, the conflict in the Middle East, the use of coercive tactics have all put huge pressure on international rules and norms that nations like Australia have relied upon in the past for our security and certainty. These norms and these rules are now under increasing threat. And this was a point that has been identified in the 2 defence strategic plans that have been outlined by our government since we came to office in 2024 and 2026. And the National Defence Strategy confirms and reaffirms that Australia's security depends on strong partnerships and alliances and the importance of a strategy of denial to deter any aggression towards Australia into the future. Now, at the apex of that strategy that our government has adopted based on that independent advice of the reviewers under the Defence Strategic Review is the acquisition of nuclear-propelled, conventionally armed submarines. That is the key to our strategy of deterrence within our region. And this capability upgrade is required to meet that increased security challenge that our nation will face into the future. So our government has decided that we should acquire the best submarine capability possible to keep an island nation like Australia that relies upon shipping for our commerce and international trade as an important part of our economy safe into the future. And importantly, most importantly, to keep Australians safe. That has to be the #1 objective of any Australian government, to keep Australians safe. Delivering AUKUS will help us meet that commitment of keeping Australians safe. Nuclear-propelled, conventionally armed submarines are the best capability possible for Australia to acquire. Nuclear-propelled submarines have a longer range and endurance and greater stealth, which means that they can go undetected for longer periods of time than diesel-electric submarines, which simply cannot match those same capabilities. Now, to acquire this capability, Speaker, the Defence Minister and the Defence Department have worked on a plan to acquire this technology as quickly as possible to ensure that there are no capability gaps on Collins-class subs coming to the end of their life and when we acquire the nuclear-propelled technology. And that plan has been publicly announced. It's available for any Australian to see. It was announced by the Prime Minister in March 2023 with the American President and the UK Prime Minister in San Diego. And it outlines our multi-phase plan to acquire this technology into the future, the stages that we will undertake and how we will do it. And it is all publicly released. In fact, it's available on the Australian Submarine Agency website. And the plan has begun. We've begun the phases of development and delivery of the AUKUS plan. Phase 1, Speaker, is the Submarine Rotational Force West. This is where we start to train with the United States Navy and the UK Navy on familiarity with the technology that Australia will acquire in future years. This required some very large infrastructure upgrades to the base in the south of Perth at Garden Island there, and those infrastructure upgrades have been completed. And when I was the Assistant Defence Minister and I had responsibility for the Defence Estate, I visited Garden Island on many occasions to see that work being undertaken to ensure that we had the wharf space, that we had the facilities to cater for the Virginia-class and Astute-class submarines rotating through Australia and training with our Navy on a regular basis. That has been completed and those rotations are beginning to take place. The second phase of the AUKUS optimal pathway is the purchase of 3 Virginia-class submarines in the early 2030s. Now, these will be sovereign Australian submarines commanded by the Royal Australian Navy, and this program was approved, importantly, by the Congress in December 2023. So Australia has the approval to acquire the Virginia-class capability into the future, and a further announcement was made about that on the weekend by the Defence Minister. And finally, Phase 3, Speaker, is Australia acquiring the capability to construct these important, most complex submarines that will add to our sovereign manufacturing capability. When we talk about a future made in Australia, there is no greater example of a future made in Australia than our nation acquiring the capability and the means to manufacture our own conventionally armed but nuclear-propelled submarines right here in Australia at the Osborne shipyards in Adelaide. a project that will create 20,000 jobs in numerous industries across our country, providing us with a great technology and capability uplift that we've never seen in our Defence Force in the past. And we'll be able to build those submarines based on the UK Astute class design, but incorporating the technology, the best technology that the US Submarine Technology Agency has on offer. And work has already commenced, Speaker, on constructing that shipyard to ensure that we have that capability into the future. All of this is backed and underpinned by an extension of the Collins-class diesel-powered submarines that we have at the moment. And I can tell you that that work has commenced. I've been down to the Osborne shipyards and I've seen firsthand the work that is commencing on the extension of the lifetime of the Collins-class submarines. And they will extend well into the period in which we acquire the Virginia-class American technology of the 3 submarines, so that there is no capability gap that Australia has when it comes to our undersea capability and defending the Australian people should something go wrong. And then on the weekend, the Defence Minister at the Shangri-La Dialogue, again with his UK and United States counterpart, announced the finalisation of the Submarine Rotational Force West implementation arrangements, which are very important. Again, another step in delivery of the project, and the type of Virginia-class submarines that we will acquire, the 3 that we will acquire in the early 2030s. And they will be in-service submarines from the same block of manufacturing out of the shipyards in the United States. Now, this is the most sensible and indeed the optimal pathway that our nation should adopt to acquire this technology for a number of reasons. Firstly, it ensures consistency, when that is important when it comes to training the Australian Defence Force to operate those submarines. If we have the same 3 block type of submarines, then it ensures consistency in the training of our submariners to operate those submarines. And that is what we are going for, consistency to ensure that we can deliver the program. It also ensures maintenance consistency as well. And having the correct maintenance program to keep those submarines in the water for as long as possible will be important in reducing costs to the program. So where we'll be ensuring that we're not operating 4 different classes of submarines through the life of this project. We wouldn't have the Collins class, 2 types of Virginia classes before we acquired the SSN AUKUS technology manufactured in Australia. Instead, we will have 3 classes: Collins, consistency when it comes to Virginia class, and then our own manufacturing capability. And I would point out, Speaker, that the Virginia class's in-service type is a massive upgrade in capability for Australia. So we are still acquiring an upgrade in capability. In terms of transparency, well, the Australian Submarine Agency, they publish a corporate plan and they provide an annual report to the Parliament that ensures the Australian people know about the decisions that we are making in respect of delivering that optimal pathway and ensuring, most importantly, the principal objective of this government, keeping the Australian people safe into the future.
Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the member for Wentworth's matter of public importance. And I acknowledge the need for transparency across all areas of government, and this is particularly important when there are large amounts of taxpayer money being spent. However, I recognise that in matters of defence and in the interests of diplomacy with our most important international partners, this is not always possible or indeed wise. The AUKUS partnership will outlast current governments and administrations. History has shown that there are no greater partners or friends of Australia than the United Kingdom and the United States of America. And as we've seen, elements of AUKUS will change. That is the reality, but we must hold the course. We no longer have the luxury of time to change our minds. The reality is we are the smallest of the 3 partners. And while we disagree among ourselves, other nations are building capacity and readying themselves for potential conflict. If anything can be above politics in this place, let it be this, because nothing is more important than defending our nation. The benefits of AUKUS to my home state of South Australia are immense. AUKUS cements South Australia as the defence state. Australia's AUKUS submarines will be built in Adelaide, South Australia, and at its peak, AUKUS will deliver 1,000 highly skilled jobs for South Australians. It's anticipated that there will be thousands more jobs in adjacent industries over the next 2 decades. We need advanced manufacturing in South Australia. We've watched it decline over the last 20 years, with the closure of Holden Plant in particular in 2017. That was a defining moment in my state. Major defence projects are turning that decline around. The latest ABS data shows South Australia has the highest concentration of defence employment of any Australian state, with 6 defence jobs per 1,000 people. South Australia is home to more than 400 businesses that provide goods and services directly to defence and deliver into the supply chains of contractors, both in Australia and around the world. South Australia's defence industry contributes more than $2 billion to our gross value added to the state's economy, and that figure has doubled over the past 5 years. For my state of South Australia, this is indeed a critical industry. Significant investments have been made in education, and this is really important to ensure our young people are job ready for the submarines that are coming. A $28 million National Security TAFE Centre of Excellence will be established at TAFE's SA Regency campus to support upskilling of the state's current and future technicians for AUKUS. There'll be 5 new technical colleges and 3 more to be built, and more than 1,000 additional university places that are defence and STEM related, and a new TAFE trades workshop in my electorate in Mount Barker, so that we can build the workforce of trades people need to construct thousands of new homes each year to house our defence workforce. AUKUS is the cornerstone of South Australia's future economic development, with the benefits of the Defence Partnership and associated defence industry. It will be wide-ranging and even having an impact in my electorate of Mayo. We have Aerotech at Brakunga. We have Zenith Custom Creations at Mount Barker, and I've had a tour of both of those facilities, and they are extraordinary. We have Connexus, a specialist defence recruitment firm that operates a regional base on the south coast of my electorate at Middleton, and it offers opportunities to many veterans, ADF veterans who have come home to our region and who are looking for employment and who have enormous skills that we must tap into and ensure that they have a great future career beyond defence. I'm hopeful that AUKUS will offer even more employment and business opportunities to my constituents in Mayo. It's hard to describe the scale and the opportunity that it offers South Australia. It will change our state for generations to come. I believe AUKUS is too big to fail, and it's too important for South Australia. And while I absolutely acknowledge the very important commentary made and this matter of public importance by the member for Wentworth, I can't underestimate or understate how valuable AUKUS is to my state of South Australia and to our nation.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our national defence strategy is clear. Australia faces its most challenging circumstances since the Second World War, while remaining deeply connected to the global economy. In that environment, AUKUS is not optional, it is essential. But with that importance comes a clear responsibility to be transparent about the risks, honest about delivery challenges, and unwavering in protecting Australia's national security interests. The Albanese government has been upfront. AUKUS is a complex, multi-decade endeavour, and of course there are risks, whether they relate to delivery timelines, industrial capacity, or evolving program settings. It's a huge endeavour, and it's perfectly normal that there might be changes or bumps along the road. But what is also clear, and what this government has been clear about to the Australian people, is that at every single decision point, the US government has demonstrated its support of AUKUS. It has demonstrated its support of its partnership with Australia. The recent determination that Australia will receive 3 Block 4 Virginia-class submarines instead of 2 Block 4 and 1 Block 6 has been painted as disastrous when it is not. It was another decision point where a decision was actively made to keep moving forward. What it means is that the Australian submariners who will be crewing the 3 Block 4 Virginia-class submarines, and the Australian workers, some of whom will be in Western Australia and South Australia, who will be maintaining the 3 Block 4 Virginia-class submarines, will be crewing and maintaining 1 platform in this class, not 2. This streamlines operations and maintenance and is more cost-effective for the Australian people at the same time as remaining fit for mission. Despite the US actively deciding to continue to partner with us with respect to AUKUS at every single decision point, there are still those calling for us to pull out of the partnership because of the current approach of the US administration to foreign policy, which is not always what we are accustomed to. But 2 comments on this. Firstly, we need to look at our relationship with the US through the lens of ANZUS, which will shortly celebrate 75 years on 1 September next year and is a deep and sustainable alliance. We can't just look at it through the lens of one administration and the challenges that may present. Secondly, these challenges are a reason to pursue AUKUS, to obtain the sovereign capability we need to deter and defend with as much sovereign self-sufficiency as we can. Australian boats, Australian crews, Australia first. We are shaping AUKUS to serve our national interest, including through stronger industrial safeguards, workforce development and ensuring capability is delivered in a way that meets Australia's strategic needs. Nowhere is this clearer than in South Australia. AUKUS is the centrepiece of a future made in Australia, and South Australia sits at its heart. At Osborne, up to 4,000 Australian workers will design and build the submarine construction yard itself. At its peak, between 4,000 and 5,500 direct jobs will be created to build the nuclear-powered submarines right here in my state. Nationally, AUKUS will support around 20,000 direct jobs over the next 30 years, secure, highly skilled, future-focused jobs. These are not abstract numbers. These are careers for electricians, engineers, fabricators, apprentices, young Australians who will build the most advanced fleet this country has ever operated. And this is more than just submarines. Through AUKUS Pillar 2, we are also investing in cutting-edge technologies. The first signature project developing advanced sensors and systems for uncrewed undersea vehicles demonstrates how Australia, the United Kingdom and the United States will collaborate to detect, deter and respond to threats to critical infrastructure like undersea cables and pipelines. So AUKUS is not just a defence program. It's a generational opportunity about building capability, creating jobs and securing a future, and one where our state, my state, is central to keeping Australians safe. That is what sovereign capability looks like. That is what self-sufficiency looks like. That is what a future made in Australia looks like.
Yeah. Member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you to the member for Wentworth for raising this matter of public importance. We all agree nothing is more important than having the real capacity to defend our nation. And the AUKUS Pact is the largest defence spending commitment since the Second World War. Yet it has not received the level of scrutiny or open debate in this place that it warrants. It is estimated that the defence deal will cost Australia at least $370 billion. Under the initial AUKUS agreement, Australia was set to receive 2 used Virginia-class nuclear power submarines from the United States, plus 1 new model as early as 2032. Yet, as we heard on the weekend, all 3 nuclear-powered submarines that Australia will receive will now be second-hand. While the government has described this decision as placing a premium on simplicity, as opposed to being linked to production challenges in the US, this decision, like much of AUKUS, remains shrouded in secrecy. That secrecy has been a problem since the beginning. The 2021 announcement blindsided France and caused significant diplomatic fallout for Australia and the United States. And that pattern has continued, leaving many more questions than answers. Defence experts and many in my community are asking, can the submarines be delivered on time and on budget? Do we need nuclear submarines, or would conventional alternatives be more suitable to replace the Collins-class fleet? How and where will nuclear waste be managed? And perhaps most importantly, does this deal genuinely serve Australia's defence and strategic needs? The lack of transparency means the public may never get a clear answer. Other countries have subjected AUKUS to scrutiny. The UK House of Commons Defence Committee has released its report on the AUKUS Defence Pact after a year-long review into the partnership. The Pentagon has also reviewed whether AUKUS aligns with the US President's America First agenda. Australia has had no equivalent process. Instead, the government has established a new committee to monitor AUKUS's work, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, but much of its activity will be conducted in secret, its membership is restricted to Labor and Coalition MPs only, and it will only have limited ability to report publicly. This approach risks creating a small group of insiders with access to curated information who avoid public debate and scrutiny. In the absence of a government-led inquiry, civil society has stepped in. An independent public inquiry supported by non-profit organisations and unions and chaired by former Environment Minister Peter Garrett will hold hearings and deliver a report later this year. This is good, but however, it should not be left to civil society to perform the scrutiny role of government. There are also serious questions about the feasibility of the plan to arm Australia with nuclear-powered submarines, particularly under the ambitious timelines outlined. The United States is... Can you please stop interrupting? Yeah, thank you.
Please.
Yeah. The United States is already struggling to meet its own submarine production targets and faces a shortfall in its fleets. Critically, under US law, it cannot sell submarines to Australia if doing so undermines its own capability. Yet Australia has already contributed billions to the US and UK industrial bases. This raises a deeper strategic issue. A core principle of national security is sovereignty, the ability to maintain and operate our own military capabilities. Under AUKUS, Australia risks spending vast sums on assets over which it will not have full control while becoming more tightly bound to US strategic objectives. There are concerns this could expose Australia to greater risk, including a potential conflict between major powers without any guarantee of US support. There are also local impacts to consider, including proposals for defence industry expansion and nuclear infrastructure, particularly in places like Port Kembla. There is still no plan for nuclear waste. No site has been identified, despite a commitment from the Defence Minister in 2023 to outline a process for identifying waste sites within 12 months. Australia must always take its national security seriously. In an increasingly uncertain strategic environment, it is both reasonable and necessary for governments to invest in defence capability and pursue strong international partnerships. Agreements like AUKUS reflect an effort to prepare for future challenges.
Time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my office hangs a quilt proudly crafted by Aussie Hero Quilts, and I just want to give a special shout-out to Jan Marie and the team at Aussie Hero Quilts on 15 years of giving back to our veterans across this great country. It tells a story of my family whose connection to military service stretches across generations. Woven through that quilt are reminders of Australians who serve far from home, alongside men and women from nations that remain our closest partners today. My grandfather fought in Papua New Guinea during the Second World War, serving alongside American forces in defence of our freedom. My great-uncle fought in that same campaign but never returned home. His name is now etched into history at Labour War Cemetery. And my great-uncle Doug flew missions over Europe as a tail gunner, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the British in the battle against Nazi Germany. Those stories are not unique. Across Australia, countless families carry memories of sacrifice and service. You see it in the RSLs in the cities to the humble cenotaph in rural towns. The relationship Australia shares with the United States and the United Kingdom was not built overnight and is not insignificant. Its foundations were laid over generations through shared sacrifice and commitment to preserving peace and stability. Today, AUKUS represents a continuation of that story, not a reflection on the past alone, but a practical investment in the future of our nation that our nation wants to build. Much of the discussion surrounding AUKUS understandably focuses on defence capability, yet limiting the conversation to the subtext of this MPI misses the broader significance of what AUKUS creates. At its core, AUKUS is helping position Australia to become a more capable, more skilled and more prosperous nation. The agreement is already driving investment into industries that will support economic growth for decades to come. Advanced manufacturing, engineering, cybersecurity and artificial intelligence are no longer concepts reserved for research papers and university lecture theatres. They are becoming real industries that will employ Australians and create opportunities in communities across the country. Young Australians entering the workforce today will have access to career pathways that scarcely existed a generation ago. Students in STEM can see a future where their skills are developed and applied here at home. Tradespeople will play a central role in building and maintaining some of the most sophisticated industrial projects our nation has ever undertaken. Businesses, large and small, are positioning themselves to participate in supply chains that stretch across allied nations and connect Australian expertise to global markets. Equally important is the contribution AUKUS makes to stability throughout our region. Across the Indo-Pacific, countries are seeking certainty at a time of growing strategic complexity, and Australia has always played a constructive role in supporting a stable and open region. Our partnerships with the United States and the United Kingdom strengthen our capacity to continue fulfilling that responsibility. Those partnerships are not only strengthening our national security, but they are also creating enormous opportunities for Australian workers, apprentices and industries. South Australia will sit at the centre of this nation-building endeavour, with Australia's future conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines to be constructed at Osborne. The Albanese government has committed billions of dollars to transform the precinct into one of the most advanced shipbuilding hubs in the world. Construction of the new submarine construction yard and the Skills and Training Academy will support up to 4,000 jobs as the infrastructure required for this historic project takes shape. Once submarine production is underway, thousands more highly skilled workers will be needed, with between 4,000 and 5,500 direct shipyard jobs expected to be created. Australian workers are already gaining the expertise needed for this task, with personnel from ASC undertaking specialised training at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard in the United States. Significant investment in surrounding infrastructure will ensure South Australia has the roads, services and facilities required to support this growing workforce. What we are witnessing is not simply a defence project, but a generational investment in Australian skills, Australian manufacturing and Australians' future prosperity. That is precisely what AUKUS seeks to achieve. It strengthens Australia's security, workers are gaining access to skills that will remain valuable for decades, communities will benefit from investment that supports long-term economic growth. At the same time, our nation is contributing to a region that remains peaceful, stable and open. Right now, we have a moment in time that is calling for a Team Australia effort. Everyone needs to get on board for the sake of the security of this country and our region. So, to those opposite that brought this MPI up, maybe think a little bit harder next time. Thank you.
Member for Fowler.
Deputy Speaker, I also welcome the member from Wentworth, this topic on AUKUS. Look, this is not a new concern for me. I have been calling for an urgent review of AUKUS and its benefits to our national interest since my first term. Hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars have been and will be sent offshore with no clear guarantee of delivery, while raising taxes at home, letting domestic manufacturing collapse and cutting essential services like the NDIS in the name of financial sustainability. When the Treasurer handed down this budget, Australians were told to tighten their belts. We were told the NDIS must be reined in, that supports for people with disability must be cut back to keep the system sustainable, And yet, in the very same budget, this government locked us into one of the largest, most open-ended defence commitments in our history. Consider the figures. $512.5 million for the Australian Submarine Agency this year, between $71 billion and $96 billion over the next decade, and up to $368 billion by the mid-2050s. $368 billion. And Australia does not have a single nuclear-powered submarine to show for it. None, not one. Let me put $368 billion into perspective. Spread across every person in this country, that is more than $13,000 each. For a four-person household in Fowler, that is over $50,000, close to 3/4 of what a typical household in my electorate earns in a whole year. And a student finishing Year 12 this year will not see the first Australian-built submarine until they're well into their 30s and will still be paying for it in their 40s if the subs arrive. And consider what that money actually buys. Recent reports confirm that the first submarines Australia will receive under this $368 billion commitment will be second-hand. 3 used Virginia-class boats handed down from the United States Navy, not one of them new. The first is not expected until 2032 at the earliest, and when they finally arrive in the 2030s, their capability can be questioned. Analysts warn these older vessels are less capable than new ones, that the United States is keeping its best submarine for itself, and that it is already struggling to build enough even for its own fleet. So the people of Fowler are entitled to ask, how confident can we be that ours will arrive at all? I ask this government directly, where is the sustainability test for AUKUS? Why does fiscal discipline fall so heavily on a person with disability in Cabramatta and not on a $368 billion commitment with no guaranteed delivery? If this government can scrutinise disability support down to the dollar, it can scrutinise a $368 billion submarine deal. In Fowler, families are frightened about these NDIS reforms. They include a 30% cut to social and community participation supports, the funding that helps people with disability take part in daily life, stay connected and avoid isolation. In multicultural communities like mine, the impact will even be greater because participants already face language barriers, cultural barriers, and a struggle to find culturally appropriate providers. I'm deeply concerned that the people pushed out first will be those who already find the system hardest to access. This is not about saying defence does not matter. It does. But national security must serve the national interest, and that is not measured only by what we promise overseas. It is measured by what we build and sustain here at home. By the government's own figures, Australia has committed around $4.6 billion to the United States submarine industrial base and around $4.6 billion more to the United Kingdom, with a further $310 million paid just this February. That is close to $9 billion Australian dollars flowing offshore with no guarantee of a single submarine in return. Meanwhile, our manufacturers here at home are buckling under rising energy, labour, freight and insurance costs. So what does sovereign capability mean if we send billions overseas to build up the industries of other nations while failing to back the industries we need right here? That is why scrutiny is essential. This government must explain whether AUKUS remains deliverable and how much of this money will actually build Australian capability and support Australian jobs. If AUKUS really serves the interest, it should withstand scrutiny. That is why I support the urgent need for this government to scrutinise Australia's ongoing AUKUS arrangements to ensure they remain in Australia's best national and security interest.
Member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure and pride to speak about AUKUS, which is our core pillar for this government's national security policy to protect our nation. And, Deputy Speaker, when you look at AUKUS and the announcements that have been made and what's in shape for the future, it is exactly the type of defence strategy that governments should be very proud of. AUKUS will shape and grow the economy, and it will shape and grow the economy for decades to come. Deputy Speaker, it is increasingly basically producing an economic complexity with skilled jobs. And in South Australia, it is very much welcomed. It's welcomed because South Australia has a proud history of manufacturing. Right up until 2013, we were developing and producing cars until they were ousted out by the former government. So it was a welcome announcement when we were told that we will make the submarines in South Australia. Deputy Speaker, $2 billion in infrastructure alone for the submarine construction yard, which has started and will be completed at some point very near in the future, employing 4,000 people just to construct the construction yard, let alone the people that will be employed at cutting-edge, high technology submarine building, including trades, including everything from welders to a whole range of trades. Deputy Speaker, when you think of AUKUS, it is a massive project. It's a nation-building project. A project that, of course, will have its hiccups along the way when governments undertake to take on projects as big as AUKUS. There'll always be hiccups along the way because we're dealing with unforeseen elements, we're dealing with things that are completely out of hand, but that's not to say that this will not get completed. It's not to say that this will not benefit the economy, but most importantly, the strategic defence of our nation. It'll strengthen the bilateral relationships and defence relationships with the United States and with the UK, ensuring that we are protecting our nation and ensuring that the security of this nation is at top notch. Deputy Speaker, when I think of AUKUS, I think of the cutting-edge technology that's going into it, the research and development, the jobs that will be created, the thousands of people that will be working in the shipbuilding industry, whether it be submarines or manufacturing industries that will feed into the submarine production. And we're talking of generation after generation after generation of jobs and decent paid jobs for working Australians to be able to continue that proud history in South Australia that we once had of manufacturing. Back then, it was car manufacturing, and many said that we couldn't build assembly lines in the 30s and 40s when General Motors was being developed. Same arguments as we're having now, but yet automobile production produced a great economy for South Australia for 70, 80 years. Well, AUKUS and shipbuilding and submarine building in South Australia will continue to give jobs to South Australians for generations to come, and it'll ensure that they're not just plain jobs, cutting-edge jobs with training, technology, and a whole range of other things that go with it. One of our biggest problems will be finding workers, and there is estimates of up to 20,000 will be required for the AUKUS build itself, plus the manufacturing that will be feeding into it. Now, that's a pretty good problem to have if you're a government, I reckon. It could always be, as we've seen past in history in different governments, the other way around, when you've got thousands out of work. This is a pretty good problem to have. So I think that those who are not supporting it, or perhaps having a go at AUKUS, should have a good think about where this is taking us as a nation in terms of our defence, in terms of our security, in terms of our economic capabilities, in our terms of creating jobs, which is so important to Australia, and also important to that strategic partnership with the United States and UK in terms of defending our nation. And when you look at governments, what are we here for? Number one, to provide security to the nation, to make the Australian public feel that they are secure at a time of need when we're under threat. And number two, to be able to keep an economy going with jobs for people to be able to work and put bread and butter on the table. This is exactly what AUKUS is doing. It covers two areas, plus the research and development into cutting-edge technology that will go into the future for many years to come.
Member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week, Defence Minister Miles announced a significant change to the AUKUS plan. Australia will now receive 3 second-hand Virginia-class submarines, not what we had previously agreed on, 2 used vessels and 1 new and more capable unit. The Defence Minister is claiming this as a win, saying that it reduces complexity. He's claimed it won't materially change the overall cost of AUKUS. He's happy that we're paying just as much for less. We're being asked to accept that the most expensive defence procurement in Australian history will give us second-hand submarines. The new Virginia-class subs are more capable and they are easier to maintain. They have a 33-year lifespan. We have no idea how much service life the third vessel that Australia is getting will have left. Meanwhile, the US is not building submarines fast enough for its own Navy, let alone ours. The US Navy has admitted that it will not reach a production rate of 2 Virginia-class boats per year until 2032. Now, even that rate would be insufficient for it to supply Australia. The US Congressional Research Service has openly considered scenarios in which no Virginia-class submarines are ever transferred to Australian command. The US Navy's own 30-year shipbuilding plan, released weeks ago, does not account for submarines built for AUKUS. In fact, the entire document mentions AUKUS only once, in a footnote. So what the government has not said, and what it consistently declines to acknowledge, is there are not just practical problems with the delivery of these submarines, there are legal ones too. Under the United States federal law, the President of the US must certify, before any submarine transfer, that its sale will not degrade American capacity and national security interests, and that the US is making sufficient investments to meet both its own military requirements and its AUKUS commitments. If that certification cannot be made, no transfer can be made. There is no mechanism to compel the US to make that transfer, and there is no fallback. In 2025, the United States undertook a review of the AUKUS arrangement. Elbridge Colby, who led that review, had previously raised concerns that the United States lacks the capacity to spare us warships. We don't know what that review concluded. By June 2027, it's reported that we will have spent $11 billion on AUKUS. This is a program whose delivery is far from guaranteed and whose legal preconditions for delivery rest entirely on another government. If AUKUS were the NDIS, this government would by now have announced fundamental cuts in order to secure its future so that it could grow in a more sustainable way. I support the principle of AUKUS. The partnership between Australia, the United Kingdom and the United States is vitally important for our national security. Our strategic circumstances in the Indo-Pacific require significant investment in our defence capacity. But supporting the principle of AUKUS is not the same of unconditional acceptance. The change announced on Saturday represents a meaningful reduction in the capability and longevity of Australia's submarine fleet. Last April, I called for a parliamentary review of AUKUS. I'm glad to see that former Labor Minister Peter Garrett is now independently undertaking one. But it's a national embarrassment that a former Labor minister is crowdfunding for an independent inquiry into AUKUS. It feels like it's only a matter of time before we find ourselves crowdfunding for the submarines themselves. The biggest defence procurement in our history, spanning 3 decades and up to or more than $368 billion, requires transparency from this government about timelines and risk and an honest accounting of what is being delivered and what is not. This government should commit to a full parliamentary review of Pillar 1 of AUKUS, its delivery timeline, its costs, its risks and its strategic rationale. Such is the basic obligation of oversight that this parliament owes to the Australian public on a commitment of this scale.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Peace and stability, technology sharing arrangements. Yes, I am indeed talking about AUKUS. I thank the member for Wentworth for raising this matter. Scrutiny of a program that is this significant, a program that represents the single biggest industrial project in Australia's history, is exactly what this parliament is for. So I will be direct about where this project stands and what it's delivering. Australia is operating in the most complex and contested geopolitical environment since World War II. We all remember when Russia illegally and immorally invaded Ukraine. Australians felt the impact of that war. Then we saw the conflict between Israel and Palestine and the immense suffering. Every life matters, Palestinians and Israelis, in particular civilians, including women and children. And now we have the recent events in the Middle East that have disrupted global fuel supply chains and reminded us how much Australia depends on open sea lanes and stable trade routes. Peace and stability is good for humankind and it is good for nations. In that environment, AUKUS represents a fundamental shift in Australia's defence capability, the single biggest increase in our military capability since the establishment of the Navy more than a century ago. I also think that it needs to be stressed that AUKUS is not an alliance, it's a technology sharing partnership. This is about building our capability from design to building to actually operating these submarines. The question before us today is whether this government is fundamentally being transparent about the program that's being delivered. I will address this now. This government established the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence so that Parliament can be briefed and scrutinised on classified defence matters in a secure setting. Of course, the AUKUS program is subject to Senate estimates through the scrutiny process. This combination of transparency and accountability mechanisms has been built in the program from the start. Now let me turn to the delivery, because the most substantive answer to these questions about transparency is the clear account of where this program stands. At HMAS Stirling, south of Perth, we have seen visits from nuclear-powered submarines with increasing complexity in every maintenance package. In 2024, the USS Vermont arrived at Stirling and received a significant package of maintenance work carried out by Australian workers. Earlier this year, HMS Anson, a UK Astute-class submarine, docked at Stirling and received significant maintenance. And Australian workers are maintaining Allied nuclear-powered submarines in Western Australia right now. This is a capability this country did not have 4 years ago. The Submarine Rotational Force West is on track to be stood up from the end of next year. From 2027, 500 direct jobs will support the sustainment of nuclear-powered submarines at Stirling. The government is investing $8 billion to expand HMAS Stirling, creating around 3,000 direct construction and infrastructure jobs for Western Australians. At Henderson, $12 billion has been committed as the first major down payment on what will be a $25 billion defence precinct, underpinning continuous naval shipbuilding in WA for decades to come. West Australian companies, Veeam and Camco, among them, have already qualified for AUKUS nuclear-powered submarine supply chains under the Defence Industry Vendor Qualification Program. The Jobs for Subs program is recruiting and upskilling over 200 new entry-level positions through ASC. Through the Nuclear Power Submarine Student Pathway program, Commonwealth-supported places have been allocated to Curtin University, 320, to the University of Western Australia, 56 places, and also to Murdoch University, 50 places. This will be building a pipeline of skilled West Australians into this program that will be needed. Across the country, AUKUS will create around 20,000 direct jobs over the next 30 years. Yes, it's very exciting. And in WA, at Stirling and Henderson, across the supply chain, the defence industry is on track to provide 10,000 jobs, the biggest diversification in WA ever.
I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Provide much more information and establish that AUKUS remains firmly in Australia's national interest. AUKUS is too significant, too costly and too consequential to be exempt from the regular parliamentary scrutiny and review. Supporting a strong defence force and capable submarine fleet does not mean abandoning scrutiny. Major strategic investments require ongoing oversight, transparency and accountability. And the recent changes to AUKUS pathway raise legitimate questions about cost, capability, delivery risk and whether Australians are receiving what was originally promised. Australia faces the most strategic environment and challenging in decades. We need credible defence capabilities, strong alliances and long-term planning. Now, the very announcement of AUKUS and lack of transparency from the start has been problematic. The Morrison government announced AUKUS and 2 days later the Labor opposition agreed to it. No debate, no scrutiny, no questions. And since then, there has been nothing but ongoing uncertainty in the face of substantial costs. AUKUS has the two pillars. Pillars 1, the agreement between Australia, the US and the UK to acquire conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines, while Pillar 2 focuses on jointly developing advanced defence technologies, including AI, cyber quantum, undersea systems and hypersonics. Pillar 2 has all but been abandoned. There is no detail. This week, uncertainty around Pillar 1 increased, while Australia is now expected to receive 3 second-hand US Virginia-class submarines rather than at least 1 new vessel. So Australia is now reportedly expected to receive only second-hand Virginia-class submarines from the US, which means rather than developing capability pathway many Australians understood was originally being pursued. So for every MP here celebrating capability or production and construction in their local area, the question is, how much is that really going to happen? And now, despite $2.76 billion to date having been paid to the US, there is also no guarantee Australia will receive these submarines on the proposed timeline if the United States production capacity does not increase, or the necessary timeline for our defence capabilities and for that to be met. The US government undertook a review of AUKUS and its capability to deliver the submarines. Neither the review findings or how the practical terms of AUKUS agreement have changed have been made public. If the arrangements have shifted, Parliament and the Australian people deserve to know the implications for cost, delivery, sovereignty and capability building. The UK has also undertaken parliamentary scrutiny of AUKUS, and that process identified significant risks. Australia should not be less rigorous than our partners in examining a commitment of this scale. The recent budget also included a $50 billion increase over 10 years, or $14 billion over 4 years, to the Defence AUKUS budget, with little information or transparency about the cost blowouts or increases. Australians have the right to understand, in a tight budgeting environment, how we are simultaneously hearing discussions about tightening expenditure elsewhere, including NDIS and other areas and social programs, but no accountability against these increased costs for defence. Now, the argument is not against defence spending. It's an argument around transparency, prioritisation and evidence-based decision-making. Now, the government's narrow focus on AUKUS continues a myopic approach to national security, treating military capability as the whole answer, while neglecting the broader drivers of regional instability and climate risk. Climate resilience is a national security issue, yet it is all but ignored by both sides of Parliament. Extreme weather is damaging infrastructure, disrupting supply chains, increasing diverting defence personnel from core deployments into disaster response communities. The UK recently released its National Security Assessment, which highlighted the increasing likelihood of collapse of vitally important natural systems, bringing mass migration, food shortages, price rises and global disorder, thereby threatening national security and prosperity. Yet the Albanese government has not released the ONI report. Now, national security requires transparency and accountability. Supporting AUKUS does not mean accepting it on blind trust, and the Australian people do not. You do not have a clear social licence if we do not have accountability and transparency on how much is being spent, what will be delivered, what will be the assurance to the Australian people that if the US do not meet that building capacity, how will we meet Australians' capability needs in that environment? And so I call on the government to provide much more transparency and accountability around how those funds are found, what they are going to, and what is Plan B for our defence security.
And this discussion has now concluded. Give the call to the Leader of the Manager of Opposition Business.
Deputy Speaker, and I move that the Treasury Laws Amendments Tax Reform Number 1 Bill 2026 and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform Number 1 Bill 2026 be referred to the Standing Committee on Economics for consideration and advisory report by 30 December 2026. Deputy Speaker, in question time it became really clear today that the government doesn't know its own budget. You can't believe it, but that is where we have ended up. The government does not know its own budget, so we need to refer the budget to the House Economics Committee for reporting back to this House. And I'll just give you a few examples. We asked the Prime Minister whether the budget increased taxes by $77 billion. He didn't know. He didn't know, yet it's in his budget papers. We asked the Minister for Housing, whether she could define a new dwelling. She couldn't define a new dwelling. This is why this must be sent to an Economics Committee for hearing. It has to be. Last week, we asked the Treasurer what's going to be carved out or what isn't going to be carved out, and he could not answer. So it must be sent to the Economics Committee because we need the government to understand its own budget. If it can't understand its own budget, what hope have the Australian people got of understanding it? Of course they can't do that. So we have to make sure that this goes
Minister,
to the Economics Committee.
Do you have a point? I'm sorry.
And I'm finding all the reasons why this must go to the Economics Committee, because we even asked the Treasurer, and the Treasurer has got enormous power given this budget to be basically able to use his own pen to decide how much of a tax cut you're going to give Australians. $250 is what the budget paper says, but if the Treasurer wants, he can drop that figure down to zero, zilch, nothing. So this is why we need the Economics Committee to look at this. They have to look at this, because if the government can't say a simple answer to the fact that, OK, can the Treasurer take your tax cut away from you, 250 down to zero, well, seriously, how can we trust the government on anything? Because we've seen already we can't trust them, sadly. We've seen that we can't. So we have to make sure that the Economics Committee can fully look at this. And we haven't even started yet on how you define a new dwelling, because we've asked one question to the Minister today, and do you think the Minister had any clue how to define a new dwelling or not? No, she didn't. And, Deputy Speaker, this is quite complicated. And if you don't know the answer to these simple questions, you have to be able to have it properly interrogated, and that is what we are seeking to do. Now, we are now 3 weeks after the budget was delivered. And we still do not know the answer to these questions or many, many more. So what is now absolutely foolproof is that the government and the Treasurer and the Prime Minister made this budget up on the run. They made it up on the run. Now,
I don't even think ChatGPT was involved.
No, I don't even think ChatGPT was involved. I think they just made it up on the run. We've had the government's own officials state the real reasons of why they've done things in this budget. They wanted more revenue. Because the government can't stop spending. So we need to be able to ask those officials, get them in and say, well, you've said that this was all about the government wanting more revenue. What is this going to mean, and what's the impact that it's going to be on something like housing? Because the budget paper budget papers show quite clearly that it's going to lead to less housing. Less housing. Yeah, 35,000 over 10 years, less house. Thanks, member for Riverina. He's got the detail of the budget. He does. He's, but the trouble is the government doesn't know any of this. So that's why we want to make sure that it can go to an inquiry, and we need an inquiry which will last a length of time, because there's so much detail the government doesn't know about its own budget. We've got to make sure that we can interrogate it. Now, what would be wrong with sending a budget which is going to put $77 billion worth of more taxes on the Australian people to an economics committee? I would have thought that makes a lot of sense, because $77 billion, I don't know what the government thinks, but on this side, we actually think that's a hell of a lot of money. And especially when you're asking Australians to go dip into their pockets and pay that $77 billion. We're already seeing that it's having an impact across the housing market. We're already seeing it's having an impact across small business. I'm sure even on that side, the government members have seen those memes. There's another question that we could ask in the Economics Committee. Have you seen those memes? Have you seen those memes? And do you think that the Prime Minister wants to take 30% of your business, and he didn't even ask you about it? As a matter of fact, he didn't even ask you about it. He didn't even. Oh, you're not gagging again. Seriously, this is just to send it to a committee.
Resume a seat.
Government Business Order of the Day. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that Government Business Order of the Day number 2 be called on immediately.
I will put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes, please.
Lock the doors. The question is the order of the day number 2 be called on immediately as moved. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Monash and Capricornia as tellers for the noes. And lock the doors. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 48. We'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform number 1 Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the income tax rates amendment tax reform number 2 1 Bill 2026. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call in continuation to the Shadow Treasurer.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Speaker, and it's so good to see all the Labor members in the chamber voting to make sure I can give this speech. I know the Treasurer himself has said he has come into this chamber to vote so that I can give this speech, because on budget night, Australians who ordinarily may not pay much interest in politics, may not be interested in the budget because they go, it's just the government managing its own finances, got an earthquake, Deputy Speaker, where they found the self-starters of the nation, the small business of the nation, found out that they were being utterly betrayed by the Albanese government. On so many levels, the government has come along and broken its promises to the Australian community they took to the last election. From their family savings taxes, to their death taxes, to their taxes on homes, on rents. It doesn't matter what they are, the government is seeking to betray the Australian community in its higher taxing agenda. And we hear from the members opposite, including the Treasurer, the train wreck Treasurer, I should more correctly call him, the train wreck Treasurer, about how good these new taxes are for the Australian community. Well, if that's true, have the courage to take it to an election, because we don't need a coward's castle of people putting policy after an election. It's time you actually own the consequences of it. We heard the member for Maribyrnong before foolishly signing herself up to the Albanese Titanic government because she knows that she thinks somehow that this is going to be working for them. Well, as I've said before, Deputy Speaker, it is a bastard budget of broken promises.
Member for Goldstein will withdraw that comment immediately.
On what grounds?
Unparliamentary language, and you know that full well. Withdraw, please.
I'll happily withdraw, but I've said it before.
Yes, you do.
50 times over we had a Prime Minister who said that they would not introduce these taxes, and the deceit and the dishonesty and the misleading of the Australian people that has come from this Prime Minister. And now we have so many stories that have come through the Not the Tax We Voted For website that have told the stories of Australians and how they have been betrayed by this government and this budget, because they know the full consequences of what this government is seeking to achieve. They know it's about taking from them and betraying their trust. And I can assure you, every single Labor member that votes in the next goes to the next election is going to be tied to this train wreck budget by this train wreck Treasurer. And there are 4 sections of this budget. The first one is the betrayal on capital gains tax. The second one is the betrayal on negative gearing. The third one is on their working Australians tax offset, and the fourth one is focused on their standard deduction for work-related expenses. We absolutely oppose Schedule 1 and 2, and we absolutely support Schedule 3 and 4. But of course, in their tricky, mean-spirited way, just as they did before the last election, they're tying the two together, the two bits of the bill together, to try and justify why they should be able to get away with it. Well, the Australian people won't buy it. Just like they now see the deceit from the government, they will see the deceit through this legislation, because you just can't take this government seriously. You can't take this train wreck Treasurer seriously. He doesn't take the truth seriously. He doesn't take inflation seriously, and he certainly doesn't take interest rates seriously. We have the Treasurer who continues to stoke an active inflation agenda, and he is playing a game of interest rate chicken with the Reserve Bank Governor. And in face of the problems that he's created, his only answer now is to crash the economy through higher taxes. And of course, this massive tax hike, which is targeting Australians, is going to be one that is going to hang as a millstone around their neck, because while businesses are struggling to get ahead, while small businesses are struggling to pay wages and keep their doors open, the reality is the government is coming along and punching down on those businesses and making it harder for them to get ahead. And it's not just in the costs they're imposing through higher taxes, but it is how they are acting every step of the way to stoke inflation, which is increasing business costs. They have an active inflation agenda, which involves stoking the inflation, taxing the inflation and spending the inflation, then wash, rinse, repeat. The Treasurer might think it's funny to play a game of interest rate chicken with the Reserve Bank Governor, but I can assure you the Australian people do not feel so. They know how bad inflation is because they're living with it. And, of course, they're living with higher interest rates as a consequence. And what we hear instead, because the government can't answer any questions, Deputy Speaker, we sat through question time and the government couldn't answer what was a new home. The government couldn't answer the question of whether they'd modelled how quickly inflation was going to take away their working Australian tax offset. They couldn't answer basic questions about their budget. But what they can do is they can throw around talking points thinking they can continue to perpetuate the deceit they are engaging on the Australian community. My favourite one is from the Treasurer. And he screams out, "Oh, anyone who disagrees with me must be talking down the economy." Sorry, Treasurer, wake up. It's called the truth. You are running down the Australian economy. The Albanese government is running down the Australian economy and now it is seeking to crash the economy. And this is a disaster. They're through their higher tax agenda, targeting small businesses who are the most likely to employ, give people their first job, the most likely to be able to stand up and get ahead, and his only answer is to punch down on those small businesses and the self-employed through this budget. Well, Deputy Speaker, despite everything this government is doing, they will not break the back of the Australian people, and they most certainly will not break our back, because I can assure you when Australians go to the next election, they will have an absolute choice between a government that is focused on growing the economy and giving Australians a chance to get ahead, empowering them not just through their own energy and aspiration, but a sense of belief about what we can achieve together. Or we can perpetuate the Albanese government, and we know full well where that is going to end, where renters pay more according to the government's own budget documents, where first homeowners struggle to get ahead because, of course, the government is going to build 35,000 new homes while they continue to overreach on their inflation targets and their migration targets. So we have more people looking for fewer homes. We can have a government that goes beyond the idea of simply being dependent on government or working for government or big business bureaucracies, because in an environment of lower taxes, backing self-starters and small businesses, they can get ahead. There is hope on the blue Liberal horizon, and that starts, one, with repealing these awful taxes that the government is putting forward. Whether it's their changes to capital gains tax, negative gearing or trusts, the direct assault on the self-starters of this country will end. We will make sure that those Australians who back themselves get ahead, and it isn't simply if they cosy up to the Labor Party to be able to get ahead. Second, we're going to stop the Treasurer pouring debt petrol on the inflation fire. This Treasurer is addicted to spending and cannot stop borrowing from tomorrow to pay for today because he has no vision and no plan for the Australian economy. And we're going to stop the Treasurer doing this and making sure that the budget is in a position where we can make that doesn't contribute to inflation. And third, we're going to introduce our tax-back guarantee, which means we'll keep tax rates in check with inflation so the Treasury, the Tax Office and the Treasurer thieves can't steal wages by stealth. In addition to that, we're going to increase the instant asset write-off for small business as 0.4 to $50,000 and make it permanent. We can have a better future. We can have an Australia where those who work hard get ahead, where hard work pays off, where people feel respected and where they are in control of their lives. We can have an Australia where Australians who work hard live out their dream and their aspiration through every stage of their life, from getting a good education to building their own effort, investing in their own future, buying a home, having a family and retiring with security. But there's one surefire way, Deputy Speaker, we will not get this, which is the perpetuation of the Albanese government. Because we have seen in this budget, they have declared open war on the aspirations of Australians. They have declared war on anybody who is saving to get themselves ahead and build a business. And we hear these cute little arguments about carve-outs or limitations or exemptions. But the only way you get those exemptions is if you age yourself out or if you're not as successful as you'd hope you'd be. The reality of the government is that they actually want Australians to fail. They want limitations and shortcomings rather than success. Because if this government was seriously interested in boosting the aspirations of Australians, they would want them to do better than the exemptions under the small business definition of the capital gains tax. They would want them looking to a blue Liberal horizon with confidence and hope. Unless, of course, you're a tech billionaire, and because the Teals want to give an exemption to that, then somehow they're cozying up to the government and getting it. Just as a reminder, because I know most of this speech has been critical of the budget, but I'm sure, Deputy Speaker, you would remember, as I'm sure the member for Casey and the member for Cook, and maybe even some of the Labor members, remember when the Teals wanted a truth in political advertising bill? Remember that? Yes. That involved telling the truth before an election. Yet somehow none of them seem even remotely interested in that. Since we've gone to an election, the Prime Minister has betrayed the Australian community and broken a series of promises. It's almost like they never really cared. Just like they don't really care about integrity, because we have the member for Wentworth arguing for some of her biggest donors to have exemptions from very capital gains taxes she advocated for. This is the deceit, the whole cabal of them working together to undermine Australian aspiration and Australians getting ahead, and they've been called out.
I thank the member for Goldstein. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Treasury and income tax bills. And we've just heard a diatribe of $500 billion worth of unfunded commitments, which disqualifies the Blue Horizon. I wonder whether he ever possibly looked at the result of the last election, the one before that, or any poll since then. Uncosted policies, delivering much bigger deficits, higher debt and higher inflation, and of course voting against the tax cuts that Australians will receive after what happens on Thursday. So I'm pleased to support this real reform from a reforming Labor government. Through this legislation, the Albanese Labor government is delivering a new $250 tax cut for every worker, because help with cost of living is our #1 priority. Combined with our previous personal tax cuts, it means $2,800 back in the pockets of Australians on average from 27-28. We're helping more Australians realise the dream of home ownership and supporting investments and innovation through a significant tax reform package, and the most significant one we've seen in a quarter of a century. This package is pro-aspiration, it is pro-jobs, it is pro-worker and it is pro-home ownership. It's about helping workers, first home buyers and businesses in my community so that more people can earn more, keep more of what they earn, get in the housing market and get ahead. I wonder why the Tories over there, the Liberal and National parties, never want working class people to get ahead. Every single time they've got an opportunity to vote against a bill that provides support for working people, they oppose it. Now, before 1985, in this country, we had no general taxation on capital gains. The Hawke and Keating government introduced a CGT to ensure arrangements couldn't be made to convert income into tax-free capital gains. It was prospective. There was taxation linked, of course, to inflation indexation. The biggest tax in government, contrary to what those people's opposites say, the biggest tax in government in the history of the Commonwealth of Australia was the Howard Coalition government, the biggest tax in government. And the biggest spending government was the Morrison Coalition government. It goes against the narrative of those opposite, the reality of what happened. And since that Howard government introduced the 50% CGT discount, where people held their assets more than 12 months, there has been increasingly difficulty for people getting into the housing market if you're a young Australian, to buy your first home. We've had 27 years of evidence and experience to know the Howard government got it wrong. They made a mistake, John Howard and Peter Costello, in distorting investment and distorting the economy. We know that hundreds of thousands of working Australians don't know what it's like to live in their own home, because the Conservative parties in this country never cease to kick down. They always want to help those on the up who are rich and powerful and wealthy, and never want to support working and middle Australians. They do not believe that working class people fundamentally should aspire to the dream of home ownership. Our government's listened and we're acting on it. We cannot wait any longer. We have to build on what we've done the past 4 years. I would have more respect for those opposite if they had ever voted for one housing bill in our Homes for Australia plan, $47 billion to increase the supply of housing. But those opposite, the Liberal and National parties, couldn't bother having a housing minister for most of their tenure, nearly 10 years, on the Treasury benches. On that front, we know supply is the main game. Those opposite fundamentally do not believe the Commonwealth Government has a role in housing. They do not fundamentally believe it. If they had believed it, in that 10-year period, they would have done something about it. Hundreds of homes owned in those 10 years was only built by them. Hundreds. Not hundreds of thousands like we're supporting currently. Hundreds of homes. We know supply is the main game, as I say, but taxation is critical as well in terms of intergenerational equity, investment reorientation and equity between the efforts of Labor and the efforts of capital and how they're taxed. Now, the budget papers at page 142, budget paper number 1, makes it pretty clear. And I'd encourage those opposite to have a bit of a look at the budget papers, not just look at the talking points. The budget papers make it very clear that people on the average real incomes of about $800,000 per year during their peak earning years benefit from tax concessions worth more than $700,000 over the working life from a combination of capital gains tax discount, negative gearing and discretionary trusts. In many cases, and I quote, these concessions mean that higher earning Australians can pay less tax than those with lower means, substantially undermine the progressivity of the tax system. The progressive nature of our tax system is jeopardised by this. Without reform, the foregone revenue will continue to grow as the population ages, increasing pressure on the budget to fund services Australians rely on and limit the government's ability to substantially and sustainably return bracket creep to Australian workers. I'd encourage those opposite to read that budget paper because it's crystal clear then that we need to do something about this. This legislation is going to help 75,000 young Australians, mainly, realise the dream of home ownership over the next decade. New rounds of tax cuts for our 13 million Australians and make tax time simpler. And we are raising $40 billion over 10 years. This legislation is about cutting personal income taxes again and again and making it easier to buy a home, better aligning the tax treatment of income from work with the income from assets. Now, these bills deliver a number of things: a new working Australian tax offset, a WATO, to provide permanent annual tax offset of up to $250 to every working Australian. The WATO will automatically reduce workers' tax liabilities on their income earned from working in the 27-28 income year. They will introduce a $1,000 instant tax deduction from 26-27 to allow workers to deduct up to $1,000 off their income tax without the frustration of receipt keeping, which I know really annoys people as they work. The bills replace the 50% capital gains tax discount with a new discount based on inflation for gains accrued from the 1st of July 2027. Investors in new bills will have a choice between the 50% discount and the new arrangement. They'll introduce a minimum tax rate of 30% on real capital gains accrued from the 1st of July 2027. Recipients of certain income support, such as age pensions and job seeker, will be exempt from the minimum tax if those payments are received in the year in which the capital gains are realised. They never mention that, those opposite. Finally, this legislation will limit negative gearing for residential properties to new builds from 2027-28 income year. Arrangements will remain unchanged for all existing investments made before 7:30 p.m. on the 12th of May. There's a change of perspective. Capital gains on existing investments that accrue prior to the 1st of July 2027 will retain the access to the 50% discount, while capital gains which accrue from that day, from the 1st of July 2027, will be subject to the new inflation-based discount and minimum tax. This will ensure everyone pays their fair share of tax. Capital gains tax is paid on the same rate of taxation as an individual pays in the year of its realisation. And if you listen to those opposite, you think that everyone's paying the 47 cents in the dollar. It's completely untrue. Most people pay 30 cents in the dollar in tax. That's the reality. And that's why the 30 cents in the dollar is mentioned again and again in what we're doing in this budget and these bills. The new revenue raise will return to workers and businesses in the near term, and together with substantial expenditure savings will improve the budget sustainability over the medium term. Despite what those opposites say, the budget bottom line is better by $45 billion over the forward estimates prior to my EFO. And the deficit in 2026-27 is actually $7.8 billion less than we inherited when we came to power in May 2022. So, despite what they say, the reality in the budget papers, which I read before, the commentary, is actually shows that we are better off and the government's saving money through what it's doing. The WATO and instant tax deduction build on already legislated tax cuts. And on Thursday, those opposite will have an opportunity to vote, to give people tax cuts. Last term, they voted against tax cuts. They went to an election saying they were going to reverse them. Now they say they're going to reverse them if they win next time. That blue horizon seems to be a long way off. And for the party that says they're all in favour of tax cuts, their actions in this House, in this place and in the Senate don't indicate they're actually in favour of tax cuts. The combined benefit for someone in my electorate as a result of what we're doing is $2,816. 80,000 taxpayers in my electorate of Blair will benefit from this cost of living tax relief. This is the first step in a significant transformation of the tax system, and it really improves. Now, we know from Treasury modelling that most young people, around 90%, will benefit from the combined effect of these tax reforms before impacts on the housing market are taken into account. And this shows that had the changes been made decades before, those under 30 years of age would be much better financially. So we're going to really support younger people in particular and people getting into their first homes. What's more, the modelling indicates that people with significant share investments won't pay substantially more tax and will be able to make healthy post-tax profits, and that's what the modelling shows. In terms of the broader impacts, the OECD research suggests there's no clear evidence these reforms will reduce investment and productivity in the economy. Now, the prophets of doom over there seem very much keen on saying that somehow capital gains tax will increase massively. According to Treasury analysis, a modest increase in capital gains tax will be from 19.3% to 21.4% over 10 years. This is good news, and it means that the market, I think, will start to moderate what I've seen. The auctions on the weekend, where the news we're seeing, we're revealing that more first-home buyers are in the market. That evidence on the weekend is very encouraging, can I say. Those prophets of doom opposite really are saying that our tax reforms will crash the housing market, but that's not the evidence so far, and I doubt that's what will happen. We've maintained in our budget papers and our commitment the small business CGT concessions, small businesses with an aggregate turnover between 2 million and by the way, net assets less than 6 million will still be eligible for substantial discounts on capital gains tax, notwithstanding the introduction of a minimum 30% rate on real gains. The main residence is still CGT exempt. The existing 60% CGT discount for eligible affordable housing is still there. Now, some of the clearance rates I referred to before shows that tax changes are not the only factor that people think about in participating in auctions, with the broader economic conditions also at play. But frankly, we're making it easier in this bill and the other accompanying bill for first-home buyers in my community to get a crack at those auctions. That's a good thing, and that's what reform's all about. In terms of the sequencing of reforms, these bills are the first tranche of legislation to implement the government's tax reform. Legislating significant reforms in tranches is a standard approach, and past reforms such as CGT, also GST and other major changes have similarly been implemented in tranches. We seem to have endless numbers of tax law amendment bills, or TLAB bills, in this place. Tax law reform seems to be an endless thing that occupies Treasury and this House and the Senate. The government is consulting with stakeholders in the areas of trusts, their nature and operation, the treatment of capital gains tax for small and start-up businesses. And where appropriate, those details will be provided following consultation in legislation. These changes build on our existing home reform to help the playing field for home owners. Now, it comes about very much because the Treasurer's National Reform Roundtable in August last year. There was a strong consensus on the need for intergenerational equity, especially in the tax system. I held my own Blair Economic Reform Roundtable with representatives from local businesses, unions, government agencies, community groups and experts. And housing and property tax reforms, along with faster environmental approvals for housing projects, were some of the big takeaways from that discussion. Now, I know this is important. I want to say this as I finish it. I got an email from someone I think sums it up very well. A guy called Howard in Ipswich. He said, "Thank you for the CGT negative gearing and trust changes in this year's budget. My wife and I bought our first home in Ipswich last year after years and years of watching the housing crisis worsen. I know that our younger siblings and friends are being progressively locked out of home ownership. This budget has earned so much goodwill from us. Every year previously, the housing crisis worsened. Every year, house values grew faster than our savings did. We became more jaded and more angry towards major parties. This bill is the first sign for us in a long, long time that government's actually caring about fixing the problem. Please don't sell us out. Howard, we will not sell you out. We will continue to support you and others who want to get into first home ownership."
I thank the member for Blair. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Chief Government Whip.
Member for Casey now. Not anymore, Ben.
Oh, sorry.
Member for Casey will do.
Sorry, the member
That's
for
all
Casey.
right.
I apologise.
That's okay, Deputy Speaker. Well, there's a lot to talk about in this bill, and I'll go through why and how this bill is actually not going to help young people get into housing, the failures in the bill, and also the plans that the Coalition are putting forward. But let's be very clear to start with. This legislation is built on broken promises. This Prime Minister promised repeatedly, this Treasurer, every member opposite promised their communities that they would not change capital gains tax, they would not change negative gearing. They have all broken faith with their communities. It means that going forward, it doesn't matter what they say. It's irrelevant because no one can trust any word that comes out of the mouth of any government minister or any backbencher, and that's the reality that they have to live with. It's interesting that they've decided at a time where there is distrust in the political system that they thought the best way to earn trust was to break trust. But that, again, is a decision that they will all have to live with, because the reality is these changes aren't actually about making housing easier. They are not about intergenerational equity or fairness. As I said, they will actually make the situation worse for young people. The Treasury Secretary, Jenny Wilkinson, let the cat out of the bag by accident, I assume, last week when she said, and I quote, "Revenue needs to be raised from somewhere." And that is the reality of this broken promise by this government. It's about raising more revenue for their spending program. $77 billion in increased revenue this government is taking. And that $77 billion in increased revenue, that's taxes. That's more taxes on the Australian people, on mums and dads, on single parents, on families, on small business owners, community members doing their best, 19, 20-year-olds trying to get ahead. More taxes are coming for you under this government. But as a coalition, we want you to keep more of your money when you work hard and you get a pay increase, or you work overtime. As you get paid more, you have to pay more tax through bracket creep. But the coalition has committed to indexing the tax rate to make sure that bracket creep does not happen. So every time you get a pay rise, you will automatically get a tax cut. Now, there's been lots of questions and lots of talk about tests this week. Well, there's a test coming for those opposite, because there will be an amendment to this legislation that will put that tax-back guarantee to the vote this week. And every member opposite will have a choice. They talk about supporting workers. Well, if you want to support workers, you sustainably and systematically support them by indexing the tax brackets. Will they vote for lower taxes or will they vote for higher taxes? We're about to find out from this government, because that will make tangible differences every time you get a pay rise. Not waiting 12 months, begging the Treasurer, please, sir, I want some more, please give me a tax cut. You will get it no matter what. And it will force governments to be honest. It will force governments to either spend responsibly, or if they want to increase taxes, go to the Australian people and explain it to the Australian people on why they are increasing your taxes. No more smoke and mirrors from this government. And in addition, we'll have a Future Generations Fund, which will make sure that, again, governments are held accountable and are honest. The trick that this Treasurer likes to play when it comes to revenue is they set a price for commodities, and yes, rightly it should be conservative, but they set a price, and then when the price comes in higher and they collect more revenue, this Treasurer spends it all. Spends it on his vanity projects, not in the best interest of the Australian people. And what the Coalition have said is our Future Generations Fund, if there is an increase in the tax take because of commodity prices, 80% as a minimum will be locked away to pay off debt, to support the future generations of this country, and to invest in nation-building infrastructure that will actually drive productivity and economic growth in this country. And of that investment in infrastructure, 25% will go to the regions, because they represent 25% of our country. They deserve their fair share, but they also deliver so many benefits. They feed our country. They are a huge exporter in this country, so it's right that regional Australians get looked after. And that also will instil discipline on governments. They will not just be able to spend those revenue upgrades that they've had nothing to do with. It's the only way these Treasurer's books have looked any better is because of bracket crease and commodity prices that he's had nothing to do with. And he's spent it and he's wasted it all. This will put fiscal discipline back into the budget. But we will also make sure that we tie migration to housing, because housing is about supply and it's about demand. And the worst part about this legislation, and the member for Blair who's now left talked about the budget papers, well, the budget papers confirm that these tax changes will deliver 35,000 less houses for the Australian people. The government's own papers confirm that their changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax will deliver less houses for the Australian people. Yet we have the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, the Housing Minister, the member for Blair. Those following will say the same thing. It's all about supply. Well, these changes will make it worse. And we saw this week the RBA confirmed through a paper that was found through FOIs that the government wanted hidden that migration is a key part of housing prices. And it also showed that in the first 4 years of this government, they have failed the Australian people when it comes to housing. It's what we already know. It's what every Australian already knows. And I mean, the question for the Minister for Housing is what's next? Shuffled out of Home Affairs because the Minister failed. Now in housing but clearly failed. So let's see where the Minister's shuffled to next. But we also know that backing small business is so crucial, because small business is the engine room of the economy. Small business creates jobs, it helps families, it helps communities. Spend a lot of time at sporting clubs in my community. There are a lot of sponsorship signs on the sides of those grounds, and they're small businesses, family businesses in my community, not big businesses. And that's why we will have the instant asset write-off increased to $50,000 and put in permanently, so business has that certainty to invest, driving productivity and economic growth. But when it comes to these capital gains taxes, it will cruel small businesses that want to get ahead, particularly startups. Startups start, one of their ideas is that they want to sell, they want to get bought out. They are looking to increase significantly, and these tax changes will decimate founders and tech startups and small businesses. But it's not just the owners that will pay the price. Those young people that are working at a large corporate organisation or straight out of university that don't want to start a business but want to work in a small business or a startup, Take stock options. It's something I did when I left Mars and a corporate career to go to a tech startup. Now, stock options means you're taking generally less salary, but you're taking a part of that business, hoping that that business will continue to grow and be successful. But under these changes, young people will be punished for joining startups and taking stock options. It's going to make it harder for founders to recruit talent. Well, it already has made it harder because founders are talking about young people rescinding offers and saying, no, I can't come and join you because of the uncertainty of these capital gains tax changes. That is impacting small businesses and the tech sector today. But there is also young people that took the risk 5 or 6 years ago. They started at a tech startup, they've been there for 4 or 5 years, they've built options, they are literally on the verge of listing and going public, and their hard work is about to pay off so they can get a deposit for their house. And these changes have undermined all that hard work because suddenly the tax has been changed for them. But we also know that we need to continue to support people, and the process of how we do this, these complicated tax changes, is important. This government is rushing this through, and they are going to try and play a political game here this week. The backbench are going to wave it through because they're not allowed to have their own opinion, otherwise they get kicked out like Senator Payman. But it's the Australian people and it's the community that really pays the price. And I want to quote from John Keogh, the economics editor at the AFR, former Treasury official, about this process and about this Prime Minister. Costello, and I quote, "Costello and Keating were interested in the principles of good tax policy. Chalmers and Anthony Albanese don't seem to care. It appears to be all about politics. They don't have the political skills, technical understanding or policy interests to explain complicated tax policies to voters like Costello and Keating did. They are approaching the task like student politicians they once were." That sums up very well from said a former Treasury official, John Kerr, the economics editor. I mean, we also see last week in The Australian that government backbenchers were confirming that they didn't understand the changes that were happening. They themselves do not understand the tax changes that are happening. They're taking the word of the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. Good luck with that. So what chance do business owners have? What chance do small businesses have to understand these changes if government backbenchers are going to vote for them, sight unseen, unknown? In their own words, they don't understand it. And that's probably why they don't understand that it's going to make it worse. 35,000 less houses will be built because of the changes to the negative gearing and capital gains. As I said, this is the Treasury's own words, so they're actually going to make this situation worse. But as a coalition, we know that supply is a key part of the housing challenge, and that's why we're investing and committing $5 billion to build that critical infrastructure that will get more houses into the system. It will get more houses built. It'll actually make it easier for young people to get into a house. And we have a lot of spin from this government. One of the lines they like to use is that they're consulting. I mean, we've had Premier Minns, Premier Cook, both Labor premiers, say that this budget needs to change and is wrong. The member for Parramatta, the member for Bennelong, the member for Chifley have all spoken out against these changes. They've forced the Prime Minister to admit that he's going to consult. However, we know that this is going to be a sham consultation because the Treasurer himself confirmed it in his own speech, where he literally contradicted himself when he gave his speech introducing the bill. And let me explain to those business owners and small business owners that are hoping this government might listen. They're not listening. And I'm going to quote the Treasurer. Returning to indexation across all asset classes ensures investments are treated in a neutral way and that we don't create a new distortion. There it is. The Treasurer confirming that he does not want to make any changes. He does not want to create a new distortion. But then the height of this person, in the same speech, he contradicts himself. As outlined in the budget, and I quote again, As outlined in the budget papers, the government is consulting with stakeholders on the treatment of capital gains of small and start-up businesses. Well, Treasurer, you can't have it both ways. You're either having no distortions or you're consulting. Again, this Treasurer either does not understand his own policy, his own economic plans, or he's misleading the Australian people and small businesses and start-ups in this country. But we see it again in the fine print. Another quote from the same speech by this Treasurer. Where appropriate, these details will be finalised in subsequent legislation following consultation. Where appropriate. Fair chance after they rush this through, the Treasurer is not going to think any changes are appropriate, and he's been misleading the business community, start-ups, his own backbench. But even then, can we really trust this Treasurer? Can we trust this Prime Minister? A Prime Minister that said, my word is my bond, that said he wouldn't break faith with the Australian people, which has continued, he has continued again and again, time after time, to break faith with the Australian people. The hubris, the arrogance, the disrespect to the Australian people is staggering. It will stain his legacy as a Prime Minister. It will stain the legacy of all those opposite that blatantly misled their communities at the last election, blatantly walked into their caucus and sat quietly and followed orders from the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. They've betrayed themselves, they've betrayed their communities, they've betrayed the Australian people. And just like Icarus, when hubris catches you, you pay the price.
Thank the member for Casey, and I'm sorry about my failed attempt to promote you. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for more.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Budgets are ultimately about choices. They are choices about what we value, what we reward, and what kind of economy we want to leave behind. This bill makes a clear choice. It backs workers, it backs first home buyers, it backs productive investment, and it backs a tax system that is fairer, simpler, and better aligned with the country Australia needs to be. I rise to support Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1, Bill 2026, and the related bill, because this is a significant tax reform, but its purpose is practical. It cuts taxes for working Australians. It makes tax time simpler. It supports more Australians into home ownership, and it begins to remove distortions in the tax system that have, over time, worked against fairness and productivity. I speak in this debate as the member for Moore. Moore is one of the best places in Australia to raise a family. From Ocean Reef to Iluka, down through Mullaloo, Callaroo, Hillary's, Sorrento and Duncraig, across to Joondalup, Woodvale, Padbury, Heathridge, Kingsley and Currambine, people work hard to build decent lives. They do not go looking for special treatment. They are looking for a fair go. They want to work, save, invest, raise their children, start businesses, retire with dignity, and leave something behind for the people they love. That is aspiration. But aspiration needs a fair starting point. For too many people in my electorate, particularly younger working people and families trying to buy their first home, that starting point has moved further and further away. A young couple in Moore, both working full-time, can look at the suburb they grew up in and realise they are not simply being asked to climb the property ladder. They have been asked to reach for the first rung that keeps moving. That is not a failure of effort. It is a system out of balance. Before entering this place, I was a qualified electrician and I worked on building sites across Perth and in the resources sector in the Pilbara and the goldfields. I know what it means to buy tools, keep receipts, claim deductions, and hope there is still something left after the bills are paid. I later worked as an industrial lawyer representing firefighters and electricians who were not asking for favours. They were asking for decent wages, secure jobs, and a system that didn't quietly shift more and more of the burden onto people who work for a living. I also come from a small business family. My parents ran pubs and run a small painting contractor business. So when small businesses Business owners in Moore write to me about tax reform. I do not see a line in a spreadsheet. I see payroll, risk, family pressure, debt, long hours, and the kind of unpaid work that rarely makes it into the economic commentary. Since the budget, my office has heard from many constituents. I've heard from young people trying to save for a deposit. I've heard from parents worried their children will never be able to buy near the community where they grew up. I've heard from small business owners concerned about capital gains tax, trusts, succession planning and the sale of businesses they have spent decades building. I've heard from retirees who are anxious because some of the claims being circulated online have been designed to frighten rather than inform. Those concerns deserve to be heard properly. But hearing concerns does not mean defending every part of the status quo, because the status quo is not neutral. It is a set of policy choices. It is a set of tax rules. And over time, those rules have increasingly rewarded passive asset ownership over work and investment in existing housing over investment in new supply. That is the problem that this bill begins to address. This legislation contains 4 central measures. First, it introduces the Working Australians tax offset. Second, it delivers a $1,000 instant tax deduction for work-related expenses. Third, it reforms capital gains tax by returning to cost-based indexation with minimum tax on capital gains accruing after the 1st of July 2027. Fourth, it limits negative gearing for future residential property investment to new builds. These measures fit together. They cut taxes for workers, they make tax returns easier, they support home ownership, they direct investment toward new housing supply. And they begin to make the tax system more even-handed between income earned from work and income earned from assets. The Working Australians tax offset is a tax cut for Australians who earn income from work. That matters for most Australians. Income does not come from complex structures or passive capital gains. It comes from shifts, rosters, apprenticeships, small businesses, classrooms, hospitals, workshops, building sites and offices. In Moore, it comes from nurses at the Joondalup Health campuses, the teachers in our local schools, the tradies on site before sunrise, the retail and hospitality workers, the police officers, the aged care workers, the small business employees and the parents working hard to keep their household moving. This measure recognises that work should be rewarded. It is permanent tax relief for working Australians. It helps people keep more of what they earn, and it builds on the tax cuts this government has already delivered. This bill also introduces a $1,000 instant tax deduction for work-related expenses. That is a practical reform. Anyone who's ever lodged a tax return after buying tools, uniforms, safety gear, stationery, training materials or other work-related items know how quickly tax time becomes more complicated than it needs to be. For many workers, the question is not whether they have work-related expenses. They do. The question is whether the paperwork, receipts and record-keeping are worth the return. This measure makes the system simpler. Workers with more than $1,000 in genuine work-related expenses can still claim more. Charitable donations, union and professional association fees and other deductions can still be claimed on top. So this is not taking anything away from workers with higher genuine deductions. It is saying to millions of Australians, it's saying that millions of Australians should not need to maintain a small forensic archive in the glove box just to lodge a tax return. That is sensible reform. It saves time, it lowers compliance costs, and it puts money back into workers' pockets. One of the most contested parts of this bill is the housing tax reform, and I want to deal with it directly. Supply remains essential. We need more homes, we need more affordable homes, and we need more diverse housing near transport, schools, shops, services and jobs. In Moore, we need housing options for young families, key workers, older Australians looking to downsize, and people who want to stay connected to the community they know. But supply cannot be the only answer when the tax system continues to help investors compete against first home buyers for homes that already exist. Negative gearing will continue to support investment in new homes because supply matters. But we should direct that support to homes that add to supply, not to investors competing with the first home buyers for those existing houses. That is the principle. Existing investment decisions are protected. If someone already owns an investment property or made an investment decision under the existing rules, they can continue under those rules. Nobody is having the rug pulled from under them. What changes is the direction of the incentive. Future support through negative gearing will be directed to new builds. That is fairer and a more productive use of the tax system. If the Commonwealth is going to support housing investment through tax settings, that support should help create new homes. On capital gains tax, the government is returning to a fairer principle. Real gains, not inflation. The current 50% discount is blunt. It does not accurately measure inflation, and it can overcompensate some investors and undercompensate others. It also creates distortions in investment decisions. Cost-based indexation is more coherent. It recognises that not every increase in the value of an asset is a real increase in wealth. If part of the gain is simply inflation, the tax system should recognise that. Under this reform, investors are taxed on real gains, not merely inflationary gains. That is not an attack on investment. It is a better way to tax investment. Some people will pay more under the new arrangements. Some may pay less. It will depend on the asset, the holding period, inflation and return. That is how proper tax design works. It does not treat every nominal gain as though it is the same. It looks more closely at the real economic position. The capital gains changes apply across asset classes because the government is not trying to create new distortion while fixing an old one. If we change the rules for one asset but not the other, capital would simply move towards the next tax advantage. That would not be reform. That would be an administrative whack-a-mole, and the tax system already has enough moving parts. The objective is to make investment decisions more neutral. Investment should flow to where it earns the best real return, not where the tax preference is the greatest. I also want to address the concerns raised by small business owners in Moore. The existing small business capital gains concessions remain. That matters. Eligible small businesses can continue to access concessions that may reduce or eliminate capital gains tax when a business is sold. The local family business, the contractor who has built something from scratch, the small employer with staff to pay, the trader who has spent decades building goodwill, the business owner that has put their house on the line to keep people employed. Those people deserve certainty and respect. They should not be casually dragged into a scare campaign that pretends every small business will be hit the same way. That is not accurate. There will be also further consultation on more complex cases, including firms with low or zero cost bases, startups and small businesses. I welcome that. Tax law is complex. Anyone who says otherwise has either never read it or has been unusually brave in public. Major reforms are often legislated in stages. That allows the core policy settings to be established while the more technical issues are worked through properly. That is not a flaw. That is responsible lawmaking. I also want to address the misinformation directly. This bill is not a tax on inheritance. It is not a tax on the family home. It is not the end of aspiration. It does not mean every Australian will pay more capital gains tax. It does not abolish investment. It does not punish work, enterprise or small business. It is a reform that says the tax system should work in the interests of more Australians. It says workers should keep more of what they earn. It says first home buyers should have a fairer chance. It says investment should be directed toward real economic value, including new housing supply. And it says we should not keep leaving the hard problems for someone else to fix later. Some constituents have raised another issue with me. They've said that these reforms were not all put to the electorate in this form. That concern should not be dismissed. Trust matters in public life. When people feel blindsided, we should listen. But government also has a responsibility to govern. Housing affordability has become one of the defining economic challenges of our time. Tax settings that may have seemed sustainable in one era can become unfair and distortionary in another. The responsible course is not to pretend the problem is smaller than it is. The responsible course of action is to act, explain, consult, and be accountable for the decision. That is what I'm doing as the member for Moore. I'm not pretending every person in my electorate agrees with this bill. They do not. I'm not pretending that every concern is unreasonable. It is not. But I am saying the government's position is defensible, necessary and directed at a very real problem. We cannot keep telling young Australians that home ownership is central to the Australian dream while refusing to examine tax settings that make it harder for them to compete. We cannot keep saying we value work while allowing the tax system to increasingly favour asset income over labour income. And we cannot keep saying we support housing supply while providing the same tax advantage to the purchase of existing homes as to the construction of new ones. This bill cuts taxes for workers. It simplifies tax time. It protects existing investment decisions. It directs negative gearing toward new housing supply. It taxes real capital gains, not inflation. It maintains existing small business capital gains concessions, and it provides a framework for further consultation on complex issues. That is responsible reform. Deputy Speaker, there is always a reason to avoid tax reform. There is always a reason to wait. There is always another report, another scare campaign, another vested interest and another person insisting that the system is broken, but their particular part of it must never be touched. But the workers carrying the tax burden have waited long enough. The first home buyers competing against tax-preferred investment have waited long enough. The young families in Moore looking at house prices and wondering whether the system still has a place for them have waited long enough. This bill will not solve every problem in the housing market or the tax system. No single bill could, but it makes a clear and necessary choice. It backs workers, it backs first home buyers, it backs new housing supply, it backs productive investment, it backs a fairer and simpler tax system. That is a fair choice, that is a Labor choice, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Moore. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill goes to the heart of what kind of country Australia wants to be. It also goes to the heart of who these two political parties are. In the Labor Party, what we have heard is that this is a bill to allow workers to keep more of what they earn. Nothing could be further than the truth. The next generation will be taxed far more than my generation ever has been. Every year there is a tax increase under this Labor government through bracket creep tax. Every single year, inflation takes an increasing amount of taxes from Australian workers. They get poorer by design every single year through a built-in tax hike. Under the Coalition, by abolishing Labor's bracket creep tax, we will give every taxpayer a tax cut every year for the rest of their lives. Because in the Labor Party, they believe in taxing and taking more of what you earn and redistributing it. Fundamentally, their party believes that that money is better in the government's pocket and not yours, and they know better where to put it than you do, and they're looking for increasing amounts. How much? $77 billion of extra taxpayer revenue taken from households across Australia, ripped out of your bank accounts, ripped off your kitchen tables, ripped out of your small businesses and thrown here in Canberra for the people in this parliament to decide where that money goes, not where you think it should go. At the heart of the Liberal Party, we believe not only is that $77 billion more, we believe in putting another $22.5 billion more in your pocket through giving you a tax cut every year for the rest of your life. Because fundamentally, we believe that money is better decided and used by families, by working individuals, by businesses, because you have earned it. And the government is not doing a good enough job to take more with what it's already taking to be warranted to be given more. Now, almost even worse, no one voted for these new taxes. Not only did they not vote for them, the Prime Minister himself promised more than 50 times, 50 separate occasions, actually looking at reporters with disdain and distaste when he was asked would he touch CGT or negative gearing, condescendingly looking at reporters through the election campaign saying, I could not be of any clearer. This is not just a white untruth, this is a bald-faced untruth. Now, Australians made their decisions in good faith. Families planned retirements in good faith. Young families planned buying and saving for a house and their deposit in good faith, investing in ETFs in good faith. Now, small business owners built their businesses in good faith. Property owners provided rentals in good faith. Then, after the election, the Prime Minister has pulled the rug out of from under the feet of Australians, of their businesses, while breaking a promise he made no less than 50 times. Well, if this was such a good idea, why was the Prime Minister not honest about it 12 months ago, in one of those 50 occasions, or even given us a hint that there may have been doubt there? Because I suppose he may have been worried about an election. Well, that's weak. It's weak and it's not truthful. Now, the Prime Minister might try and dress this up as fairness, but Australians are starting to understand and see it for what it really is. More tax on incomes, more tax on the next generation than there was on the last, more tax on housing, more tax on savings, more tax on investments, more tax on people who worked, saved and sacrificed, and more tax on the very people who did exactly what governments told them to do: take responsibility, work hard, provide for themselves and their families, and then not be a burden on others. And at the very heart of this is an untruth, and said at 50 times. 50 times, and I'm not sure how the Prime Minister can have the gall now to look the Australian public in the eyes at the heart of that untruth. It's almost artistry by which he does it, and I admire great artists. Picasso was a great painter, Henry Moore was a great sculptor, but Anthony Albanese is a different kind of artist, if you know what I mean. He's an artist of untruths. Picasso had his blue period, his rose period, his cubist period. Henry returned again and again to his reclining figures through his periods. Now, Anthony Albanese had some interesting periods of his own. There was the early Sydney Uni period, the young artist flirting with Marxist ideas at Sydney Uni, trying to paint Gough Whitlam as anything other than an economic vandal. Then came his opposition period, broad brushstrokes, soft colours, very little detail and a fair amount of finger painting. He promised mortgages would come down, power bills would be lower by $275, life would be easier. Australians were invited to admire the picture long before they were asked to look at the fine print in the paint. Then came his government period. Across this period, the colours became a lot darker, the lines harsher and the artistry a little less truthful. Australians started paying more and getting less, more at the supermarket, more on your power bills, $1,500 more in mortgages, up to $32,000 more, and now more in tax, up to $80 billion more in tax. Now, this was when the Prime Minister created what he thought would be his great masterpiece, and he would be celebrated for it: the CGT backflip, the broken promise on bracket creep. He thought Australia would stand back and clap and admire his pieces. He thought they'd applaud his CGT hike. But art, of course, is in the eye of the beholder, and the Australian public can spot a fake. They can spot a fake in this Prime Minister and his 50 broken promises. They can spot a fake masterpiece. The Prime Minister's out there selling it, carpet bagging from electorate to electorate to electorate. Now, where the Prime Minister sees a masterpiece with this CGT backflip, Australians see it for what it really is: vomit on a page. It's not art, it's not reform, it's dishonest economic vandalism. Now, I want to read a letter from a constituent in my electorate. Now, they've asked to remain anonymous when we reached out to them, and I will respect that. But their words deserve to be heard in this Parliament, because behind this bill are real Australians who have real anxiety and are in real distress. The letter wrote, and I quote, "We're writing to you in a state of hopelessness and extreme distress. It's a feeling where you feel so trapped and overwhelmed because your future's been turned upside down. My husband and I are baby boomers. We are part of the group that is now hated, vilified and considered the cause of all of Australia's problems. We didn't have superannuation until it became law on the 1st of July 1992. We're encouraged by our parents to work hard, be frugal with our lifestyle, save wages and buy property in order to secure our retirement. We followed that advice. We worked 6 days a week. Sunday was for church, grocery shopping, housework and gardening. We never travelled overseas. We rarely went out for dinner or had takeaway except on special occasions. We don't do social media or streaming services. We don't have gym memberships. Our 2 cars today are still 1990 models. When we got married, we couldn't afford to buy a house in Sydney, so we lived with my parents and saved our money. We ended up buying a block of land in Queensland and thought we would build a home there when we could afford it. As I said previously, we worked hard and saved our money and ended up being able to afford a deposit on a house in Sydney, which we eventually paid off our block of land. Around 15 years ago, we bought a 1-bedroom unit and paid that off. We recently retired and were so proud of ourselves and happy our parents would be so proud, as we felt confident and secure in our retirement and our senior phase of life. Our plan was to sell off the land so we could travel, buy a newer car, although it would still be second-hand, of course, help our families and ensure we could afford to be self-sufficient and look after ourselves and not off the government in our old age. This dream of feeling secure came to a bitter end when this budget was released. We've been trying to sell our land for some time now, but due to escalating building costs, labour shortages, it's not selling anytime soon. We've never received any income on this land, and we are now in a situation we must sell by the end of June 27, or we might as well give it away. Why does this government keep lying and changing the goalposts and not being held to account for despicable decisions? They're ruining people's lives and decisions people have made relying on it. This government is causing a cataclysmic divide between races, younger and older Australians, rich and poor, workers and retirees, overseas investors and Australian investors, mum and dad investors with large portfolios. We used to be a unified country. Who is championing boomers and self-sufficient retirees? This is very much an ageist agenda occurring. Retirees are being targeted, but as also the young. There seems to be so much emphasis on negative gearing, but what about capital gains tax changes, and the 30% minimum tax on the net capital gain? These are affecting retirees with not that much money and retirees in general who still may be close to retirement. Does anyone in politics or media champion it for us? In addition to the capital gains tax changes, the government's ageist agenda has also included a reduction in the higher rebate for seniors, which has been justified on intergenerational equity grounds. How ridiculous. My husband and I paid more for private health insurance all through our adult life, knowing that we were funding our parents, grandparents and older Australians, and one day it would be our turn. Will baby boomers be blamed for the public hospital system as it implodes because we can no longer afford to pay for private health insurance? Does anyone in politics or media championing it for us? Second, the optional hotel and enhanced living fees, health, charged by the Australian aged care providers became subject to 10% GST on the 1st of November 2025. This was done very quietly by this government. Shame on you. I don't know how Labor ministers sleep at night. Does anyone in politics or media champion for us? I don't want our names or emails identified. We want to remain anonymous. We do not want to be further vilified or considered selfish for the cause of all of Australia's problems. We just want to live out the rest of our lives as we envisioned, not a burden on anyone else or the government, but self-sufficiently. More importantly, we made many sacrifices in our life. We are now being forced to give our hard-earned money away to the government, supposedly to help young people. Why can't we choose which young people we would like to help, i.e. family and friends, and why is the government forcibly taking this away from us? I'm just writing you to ask, does anyone in politics champion for us? Thank you for reading this email. I hope you can do something to help us in this situation. Now, this letter wasn't from a wealthy caricature, Deputy Speaker. It's not from some political stereotype or a political hack. It's from Australians who worked hard, lived modestly, saved carefully and tried to provide for themselves. They didn't want to live off the government. They didn't want handouts. They're not asking for someone else to pay their way. They did what generation after generation of Australians were told to do. Work harder than your peers, save, be careful, don't go on holidays and leave yourself secure. Now, Labor looks at that lifetime of sacrifice and sees a money pot to be raided. It's a moral failure at the centre of this bill. Labor is turning Australians against one another. They hurt retirees who planned under one set of rules and are now be punished at the other. But you don't fix a housing crisis by building fewer homes. 35,000 fewer from Labor's own budget papers. You don't help renters by driving investors out of the rental market, or in your own budget papers through analysis that shows rents will go up. You don't help first home buyers by increasing rents on one side and taxing their invested deposits with new CGT on the other. This bill is being sold as fairness, but it's about betrayal. Before a young Australian buys their first home, they usually rent. If rents rise, it becomes harder to save. If their savings and investments are taxed harder, in some case CGT doubling, it becomes harder again to get that deposit. Labor's kneecapping younger Australians twice, once as renters, again then saving for their deposit. And then Labor has the audacity to tell this country and these young people it's about intergenerational fairness. It's not intergenerational fairness, it's intergenerational fraud. This doesn't help young people. Income tax is higher for them than it ever was for me, thanks to Labor's sneaky bracket creep. CGT's up, housing taxes are up, car taxes are up. Small business owners also know this better than anyone. For many of them, their business isn't a job, it's a retirement plan and their family legacy. The result of years' risk, stress and sacrifice. So now these small business owners are now facing taxes of up to 47%. Well, Labor says, don't worry, don't stress, you don't understand it. Trust our modelling. 90% of you will be better off. Well, where have we heard that before? I remember Chris Bowen and Prime Minister Albanese holding up the Reputex modelling, the most comprehensive modelling of all time.
The member resume your seat. The member McEwen.
Long enough to know to refer to members by the correct title, so that third time he's done
The
it.
member for McEwen will resume your seat. I heard the member say the Prime Minister Albanese.
The Prime Minister and the Energy Minister.
The member will resume his seat. Thank you. The time has now expired. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to rise in support of this landmark legislation that delivers the most significant overhaul of Australia's tax system in a quarter of a century, and a much-needed one. For my community of Canberra, this bill is genuinely transformative, particularly for first home buyers. It's making our tax system work for the Australian public. This legislation implements 4 key pillars of the government's tax reform package announced in the budget. A new Working Australians tax offset, providing 13 million working Australians tax cuts, a $1,000 instant tax deduction for work-related expenses, fundamental reforms to capital gains tax and reforms to limit negative gearing to new builds. Together, these measures will build a better, fairer, simpler tax system, reducing the tax burden for working people, helping more Australians into home ownership, delivering $3.5 billion in new measures to support businesses and startups, and cutting compliance costs by $540 million each year. Treasury modelling released this week shows that the cumulative impact of these reforms would benefit around 90% of young Australians. And had these settings been in place since the year 2000, 90% of Australians would have been better off by the time they turned 30. Canberra is home to tens of thousands of working Australians. APS employees, nurses and midwives at the Canberra Hospital, teachers at our schools, tradies building our city, retail and hospitality workers, and the many small business owners who are the backbone of our city. Every one of those workers deserves to keep more of what they earn. Schedule 3 of this bill introduces the $250 Working Australians tax offset, a permanent structural tax cut for 13.3 million Australians who receive income from work, commencing from 1 July 2027. That includes approximately 6.3 million women. This is a lasting improvement to the architecture of our tax system. It will increase the effective tax-free threshold for working Australians by $1,785 to $24,985 or $24,985 for those also eligible for the low income tax offset. When combined with our 3 previous rounds of tax cuts and the instant tax deduction, the average Australian worker will be almost $3,000 better off in 2028. Crucially, this measure is deliberately designed to support younger Australians. Millennials and Gen Z are expected to make up around 2/3 of those who benefit. For many Canberrans early in their careers, renting in our city, paying off their HECS debt, trying to save a deposit, this is real and meaningful relief. This measure recognises the fundamental truth that for most Australians, income comes from work. Our tax system should reflect and reward that. Schedule 4 delivers on one of our key 2025 election commitments, a $1,000 instant tax deduction for work-related expenses from the 26-27 income year. Canberra workers spend money to do their jobs, on uniforms, tools, home office equipment, professional development and more. Every year, millions of Australians spend hours gathering receipts and filling in ATO forms to claim those costs back. That is time they could spend with their families or doing anything other than tax administration. The $1,000 instant deduction changes that. For 6.2 million workers in 2026-27, with an average tax saving of $205, this measure puts money back in pockets and takes the headache out of tax time. The ATO estimates it will save individuals $380 million in compliance costs every year. Importantly, workers with more than $1,000 in expenses can still claim the full amount. Charitable donations, union fees and professional association memberships remain fully claimable on top. This is a floor rather than a ceiling, and it makes the system simpler for everyone. Of all the challenges facing young Canberrans, none is more acute than housing affordability. Canberra consistently ranks among the least affordable cities in Australia for first home buyers. The median house price has placed ownership out of reach for a generation of people who grew up here and want to build their lives here. The causes are many and complex, but our tax settings have been a significant part of the problem for too long. In 1999, the Howard government replaced capital gains tax indexation with a flat 50% discount. The Senate Select Committee on the operation of the capital gains discount reporting this year found that this concession, in combination with negative gearing, has skewed housing ownership away from owner-occupiers towards investors. It has distorted investment decisions and encouraged speculative leverage into established properties, driving up prices at the expense of aspiring homeowners. The evidence is damning. House prices have risen far faster than wages. The proportion of young Australians who own a home has collapsed. Canberrans who rent because they cannot afford to buy are doing so in a market shaped in part by tax settings that reward property investors over working families. Schedules 1 and 2 of this bill fix that, not by punishing investors, but by redirecting the incentive structure towards new supply and away from established property speculation. Schedule 2 limits negative gearing on residential property to new builds from 1 July 2027 for properties purchased after budget night. This is a sensible, targeted reform. If you already own an investment property or have already entered a contract, nothing changes. The government is fully grandfathering the existing arrangement for those who already made decisions based on current rules. There is no retrospective impact. For new investment, the message is clear. We want to incentivise building new homes, not bidding up the price of existing ones. Negative gearing will remain available for new builds. Commercial property and other asset classes like shares are unaffected. The modelling shows this reform, combined with the CGT changes, will support 75,000 more Australians into home ownership over the next decade. For Canberra, where the housing market has been particularly tight, this is a meaningful shift. More supply and less investor competition for established dwellings means more opportunity for first home buyers in suburbs like Curtin, Narrabundah and Watson. Schedule 1 replaces the 50% CGT discount with cost-based indexation for gains accrued from 1 July 2027, accompanied by a 30% minimum tax on net capital gains. This reform returns the CGT system to what it was originally designed to do: tax real gains, not inflationary gains. Under the new arrangement, investors will index the cost base of their assets in line with inflation. They will only pay tax on what they have genuinely earned above the rate of inflation. That is fairer. The 30% minimum tax ensures that investors cannot simply defer capital gains to years when their income is low to minimise their effective tax rate. It ensures gains are taxed at a rate commensurate with what most workers face throughout their working lives. Importantly, no gains accrued before 1 July next year are affected. The 50% discount will apply to all gains up to that date, using the asset's value at 1 July 2027 as the new cost base. There is no retrospective tax. These are changes to how future gains are treated. Property investors who buy new builds will have the option to choose either the 50% CGT discount or the new indexation and minimum tax arrangements when they sell, ensuring the reform continues to incentivise investment in new housing supply. Recipients of certain government payments, including the age pension and job seeker, will be exempt from the minimum tax, protecting those on fixed or low incomes. The 4 existing small business CGT concessions are preserved in full. The vast majority of small businesses are eligible for these concessions, meaning they can pay reduced or no capital gains tax on the sale of their business. The government has also committed to further consultation on how the new arrangements apply to startups and small businesses with low-cost bases, which is a recognition that these sectors need tailored treatment. For Canberra's substantial population of public servants and professionals who hold shares or investment properties as part of their long-term savings, it is worth noting modelling shows that for someone who invested in the Australian share market over the past 10 or 20 years and received average returns, they would have done the same or better under the indexation system than under the 50% discount. Deputy Speaker, this bill puts in place the core provisions that apply to the broadest range of taxpayers, providing certainty to individuals and market participants while the government continues consultation on more complex and specific issues. The new revenue raised will be returned to workers and businesses in the near term, and together with expenditure savings will improve budget sustainability over the medium term. This is responsible reform. It's a rebalancing of a system that has, over decades, drifted away from its original purpose. The Coalition has chosen over the past few weeks to side with the status quo, with a tax system that has contributed to housing unaffordability for generations of Australians. It is a choice to protect the 1999 distortion rather than to fix it. It's a decision to keep more young Australians out of the housing market. It's a decision to back those with the most against the interests of those with the least. It's disappointing but not unsurprising. The Albanese Labor government is choosing differently. We are choosing to back working Australians over the tax advantages of the already wealthy. We are choosing to help young Australians into home ownership rather than entrench investor advantage. We are choosing to reform. For the people of Canberra, the young professionals sharing a house in Ainslie who can't save fast enough to keep up with rising prices, for the nurse doing a double shift at North Canberra Hospital, for the teachers spending their own money on classroom supplies, or the small business owner who has worked their whole life to build something worth selling. This bill is about a tax system that finally works for them. It builds on everything this government has done: the Stage 3 tax cuts, the cost of living relief, the housing investments. It is the next step in making our economy work in the interests of more Australians and in taking our intergenerational responsibilities seriously rather than leaving these problems for the next generation to solve. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me take your mind back to just over a year ago on May the 3rd, 2025. I don't know about you. I remember organising a whole lot of volunteers to stand outside designated polling booths, holding material for members of the public to take, telling them what I, as the member for Mallee, had done and, importantly, was committing to do for them if the Coalition was elected in the 2025 election. I'm just checking with the House because in many ways it seems like the election never happened. As far as I remember, parties normally take policy positions to the election and we all remember the Prime Minister swearing that there would be no changes to CGT, no changes to negative gearing, no changes to trusts. When I look at this bill, all of those promises are broken. Our Australian democracy relies on parties taking promises to the electorate and implementing them if they're elected. Not talking a whole lot of baloney at the election and doing something else when you get a thumping majority. This bill represents two things. Firstly, the single biggest threat to our Australian democracy because it upends global precedent where the party that forms government does a whole range of things it swore it would do in the lead up to the election. This bill turns the 3rd of May 2025 election into a sham. Labor's election win was a hoax on the Australian people. In the spirit of Winston Churchill, I say Labor has engaged in terminological inexactitude. They have put on a masterclass in factual gymnastics, and that's gymnastics with a J. We know Bill Shorten's tax plans, actually taken to an election, and credit to him for doing that, as John Howard did with the GST, were comprehensively rejected by the Australian people. Labor lost. So instead, Labor spread a whole lot of fairy dust at last year's election while they secretly plotted to roll out the Bill Shorten tax agenda. The Treasurer shrugs and smirks and thinks they can burn off some one-term Labor MPs, burn off some primary vote, and do this dirty, dirty deed 2 years out from a federal election, taking the Australian public for mugs. Labor thinks the Australian public won't remember this insult. Labor thinks they'll use the supposed rivers of revenue from these measures to advertise on social media, hire the influencers, just as they did in the budget lockup, to gaslight Australians, saying these broken tax promises are good for you and in your best interests. It's absolute rubbish. Secondly, this bill represents the Treasurer drawing to himself ever-increasing power and showing contempt for the Parliament, as though the rest of us are just a rubber stamp. The bill contains so many elements for the Treasurer to later decide at his whim. It makes me wonder whether his next budget saving is to shut down the Parliament. Clearly, he doesn't think he needs us. There's little wonder current community sentiment on voting intention is a pox on all their houses. The Albanese Labor government is trashing the reputation of this place, members of Parliament, while burning trust on a bonfire of our democracy. Parliament must reject these bills, and I make it very clear the Coalition will be repealing these tax changes when we come to government. They are undemocratic, they are economically destructive, and they are just plain wrong. Having run out of money as the highest spending government in 40 years outside of a recession, Labor is coming after more of yours. Labor's core belief in their socialist heart is redistribution of wealth to those who didn't work to create it. Peter from south of Horsham, in my electorate of Mallee, raises the perfectly valid question as a self-funded retiree. If he was to earn a salary, he would get the $18,400 tax-free threshold. But by earning money from modest share investments, he will be up to pay a minimum of 30% tax on the very first dollar he earns. There will be widows and widowers who were set up for their retirement, living very modestly indeed in self-funded retirement. The people we should be upholding for not being a burden on the taxpayer purse, despite having every right to put their hand out for an age pension. Labor is targeting these same older men and women to be taxed from the very first modest cent they rely on to survive. It is another disgrace. Little wonder the Treasurer is adding powers in this bill to have second thoughts. And oopsie, if you like. I hadn't thought of that, and trust me, I'll take your earnings and tax them fairly. I would strongly suggest that this is simply not true. The Albanese Labor government and their treasurer are not worthy of anyone's trust. Speaking of trusts, in their politics of envy, Labor has long harboured their dream, their passionate desire to crack open trusts and get at the money inside them. And here it is in its gory detail, taxing trusts such as discretionary testamentary trusts. They are much more common than you might think and underpin a great many, arguably hundreds of thousands of small to medium family businesses, including in my electorate. Leader of the Nationals, Matt Canavan, and I met with Peter Knights, an accountant in his Knights Norfolk accounting offices in St Arnaud this last month. Peter describes the taxes in this bill as underhanded and a death tax. Peter explains, and I quote him, "These assets were previously exempted, and so from a family farming point of view, we have to make sure we can take assets through to the next generation, to those most capable of producing for the benefit of everyone else. When times are tough, traditionally family farms still show up, but corporate farming doesn't." And he continues, "So this is also now a productivity issue. If we put a tax barrier to those making the transfer of, say, a farm, it puts that business at risk. This will put a lot of farms at risk and even food production at risk," end quote. I've already had one family farmer say they'd scaled back their farming activity in recent years due to Labor's attacks on the profitability of their farm, to what they'd now call a hobby farm. Now they aren't sure with these new changes it's worth farming at all. Amid Treasury's fairy tales and fantasy stories told in the budget papers on estimates and assumptions under the thumb of the Treasurer are unbelievable revenue projections from these tax measures. If you believe that revenue will materialise, you believe in the fairies at the bottom of the garden. Cause and effect, basic physics and economics. The market will respond. Has the government modelled the rush to the age pension, part pension or full pension to escape Labor's tax-grabbing clutches? There is a Senate inquiry into this bill reporting later this month, but in Labor's contempt for debate and transparency and for this institution, they will no doubt seek to slam this bill through before we have the Senate report. As I said last sitting week, this is more than a lawyer's picnic. Lawyers and accountants will be popping the bubbly at all the advice they will have to give. More compliance and red tape for business. But more seriously, lawyers and accountants will be feeling more morally challenged because they will have farmers and small businesses coming to them saying, "I can't afford to deal with this." The statistics show in my home state of Victoria a huge number of regional small businesses are ready to close their doors. In fact, many in my electorate are closing or have closed. This bill is likely the last straw. Businesses will close, they'll just give up. Farmers will say, maybe I will sell to the big corporate who wants my property, or take the money from the foreign-owned energy company for wind turbines or solar panels, or take the money from the Victorian government for the transmission line and land access. Do you now see the cunning masterfulness of this smirking treasurer? Put farmers and small businesses on the edge of the financial cliff that they just jump into the manufactured ocean of government dependence. Let's remember that as many as 25% of Australians receive direct welfare payments and 18% of Australians work in the public sector. That's as much as 43% of Australians that depend on government for their incomes. If you add in all the government subsidies, there would only be a small minority that receive no government payment at all. Yet these are the people Labor has gone after with this bill. The self-funded retirees, the small businesses built by hard-working Australians, families who have worked for generations for long hours to establish what they now have. The bill confers sweeping powers on the Treasurer on CGT, negative gearing and the Working Australians tax offset, where the Treasurer gets the final say. I have to add, as Shadow Minister for Regional Communications, the Communications Minister has done this as well with the Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation, or the UOMO bill, given herself powers to ultimately determine what's in or out, not the Parliament. Labor, cunning with the marketing, terrible in government. They're not just moving the goalposts, they're putting them on wheels for the Treasurer to move wide enough to ensure enough revenue is going through the big sticks. These bills grant extraordinary discretionary powers to the Treasurer, perhaps unprecedented in their scale, for the Treasurer to decide so many aspects of these laws. I'm going to coin them collectively as Charmarama, and you might imagine how you'd spell that. What is a new residential dwelling? The apportionment method for transitional gains, adding CGT asset classes for the 50% discount, exemptions from income support payments from minimum tax. Now that's interesting, given Peter from south of Horsham's concern. If he isn't on any form of income support payment, he'll pay the minimum tax on the first cent he relies on as a self-funded retiree. But if he's on any support payment, say the bare minimum part pension, he's safe. What a mess. Another one in the Charmarama is the exemptions
Can I just ask
from...
the member to refer to people by their correct titles? Charmarama is referring to the to who you're referring to, so use the correct title. Thank you.
Another one in the Treasurer's portfolio of decision-making is the exemptions from quarantining for additional dwelling uses or their purposes, or their exclusions as residential dwelling. Similarly, additional business or enterprise exemptions, entity class exemptions. But wait, there's more. The Treasurer is also giving himself power to set an alternative method for working out the maximum amount of the working Australians' tax offset, the WATO. This is the wage offset of allegedly $250, but remember, bracket creep will see the average worker pay $2,000 more annually. So that's as useful as Labor's $275 energy bill relief, which basically didn't happen, where your energy bill is now thousands of dollars higher. But the Treasurer wants to shift the goalposts on the WATO as well. The Coalition has promised with our tax-back guarantee that we will index the tax brackets and halt bracket creep once and for all, putting more of what you earn in your pocket. A fixed change, not something up to the Treasurer of the day to determine. The Treasurer today in question time repeatedly said, we're bringing back bracket creep, like it's a good thing. It is not. And in case you missed it, we will repeal all the unmandated tax grabs in this bill. This is an attack on aspiration. Even their income tax deduction, announced well before the budget, of $1,000 annually without receipts, I hear that on average people might get $250 at best from that measure. Little wonder the Treasurer wants easily movable goalposts. And little wonder small businesses are using AI to Photoshop the Prime Minister in as their new 47% business partner. These are terrible, undemocratic bills that set a shocking historical precedent. The Coalition opposes them. We support lower taxes for working Australians, and we'll be making that point in this debate and at the next election.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Whitlam has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of these two important bills which mark the first stage of the most significant transformation of the tax system in over a quarter of a century. These bills deliver on three key objectives: cutting taxes for every Australian worker, making it easier for people to buy their first home, and better aligning the tax treatment of income associated with labour and income associated with assets. The first bill, the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026, amends taxation legislation 2, Replace the 50% capital gains tax discount for individuals, trusts and partnerships with cost-based indexation and a 30% minimum tax rate on capital gains accruing from the 1st of July 2027. Limit negative gearing for residential property investments to new builds from the 1st of July 2027. Introduce the Working Australians Tax Offset, a non-refundable tax offset for Australian residents who earn labour income, and introduce a $1,000 standard deduction for work-related expenses for Australian taxpayers. The second bill, the Income Tax Amendment Tax Reform No. 1, Bill 2026, amends the Income Tax Rates Act 1986 to impose a minimum 30% tax on capital gains that are realised on or after the 1st of July 2027. The reforms contained in these two bills will build a better, fairer, simpler tax system by reducing the tax burden for over 13 million workers, supporting 75,000 more homeowners into the housing market and delivering $3.5 billion in new measures that lower taxes for businesses and startups. It's important to remind the House that the Albanese government has already delivered tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer by bringing rates down and pushing thresholds up from the 1st of July 2024. Another tax cut will come into effect from 1 July this year, which is only 4 weeks away, and a third tax cut will be introduced from the 1st of July next year. This bill introduces two more tax relief initiatives: the $250 Working Australians tax offset and the $1,000 instant tax deduction for workers. Together, the Albanese government's 5 tax cuts mean the average Australian worker will receive a combined benefit of almost $3,000 in 2028. The Coalition voted against our tax cuts last year, which perplexed, of course, millions of Australian taxpayers across the country, and we urge them not to make the same mistake again, because what we are proposing is responsible tax relief targeted to working people. It will benefit teachers, nurses, tradies and other Australians who earn salaries and wages. The $250 Working Australians tax offset will be available for every working Australian taxpayer for income years starting on or after the 1st of July 2027. It will provide a benefit for over 13 million Australian workers, including over 6 million women. Importantly, this is not a temporary measure. It is a permanent structural improvement to the tax system that will help Australian workers keep more of what they earn, delivering targeted cost of living relief. And our instant tax deduction, which delivers on a commitment we made before last year's election, will make life simpler for millions of time-poor workers and put cash into their pockets as well. Eligible individuals will be able to claim an instant tax deduction of up to $1,000 instead of claiming individual work-related expenses, saving time and money. The Australian Tax Office estimates this measure will save Australians $380 million in compliance costs each year. Over 6 million people will benefit, more than half of them women, with the average worker receiving an extra $205 at tax time. It's important to note that taxpayers will still be able to claim more than $1,000 in work-related deductions if they are entitled to. And they will still be able to claim non-work-related deductions on top of the instant $1,000 deduction. This includes charitable donations, superannuation contributions, union and professional association membership fees and income protection, sickness and accident insurance premiums. Speaker, the second key objective of this legislation is to make it easier for people to buy their own home, because for too long, too many Australians have been locked out of the housing market. I noted that the previous speaker referred to the politics of envy in relation to these measures. And can I say that the desire to own your own home has got nothing to do with the politics of envy, and to suggest that it does, I think, is an offensive statement.
The Albanese government's $47 billion investment in housing includes expanding the 5% deposit scheme to all first home buyers and introducing it earlier than originally scheduled. And I'm delighted to say that over 1,800 people in my electorate of Whitlam have been able to buy their first home thanks to Labor's expansion of this scheme in October last year. We launched the Help to Buy scheme for low and middle income earners with 10,000 places available each year for the next 4 years. We're delivering 55,000 new social and affordable homes by mid-2029 through the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, our HAF program, and the Social Housing Accelerator program. Extending the ban on foreign investors buying existing homes until mid-2029, helping more Australians into homes, and delivering the biggest back-to-back increase in Commonwealth rent assistance in more than 30 years, which benefits more than 9,000 people in my electorate who currently receive Commonwealth rent assistance. Labor's primary focus, as we work hard to tackle the challenges associated with housing, continues to be on supply. And that is why we are investing a further $2 billion in housing-enabling infrastructure to address one of the key barriers holding back more housing supply. This funding will establish a new local infrastructure fund as part of the Housing Support Program to unlock the enabling infrastructure needed to finish housing projects that otherwise wouldn't go ahead due to a lack of enabling infrastructure that includes roads, water, power and sewerage. This funding will be provided to local governments and state utility providers with $500 million reserved for regional Australia. The Local Infrastructure Fund will support, as I mentioned, up to 65,000 additional homes over 10 years. However, supply cannot be our only focus, because our distorted tax system has resulted in property prices far outstripping wages growth, and the dream of home ownership has become increasingly out of reach, particularly for young people. One of the issues raised most often with me by people in my electorate since I became the member for Whitlam just over a year ago is the affordability of housing. And this issue is not just raised by young people, but it's also raised by parents and grandparents who are concerned for their future, for the future for their grandchildren and their children. Because there is widespread acceptance that Australia's housing market is not working. Young people on lower incomes are half as likely to own their own home than the year that I was born. Many young Australians are putting off having children because of housing insecurity. We cannot accept this unfair status quo, and that is why we are taking action to fix it. Our reforms to capital gains tax and negative gearing will help 75,000 more homeowners to enter the housing market over the next decade. From the 1st of July 2027, the 50% capital gains discount will be replaced by cost-based indexation for assets held for more than 12 months, with a 30% minimum tax on net capital gains. These changes will apply to all CGT assets, including pre-1985 CGT assets held by individuals, trusts and partnerships. The changes will apply prospectively, with the 50% discount applying to gains accruing up until the 1st of July 2027, and the indexation and the minimum tax used to calculate the CGT on gains accruing from the 1st of July 2027. Under the changes that take effect from the 1st of July in 2027, investors will index the cost base of their assets in line with inflation, so they only pay tax on their real gains above inflation. The effective tax rate on capital gains will vary, depending on an individual's marginal rate, their nominal returns, and the inflation rate over the period the asset has been held. This means that not everyone will pay more tax under these changes. Some will pay less. It will depend on their circumstances. A key change is that the introduction of the minimum tax reduces the benefit for taxpayers who defer capital gains realisation to years in which their marginal tax rates are low. It ensures their gains are subject to a tax rate closer to the rate that applied to them during their working life. Importantly, recipients of certain government payments, including the age pension and job seeker, will be exempted from the minimum tax if they receive any of these payments in the financial year in which they realise the capital gain. Speaker, in line with our goal of supporting new housing supply, investors who buy new builds will be able to choose either the 50% CGT discount or indexation and the minimum tax when they sell the property. The existing CGT discount of up to 60% that applies to qualifying affordable housing will also be fully retained to preserve incentives to invest in those assets. And I want to stress that the 4 existing small business CGT concessions will remain in place, allowing eligible small businesses to reduce or remove tax on any gains when they sell. Speaker, these reforms limit negative gearing for residential property investments to new builds and key government housing priorities. From the 1st of July 2027, losses related to existing residential investment properties purchased after 7:30 p.m. on the 12th of May 2026 will only be deductible against other income from residential properties, including capital gains. Excess losses can be carried forward to offset residential property income in future years so investors can continue to claim a deduction in the future for costs such as maintenance. Residential properties held on the date we announce these changes will be allowed to be negative geared in future years until they are sold. This ensures that arrangements for taxpayers who have already made investment decisions based on the existing negative gearing rules will not change. And it's important to state that new builds can continue to be negatively geared after the 1st of July 2027, ensuring the benefits of negative gearing are directed to investments that support growth in Australia's housing stock. Negative gearing will continue to support residential properties which genuinely add to supply, such as dwellings constructed on vacant land or where existing properties are demolished and replaced with a greater number of dwellings. I note these changes to negative gearing will only apply to residential property. Commercial property and other asset classes, including shares, will remain subject to existing arrangements. Further exemptions to the negative gearing changes will also be available for private investors who support government housing programs, for example, through the provision of affordable housing. I note that while these 2 bills put in place the main provisions of our tax reforms, the government will consult on the most complex policy issues, including the application of capital gains tax changes to small and start-up businesses. Speaker, these bills will reduce the tax burden for over 13 million workers, help 75,000 Australians realise the dream of home ownership, deliver $3.5 billion in new measures that lower taxes for businesses and start-ups, and reduce compliance costs by $540 million a year. These reforms will make our tax system better, fairer and simpler, and make our economy and our tax system work in the interests of more Australians. And they build on the tax reforms already delivered by the Albanese Labor government, consolidating our record of responsible economic management. Our tax reforms are pro-aspiration, pro-worker and pro-investment. They are the right reforms, even though they involve difficult decisions. They take our intergenerational responsibilities seriously and don't leave those problems for the next generation to fix. For all of these reasons, I commend these bills to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Bradfield has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the government's proposed tax reforms. I want to start by commending the government for showing grit and determination to attempt something genuinely brave. Since the last election, many of us in this chamber have called on the government to use its mandate to do something courageous and meaningful. Real reform, it's hard, it's politically costly, and too often governments simply avoid trying. Whatever my reservations about the details of these tax changes, and I'll get to those reservations shortly, I commend the government for attempting to address the structural inequalities that have been embedded in our tax system for a generation. These bills go to the heart of what kind of country we want to be. Who should bear the burden of tax? What kind of wealth building do we want to encourage? And what realistic chance do young Australians have to own their own home and to get ahead? These are serious questions, and I'm glad that the government is finally trying to answer them. But let me briefly explain what is in front of us, because the public debate has not always been clear. The bill has four main elements. The one that has received the most attention is a change to the capital gains tax discount. Currently, you receive 50% discount on capital gains tax. And that's being replaced with the discount based on inflation, so you only pay tax on real above inflation gains. Now, based on historical data, for some assets like detached housing, that's likely to reduce your discount. But for other assets, like some apartments or shares, your discount may actually increase. Depends, of course, on how much your capital gain is due to inflation or due to real gains. There will also be a minimum tax rate of 30% on real capital gains. The second element of this bill limits negative gearing on residential property. Investors who purchase existing properties will only be able to offset their rental losses against rental income, not against their wages or other income. Investors in new builds, however, retain the full negative gearing benefit. Now, this design is clearly intended to tilt investment toward new housing supply, and of course I welcome that. Then, the third element of the bill is a tax cut of $250 for working Australians. And the fourth is a $1,000 instant tax deduction, allowing you to claim up to $1,000 in work-related expenses without having to keep all of those receipts. Now, I want to focus today on the CGT changes and negative gearing, because they are the most consequential for restoring fairness for Australian workers and for backing business to take risks, employ Australians and contribute to productivity. I'm constantly listening to people in my community in Bradfield about housing. The system just isn't working. I speak to young people who grew up on the North Shore but who simply cannot see a path to owning, let alone renting, a home there. I talk to parents who are watching their adult children moving further and further away. I see a generation that has done everything right and is still shut out of the market and the opportunities that were afforded to their parents. The capital gains tax discount, combined with negative gearing on investment properties, has contributed to this broken system by distorting the housing market. And for decades, these tax arrangements have encouraged investors to treat property as an asset class. And over the years, we've learnt to accept this as normal, but it's not. People in other countries find our relationship with property, quite frankly, bizarre. This drive to treat property as a financial asset has been damaging. And since the capital gains tax discount was introduced in 1999, property prices growth has dramatically outpaced wages growth. Houses have become unaffordable to just too many people, and far too much money has been redirected from productive investments to sit passively in properties. Doing nothing about these taxes would mean that we continue to face persistent and worsening problems of housing affordability and inadequate shelter. Doing something is necessary, and some of the government's changes will indeed help. By limiting negative gearing for existing investment properties while preserving the full benefit for new builds, the reform steers capital toward where it is actually needed: new housing supply. The CGT changes, when applied to property, are defensible on similar grounds. So in relation to housing, I want to emphasise that change is welcome, and my electorate broadly supports this. Now, in a survey that I conducted earlier this year, people in my electorate overwhelmingly supported reforms to capital gains tax discount for housing, even if they themselves held investment properties. People recognise that change is needed for their children and grandchildren to live prosperous lives, and I share that support. But alongside many colleagues on the crossbench, I have a number of reservations about the design of the government's proposed changes. I have concerns about the way that the government has conducted this process. Why? Because government's trying to sell this as a housing policy, but it has extended CGT changes to every asset class, not just real estate, but also shares like ETFs, bonds, larger small businesses and start-up equity. The government's stated rationale is that it doesn't want to replace one distortion with another. and consistent tax treatments across asset classes is a legitimate policy goal, and I accept that in principle. But the case for extending these changes beyond property at this time has not been clearly made to the Australian public, and the result is confusion and concern, and in some cases, anger. I've had constituents contact my office who genuinely thought that the changes are only going to be about investment properties. They were blindsided when they realised their other investments were going to be affected too. The government hasn't communicated well enough on this. I've heard from self-funded retirees who are too old to be completely funded entirely through superannuation and who were intending to sell shares as a retirement strategy. I've heard from young people who are using ETFs to save. I've heard from small business owners with no super but planning on selling their business to fund their retirement. And I've heard from young parents who are banking on selling some shares to get through an extended parental leave period. These plans are now all in doubt. And that's why I came out right after the budget to call for the government to ring-fence the reforms to residential property and slow down on the other changes. Consult first, consult widely, and make sure other changes do not result in unintended consequences. I still hold that view now. And then there are the concerns being raised by business. As someone with a background in venture capital, I see how these proposed reforms threaten to place a significant tax burden on this important part of the finance sector that takes risks and backs business. A VC fund will back 20 entrepreneurs with their ideas or business models, knowing that only one will likely net them any profits in 5 or 10 years' time. The proposed tax changes mean that government will reap rewards when profit is made, but leaves all the downside risk with VC investors. Now let's talk startups, particularly those without formal VC inputs, people who take a loan from the bank or from family or from friends. The sector has a unique relationship with risk and reward. Founders spend years building their companies and often foregoing wages or super in the hope that their risk-taking would yield long-term rewards. But the financial and time investments in these high-growth assets will be punished under the new scheme. This will likely disincentivise people from engaging in the years of hard work that goes into startups, or it will push them to take their businesses elsewhere, overseas. I surveyed constituents about this issue as well, and 3 in 4 people who responded supported a CGT carve-out for founders. They recognised that passive property gains and active business gains are different, and that the government's tax reform should reflect this. These startups are not just the unicorns that we hear about in the news, the companies that will end up worth over $1 billion. Those are rare. It's also about the far more numerous smaller startups that you don't hear about, but which also do such valuable work, driving innovation, employing talented people, and making our economy more productive. I'm particularly concerned about the climate tech sector. This is one of the most important emerging parts of our economy. Helping it grow will help us tackle the climate crisis, improve energy security, and make us more prosperous in the process. And we're fortunate to have such a burgeoning climate tech sector with 800 companies employing 12,000 people. World-class researchers and entrepreneurs working on all kinds of important issues, from energy storage to clean agriculture to industrial decarbonisation. Many of these companies manufacture products right here in Australia, and over 30 of these companies are on track to reach $1 billion valuation in the next 2 years. Now, the government claims to want to see this sector thrive, but its tax changes undercut that goal. And these are companies like MCI Carbon, which decarbonise cement and steel production and turns CO2 emissions into valuable products, or Illume, which is helping residents in apartment blocks install solar and electrify. Companies doing innovative, valuable decarbonising work towards an economy that is going to prosper and unlocking economic opportunities. Bradfield's home to many people working in and investing in climate tech. We want to see these companies stay in Australia. We don't want to see a brain drain. And the government says that they want this too, which is why they've committed to consulting on possible exemptions for startups, and I welcome this. But it raises an important question. Why the rush? The government's asking the Parliament to pass fundamental framework for this reform while acknowledging that significant design questions remain unresolved. Why legislate the framework before these thorny issues are settled? Despite all of the resources that it possesses, the government has chosen to develop something behind closed doors and spring it unexpectedly on voters who are expecting to see targeted changes to property taxes. This process just doesn't cut it. We saw another example in the budget of these rushed and opaque processes with the government's announcement of separate tax reforms on foreign investors that would disproportionately affect the renewables industry. Again, problems that could have been foreseen and resolved, were they not, because the government didn't engage with the industry players before setting out legislation to make changes impacting those groups of people. Look, I support fellow crossbench member Allegra Spender's motion last week to refer this bill to a standing committee on economics for a report by the end of July. The government voted down this motion. And I'm pleased to support amendments today which call on the government to limit CGT reforms to property. But the government will almost certainly vote those down too.
Good, thanks. Good.
And a Senate committee is looking into these bills, but it'll only have a couple of weeks to do so. That's not enough time to properly scrutinise these reforms, nor is it enough time to build support amongst the public. Why not take the time to build genuine community understanding and support? This will help ensure that any changes endure beyond this government. So I want to say again, I welcome the government's bravery, but I ask it not to rush. Consult properly and return to Parliament later this year with reforms that have been properly scrutinised and designed. And take time to explain to Australians clearly what these changes mean for their own financial lives. Take the time to consider people's views and genuinely listen. Continue to be brave, but have the humility to change the design of these reforms in order to mitigate against unintended consequences. I genuinely believe in the direction of this reform, and if this bill were only about housing, if the negative gearing changes were paired with the CGT reform ring-fenced to residential property, I would vote for it without hesitation. But that is not what is before us. What we have been presented with is a change that applies across all asset classes, is introduced ahead of consultations that the government acknowledges it still needs to conduct. And it's happening without design questions still unresolved, without the broader public having been brought along on the journey. Now, I will, of course, hold the government to account on its ongoing consultations with the startup and the small business sector, and I will keep pushing for more information and clearer communication about the impact of these changes. I commend the government's appetite for reform, but just because a policy is courageous doesn't mean it has been well designed or that the process has been thoughtful or transparent. And for those reasons, and with genuine regret, given how much I support the housing elements, the tax deductions, the tax cuts of this bill, I will not be supporting this legislation today. I urge the government to take the time to get this right because this cause is just too important to continue to get wrong.
I thank the member for Bradfield. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Number 3, Melaleuca Avenue, North Buderim. I'll say that again. Number 3, Melaleuca Avenue, Melaleuca, North Buderim, for the benefit of Hansard. Why I know that so fluently as it rolls off my tongue is because that was my family home. That was what my parents built back when Bob Hawke was Prime Minister. Every home in that street was built about the same time. For $45,000, my family built a home in North Bendigo, a suburb on the Sunshine Coast. And when I looked at photos online, it's still quite similar to what my family did. The pool is still there, it's still a 3-bedroom. We turned the carport into a rompers room for us kids because we didn't quite want to watch news every minute of the day, much to my father's disappointment. The garden's the same. I can remember planting the trees in the front yard, in the garden that we had. The 2 sheds out the back because my father was a mechanic and he liked to repair his own cars. That home today, Deputy Speaker, is valued at $1.2 million. My sisters, our friends at school, could not afford to buy their family home. That is a property market on steroids. In less than 35 years, our property prices are at a level now that when we were kids, we would have never imagined. And why we are here today, debating these reforms, is because the Australian dream for so many in our younger generation has been broken. At no time when we were kids, or when we finished high school, or when we went to university, did we ever think that home ownership would not happen. If you worked hard, if you saved, you could still live in the suburb where you lived, where you grew up, or another suburb. This isn't just the houses in Melaleuca Avenue, North Buderim, or any house in North Buderim. This is the story of so many houses that were built in the late 80s, early 90s as Australia expanded. It is true of the story of homes in my electorate of Bendigo and all throughout regional Victoria and the outer metros. Another example, a home on Honeysuckle Street, Bendigo in 1982, $6,200. That was the price back then to enter the market. In 99, when some of the changes we're debating today, $79,900. And today it's valued at just under $700,000. That has been the progression of our housing market in a generation. That is why we need to step back and think about where did it all go wrong. Now, I acknowledge that for some, they have made a lot of money, and good on them. But to the ones who want to do what their parents did, here's a cautionary warning. It was a once-off. Your family home, that was $45,000, that was $70,000 that your parents built and then sold for $1.2 million or thereabouts, the money that they made. If you bought that home for $1.2 million, you're not selling it for the same markup. That has happened in a generation. It's a once-off opportunity where people have made some money and they've done quite well. But we need to talk about nation-building policy that helps everybody. Another example in Bendigo, a home on Sternberg Street. And this is in a more recent time example. In my time since being the federal member, this particular home on Sternberg Street in Bendigo was sold in 2013 for $285,000, reasonable, a decade ago. 10 years later, in 2023, it sold for $1.1 million. That is a property market on steroids. How does somebody in Bendigo on an average income afford a home on an average street in a suburb in Bendigo? How does that first home buyer compete with the self-funded retiree for that home? It's a beautiful home. It's been renovated. The previous owners did a glorious job. But even they were surprised at the price tag and of the windfall that they got. Now, we're not saying that we're going to crash the prices back. That's not what we're saying at all. But what we're saying is we have to address the system that has enabled this to create a fairer playing field for first home buyers. These reforms before us are about helping workers, first home buyers and businesses so that more Australians can earn more, keep more of what they earn, get into the housing market and have that opportunity of the Australian dream and to get ahead. And why we're changing it, except for the examples that I've established, is to really demonstrate that we need broad tax reform to make our tax system fairer. We need to look at how we can readdress the balance that income earned on investments is disproportionately seen more generously with tax concessions than the income that you earn through your labour and hard work. Currently, if you sell an asset you've owned for more than 12 months, like shares or an investment property, you pay the tax at the marginal tax rate on half of that profit. It's known as the 50% capital gains tax. The discount means is meant to compensate investors for inflation so that they only pay tax on real gains. Up until 1999, the indexation was applied to capital gains so that people only paid tax on their real gain, and part of the gain over and above inflation. In 1999, under Howard and Costello, the government replaced the inflation indexation with a 50% discount, arguing it would be simpler to calculate. At the time, they thought that this would spur investment in shares and productive investments. But this was not true. As history now tells us, it encouraged more people to get into property. Shares declined and more people invested in property. And now we've seen the situation that we're in today. And the examples that I shared are examples that all of us have. What we're proposing is to level the playing field, to encourage and to support first home buyers. People will still have the opportunity in regards to negative gearing if they contribute to our property portfolio as a nation by investing in new builds. What we're proposing is that from July 1, 2027, this change will see future gains taxed, adjusting for inflation rather than a flat discount. This means that investors will only get taxed on the profits above the adjusted amount, going back to the system that existed from 1985 to 99. The additional 30% minimum tax rate will be applied to the real capital gain. This is the same as the marginal tax rate that most Australians pay on their wages. That is the crux of this reform. Whatever your gain, whether it be investment property or wages that you've earned through your labour, it should be taxed the same. That's what we're proposing here. All these changes, of course, I should note, in a conversation that I've had with a lot of people in my electorate, these changes, there is grandfathering involved. So if you own a property before budget night, it won't change for you. This is about future gains and future properties. The reason why this is important to raise, Deputy Speaker, is because there is a lot of mis and disinformation that is out there. But these aren't the only changes that are being put forward in this bill. The government's reform package before us today is also about building better, fairer, simpler tax system by reducing the burden that income tax workers, 13 million across Australia, will receive a further tax reduction. We are delivering to them the worker bonus, the Working Australia Tax Offset, which is a new tax cut. We're delivering a $1,000 instant tax deduction, saving time and money for millions of workers when it comes to their tax time. Ways that we are helping workers, particularly those on the lowest income, earn more and keep more of what they earn. The proposal that's before us today is about correcting the impact of a legacy of Howard and Costello that they made in 1999. It's about restoring hope to a younger generation that they may be able to one day own a home, that they will have that same opportunity that their grandparents have, that their parents may have had, and that we hope that they will have. These changes that are also before us, limiting negative gearing to residential properties that are new builds, is incredibly important for electorates like my electorate, where we do have the opportunity to build more homes in town through infill and more towns in our growing suburbs. That is why this announcement that has been made has been welcomed by the small businesses involved in construction in my electorate. Any way to encourage people to invest in new builds they see is welcomed. The government is grandfathering the change, so you're already negative gear or own an investment property, you can continue to do so. The changes are also affixed to the tax treatment on capital gains, so that the system operates as it was originally intended and helps direct investment to where it is most productive. And I think, Deputy Speaker, that's what disappoints me the most about those opposite. Acknowledge a mistake was made. Go back to the original intent of what the discount was about. It was about making sure that we directed investment towards investment that was the most productive. And the changes that are before us are about the future. It's about encouraging investment. It's about encouraging investors to look at where we can be the most productive and grow our economy. The distortion that's happened with the coinciding of house prices increasing at a much faster rate than wages is a long story that started back in the late 80s, as I have suggested, which was super turbocharged in 99 to where we're at today. So I encourage those opposite to rethink their opposition to this and to join Labor in correcting the problem that was created by a previous generation of politicians. I encourage them to support the introduction of the $250 working Australian tax offset. Support our lowest income earners receive a little bit of offset. Now, for those who dismiss it, for someone in my electorate, that's their kids' school fees for a primary school. It could go towards swimming lessons. It knocks out one of those bills that they're struggling to pay. $250 can go a long way for a family on a small income. This will benefit 13.3 million Australians and disproportionately more women, because women earn lower incomes, and people living in regional areas who are also on low incomes. This is on top of the other tax cuts that we've already legislated. Combined, the average worker will be just under $3,000 a year better off by 2028 because of our Labor government and the changes. That $3,000 by 2028, should be noted, have been opposed by the Liberals and Nationals every step of the way. This is real money back into the pockets of working Australians to help them pay bills. This is real cost of living relief to those who need it most. These measures that are before us, as I have said, is about restoring fairness to our tax system. It's about correcting or giving opportunity to a next generation of first home buyers. These reforms are about helping workers, first home buyers and businesses so more Australians can earn more and keep more of what they earn. They can get into the housing market. They might have the opportunity to live in the neighbourhood where they grew up, or a new neighbourhood that they now call home. But it's about giving hope to the next generation and recognising that the income that they earn as a worker is taxed and valued the same as income that their landlord or the investor earns.
Thank the member for Bendigo. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, before coming into this place, I made my living out of being a builder and a construction lawyer. So essentially I've been involved in the building industry for 35 odd years before I came in here. So I like to think I know a little bit about the building industry and how it operates. This bill, this budget, is going to be an absolute disaster for the Australian economy. It's going to be an absolute disaster for mums and dads. Over the weekend, I went home and I had the Mulaney show on Friday and Saturday, and it was a beautiful couple of days. And I had so many people coming up to me and talking to me about how this budget was going to impact upon them personally. I did not have one person, there was not one person spoke to me favourably about this budget. Not one. And there's a good reason for that, because when we look at some of the changes that this bill seeks to introduce, and I'll touch on the first one, negative gearing. Now, we've read this book before, and we know how it ends. In the 1980s, Paul Keating got rid of negative gearing. What happened to rental prices in Melbourne and Sydney? they skyrocketed, absolutely skyrocketed. And that reform, so-called, did not last 2 years before he had to capitulate on that. Now, no one, not one person on the other side, not even the the Cabinet Secretary, with all of his brilliance as an economist, has been able to demonstrate to anyone in this country why what we will get today will be any different to what happened in the 1980s. They say that keep doing what you've always been doing and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. I think Einstein said that. But the reality is, we know how this is going to end. It's going to end in tears. And if rents go up, what is the one challenge that so many young people talk to us about when it comes to them buying a house? It's saving a deposit. And it's a lot harder to save for your deposit, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you're shelling out more money in rent. Now, I've seen some suggestions from different economists that say these changes will increase rents in Sydney by $160 a week, $130 a week in Melbourne. They're talking about potentially up to 20% increases in residential rents. Now, when young people are finding it increasingly difficult to save for a deposit, then I don't know how these changes are going to make it any easier for them to get into a house, because this government has consistently said since the budget that this is all about, and I quote, intergenerational fairness. Well, this has nothing to do with intergenerational fairness. This is a cash grab. This is the reality that this government has run out of their money and now they are coming after everyday Australians, more of their money. This is the biggest attempt to redistribute wealth in this country that certainly I have seen in my lifetime, in my very short lifetime. And Australians are angry, and they should be angry, because they weren't expecting this. They were told repeatedly by this Prime Minister and his front bench that there were going to be no changes to housing tax, no changes to superannuation, no changes to trusts. Well, they breached that when they tried to bring in their taxing on unrealised capital gains on superannuation funds, and eventually the Treasurer backed down because I think he was the only person in the world who thought it was a good idea. But then they continued, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer continued, even before the 2022 election. They went to this election saying there'll be no changes. No changes to CGT, no changes to negative gearing, no changes to trusts, no changes to superannuation. They said that again in the lead up to the 2025 election, repeatedly. The Prime Minister castigated a journalist in a presser at one stage, saying, "How many times have I got to say this? 50 times. There'll be no changes." And yet, less than 12 months after the 2025 election, when they've won a thumping majority, an absolute thumping majority, by giving those representations. Now, the member for Caldwell is a colleague of mine as a lawyer. We would call those misrepresentations, actionable misrepresentations.
So the member for Fadden.
Member for Fadden, I'm sorry. Member for Fadden.
I was going to say the member for Caldwell is not a colleague.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr Deputy Speaker, member for Fadden. We would call those misrepresentations. And when people they have a fair enough it's a fair enough position for the everyday Australian to rely upon a representation made by the government of the day that they will not change when the Prime Minister stands up, particularly when he says things like, "My word is my bond. I'm not going to make these changes." Well, certainly a misrepresentation. And I took some time to look at some other alternatives that we could perhaps describe the changed position of the government on these tax policies. And I'll run through them, Mr Deputy Speaker. You could be excused for using words like a falsehood. They were untruths. They were, I think this is generous, inaccuracies, a misrepresentation, a fabrication, a distortion, misinformation, incorrect statement, a misstatement, deception, misleading statement, a departure from the truth, not accurate, not correct, at odds with the facts, inconsistent with the truth, lacking accuracy, contestable claim, questionable assertion, a dishonest claim, a false assertion, plainly untrue statement, a patent falsehood, gross mischaracterisation, intentional distortion, reckless disregard for the truth, egregious inaccuracy, extraordinary misstatement. It just doesn't stack up. It doesn't hold water. It's not supported by the facts. Simply not true. Demonstrably false, clearly inaccurate, factually wrong, widely contradicted, easily disproven, unsustainable claim, a broken promise, a reversal of position, a contradiction of previous statements, a backflip, a complete departure from earlier commitments, a rewriting of history, a convenient reinterpretation, a failure to be upfront, and most importantly, a breach of trust. Because Australians have a right, when their Prime Minister stands up, they have a right to believe that when their Prime Minister says, "I am not going to do X, Y and Z, I am not going to change the laws in relation to capital gains tax, negative gearing, the taxation of trusts or superannuation," Australians have a reasonable expectation that those promises will be kept. And they were not. And Australians are palpable. The Australians I spoke to at the Mullaney show are not just disappointed in this government, they are ropeable. No one voted for these toxic taxes. No one. Bill Shorten at least had the courage to take these policies to a general election. This government, despite having made those representations that it would not make these changes, has done exactly that. So I think Australians have every right to feel deceived. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the bill itself in Schedule 1 introduces changes to the capital gains tax regime. Schedule 2 introduces changes to the negative gearing regime. Schedule 3 introduces the Working Australians tax offset. Schedule 4 introduces the $1,000 standard deduction for work-related expenses. The Coalition opposes Schedules 1 and 2, and we will fight these steps every single step of the way. And if this government had any sincerity, if it had any ethics, if it had any moral clarity whatsoever, it would split Schedules 1 and 2 from Schedules 3 and 4. Because we would like to support Schedule 3 and 4. We believe in the Coalition. We believe in lower taxes. We don't believe in the government's $77 billion worth of additional taxes. The government and the Prime Minister crows about this working Australian tax offset that will provide $250 a year. But at the same breath, they are taxing Australians $77 billion. And they're doing it under the guise, as I said, of some so-called intergenerational fairness. But the government, the Treasury's own documents reveal that these policies, if they become law, will result in 35,000 homes less over the next 10 years. There's not one sector of the general community that benefits out of this budget. My older members of the community are up in arms because hidden in the bowels of the budget documents is this egregious provision which will rip the concession for private health insurance holders once you turn 65. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to suggest that you're anywhere near that age group, but you and I both know that we were told when we were youngsters, invest in private health insurance and look after yourself. The benefits will flow. If you get sick, you get your choice of doctor. You can go to a private hospital. You don't have to go to a waiting list. You don't have to wait for years to get a knee replacement or a hip replacement. I'm not wishing that on you, Mr Deputy Speaker. But that's what we were promised. We were promised those concessions for private health insurance would last into our later years, when we need it most. And I'm getting there. And a lot of my constituents in Fisher, it's an old electorate, they're getting there or they're already there. And they feel ripped off because a couple on a gold private health insurance will be paying up to $1,600 a year extra in their premiums because of the decision of this government to rip away those concessions. And I say shame on this government. For people who are at their most vulnerable, our aged, when they need private health insurance the most, these people have been paying premiums for decades. And now this government says, oh, we're not going to worry about that anymore. We're just going to change that. And, if you can't come up with the money, you go into the public health system. Well, that'll work well for the states, won't it? That'll work well. It'll blow out waiting times. People in Australia are very angry at this government and they have every right to be.
Thank the member for Fisher. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Treasury and income tax bills. And at the heart of these bills is fairness. It's about recognising that while Australia has changed, too many parts of our tax system have not changed with it. It represents the first stage of the most significant package of tax reform Australia has seen in a generation. These bills are making sure aspiration and opportunity are not reserved for a fortunate few, but remain within reach for every Australian prepared to work hard and build a future. These bills have three clear objectives: to deliver more tax relief for Australian workers, to make it easier for people to buy their first home, and to better balance the way our tax system treats income earned through work and income earned through assets. It does this through four key reforms: a new $250 working Australians tax offset for more than 13 million Australians, a $1,000 instant tax deduction to make tax time simpler and put more money back in workers' pockets, because Labor wants you to earn more and keep more of what you earn. It also reforms future negative gearing arrangements so they better support new housing supply from 1 July 2027, and it makes changes to capital gains tax that restore its original purpose, ensuring Australians are taxed only on real gains rather than on both the real and inflation-driven gains. Deputy Speaker, one of the clearest messages I hear in Bonner is that people want a system that rewards effort. People understand success should be encouraged, but also understand that fairness matters. And they understand that if working Australians feel like the system is stacked against them, confidence in the future begins to erode. That is why these bills deliver practical tax relief for workers. It includes the new Working Australians tax offset of up to $250 each year for more than 13 million Australians. This includes many people working across Bonner, where there are more than 80,000 people employed. This is permanent tax relief directed at working people, not temporary support, not a one-off payment, permanent relief. And it will make a real difference to working Australians. To the nurse in Carindale working long shifts, the teacher in Tingalpa, the tradie in Murray travelling between jobs, or the truck driver in Hemmant keeping goods moving. And finally, down to the southern end of my electorate in Mount Gravatt, where an office worker might be trying to balance the rising costs of a mortgage or rent. People who work hard deserve to earn more and keep more of what they earn. This government believes that when it is responsible to do so, we should reduce the tax burden on working Australians. We have already delivered tax cuts to every Australian taxpayer by lowering rates and lifting thresholds, and the relief does not stop there. Another round of tax cuts will begin on 1 July, with further reductions commencing again the following year. Combined with the measures in these bills, the average Australian worker stands to receive up to $2,816 in tax relief by 2028. That is meaningful support. Deputy Speaker, these bills also introduce a $1,000 instant tax deduction for the 26-27 income year. Now, tax law is not always exciting, but I think most Australians can agree that making tax time simpler is a good thing. Millions of Australians currently keeping receipts, logging expenses and navigating complicated claims for relatively small deductions. Under these reforms, eligible workers will be able to claim a standard deduction instantly. Simple, straightforward, less paperwork, less complexity, and importantly, money back in their pockets. For the average worker, that means hundreds of extra dollars at tax time. More than a quarter of those who benefit will be under the age of 30, and more than half of them will be women. For many people, that might mean helping cover school costs, paying a bill, buying groceries, or simply taking some pressure off. And for those with more than $1,000 in work-related expenses, they can still claim those as they usually would. That includes things like charitable deductions, superannuation contributions, union and professional association fees. This reform is practical and it reduces red tape. Deputy Speaker, these bills are also about one of the biggest challenges facing Australians today: housing affordability. Too many people feel locked out. Too many young Australians feel like home ownership has become something to aspire to rather than something realistically achievable. And too many families are worried about whether or not their children will have the same opportunities that they did. Labor does not simply accept that as the reality. Housing is not an abstract economic debate. It is fundamental and should not become a privilege reserved only for those already ahead. There was a time when home ownership was simply what happened if you worked hard and saved. It was within reach and it was expected, and governments at every level understood their role in keeping it that way, building homes, investing in communities, and making sure that supply kept up with demand. Over the course of decades, governments retreated from building. At the same time, the rules around private construction became so layered and complex that getting a home built became an achievement in itself. Approvals slowed, land releases stalled, the construction industry fell behind, and the result was a system that made it harder and harder to build the homes Australians needed. Then in 1999, the Howard government introduced the capital gains tax discount, a decision that compounded every one of those supply failures. It was designed to drive investment into the share market. Instead, it made established residential property the most attractive, low-risk investment in the country, and investors flooded in. Today, more than 80% of investor lending flows into existing homes rather than new construction. A generation ago, buying a home cost around 3 times what the average Australian earned in a year. Today, that ratio is more like 8 times. That is the situation that Labor inherited, and that is what these bills begin to fix. Under these bills, future negative gearing arrangements will focus on new builds, and I want to be really clear about what that means. Existing arrangements remain in place for current property owners. People who have made decisions under the current rules are protected. There is no retrospective change. But for future investment, incentives will be targeted towards increasing housing supply. Because if negative gearing is going to be supported through the tax system, it should support the building of more homes. It should help increase supply. It should help Australians compete for more housing, not simply compete harder against one another for the same housing stock. Because if we are serious about affordability, we have to be serious about building more homes. And while this government is focused on fixing the problem, the opposition have made a different choice. They have said that they will fight these reforms, and they have been clear if they win the next election, they will reverse them. Those opposite are not just opposing the solution, they are promising to recreate the problem. They would take taxpayer dollars and use them to subsidise property investors over first home buyers. They would wind back the 5% deposit program, saying to the 515 people in my community of Bonner that they don't get to own their own home. They would scrap Help to Buy. They would slash social and affordable housing programs. They even want to scrap housing targets and the reform that sits underneath them. That is not an alternative, it is a step backwards, just like their appointment of Tony Abbott as President of the Liberal Party last week. They are determined not just to send their own party backwards, they want to send all of Australia backwards. Deputy Speaker, despite what some headlines might suggest, many people in Bonner are telling me that they support reforms aimed at making the system fairer and helping young Australians get ahead. I heard from Lee in Carindale, who wrote to me saying, "Thank you for your action on housing in the recent budget. Well done. Younger people, I'm sure, will be most appreciative." Another local resident, Tony, said, "Stick to your guns. This budget has taken the right path." And I think those comments reflect something important. People in my community understand that young Australians deserve a fair chance. They understand that if we want the next generation to thrive, we cannot simply continue with settings that leave too many behind. They understand that reform is not always easy, but sometimes it is absolutely necessary. Deputy Speaker, these bills also reform capital gains tax by returning it closer to its original intent. And again, I want to speak plainly about what this means. There has been a lot of misinformation, and Australians deserve facts. Firstly, we are not introducing a tax on inheritances or inherited assets. That claim is simply false. Secondly, this reform ensures Australians are taxed on the real gains they make, not inflation-driven growth. Under the reforms, the base cost of assets will be indexed. In simple terms, tax will better reflect actual profit. That is a sensible principle, and it is a fair principle. Importantly, many Australians may pay the same amount of tax, or in some cases even less, depending on circumstances such as inflation, rates of return, and how long assets have been held. These reforms also protect important concessions for small business, including capital gains tax concessions. In Bonner, we have more than 5,000 small businesses in our community, employing locals and supporting our local economy. These local businesses will benefit from the practical support this budget delivers, including $3.5 billion in new business tax relief and making the $20,000 instant tax asset write-off permanent. We are also making the 2-year loss carryback permanent, supporting startups, delivering tax relief for sole traders and reducing red tape through a new Tell Us Once approach. Importantly, we are cutting regulatory costs across the economy by $10.2 billion and removing 497 nuisance tariffs to reduce compliance costs for business. Deputy Speaker, this morning the Fair Work Commission has handed down its annual wage ruling, and it is good news for working Australians. From 1 July, the minimum wages rise by 5.97% to $26.44 an hour, and award rates rise by 4.75%. Nearly 3 million Australians will see that reflected in their pay packet. And who are those 3 million Australians? Speaker, they are disproportionately women. More than half are casual employees. More than a third are low paid. They work in aged care, in childcare, in retail, in hospitality. In Bonner, we have more than 1,200 people working in aged care and over 1,000 working in the childcare sector. This will be a pay rise for them. These are the people who show up, who work hard and keep this country running. And for too long, their wages have not kept pace with the cost of living. This government went to the Fair Work Commission and argued for an above-inflation pay rise for the lowest paid workers in this country, something that those opposite have never done. And that is what we do as the Labor Party. We fight for those who need it most. And that runs through everything we are doing. A fairer tax system, more pathways into home ownership, and wages that actually reflect the contribution working Australians make every single day. Deputy Speaker, this is the government that we are. A government that cuts taxes for workers, that makes tax times simpler, that fights for first home buyers, that invests in new homes, and that goes to the Fair Work Commission and argues for the lowest paid workers to get a fair go. That is not about punishing success. It's not about, really, politics. It's about something more important than that. It's about our core values. And it's about making sure that in Australia, if you work hard, if you save and contribute, we want you to earn more and keep more of what you earn.
I thank the member for Bonner. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The people of Barara are disappointed, deceived and angry about this government's unfair and dishonest tax policy. Let me state the central fact plainly. Labor took these taxes to the 2019 election and was defeated on them. Bill Shorten, the then Labor leader, was so confident of his success in that election, he told Arnold Schwarzenegger he was going to be the next Prime Minister. But then people got a hold of this tax policy and they saw that what a dog of a policy it was. The present Prime Minister promised repeatedly on the record he would not introduce these taxes. When asked directly, he said, and I quote, "Yes, how hard is it for the 50th time?" More than 50 times he made the promise and then he turned around and broke every single one of those commitments. Now, when John Howard changed a major tax policy, he took it to the people first. This Prime Minister is too scared to do that because he knows he would get the same answer that Labor got in 2019. Instead, he misled the Australian people and is now governing through the deception as if it never happened. The crime is never the problem, it's always the cover-up. Now, the Australian people aren't fooled. There's a Billy Joel lyric that captures the mood, and unlike my friend the Shadow Treasurer, I'm not going to sing. He says, "I don't want some pretty face to tell me pretty lies. Honesty is such a lonely word, but mostly what I need from you." And that's the message the people of Barara have for a Prime Minister who's deliberately deceived them. The Coalition opposes Schedules 1 and 2, the CGT and negative gearing changes, will fight these toxic taxes tooth and nail, and a Coalition government will repeal them. This is the highest taxing government in Australia's history, $50 billion
in higher taxes, 273 billion Australians didn't vote for. Debt is heading to 1.25 trillion, and today's debt is tomorrow's taxes, and the next generation is being handed the bill. Strip away the rhetoric, and what we have is a death tax, a tax on family savings, a tax on renters, first home buyers, small businesses and entrepreneurs, the engine room of the Australian economy. Labor can't manage money and they're coming after yours. In the week since budget night, I've listened to people who trusted this government to get the basics right, to ease the cost of living, to support those who plan carefully for the long term, to provide incentives to take risks, to employ people and to get ahead. Their hopes have been dashed. What I heard from the detailed survey of nearly 2,000 of my community should trouble every member in this parliament. The government's own budget papers admit that their tax changes will result in 35,000 fewer homes being built over the next decade. That isn't our number, that's their number. When you tax something, you get less of it. It's not ideology, it's economics 101. The more you tax housing investment, the less housing you get. And this government's decided that that's the price young Australians should pay. And on rents, the government's own budget papers admit its tax changes will increase rents. An independent economist suggests that rents could rise significantly in our major cities. Shane from Cherrybrook put it clearly. He said, for younger Australians trying to buy their first home, non-property investment was one of the few remaining paths to building deposit wealth. These tax changes have closed the door. Phoebe is a public school teacher. She's not wealthy, she doesn't travel overseas for holidays. She's someone who made careful investment decisions under the existing rules. She wrote to me with a concern not for herself, but for the next generation. The two strategies so many people are using who want to save for a house, rent vesting and shares, are now so highly taxed they're barely worth pursuing. And Phoebe made a further point that every housing economist already knows, but that this government refuses to act on. We need more supply. We need more apartments genuinely designed for families, not studios and one-bedders. That's the path forward, not demand-side tinkering that inflates prices for the very buyers it claims to help. Nicole from Dural asked a question, and I can't improve on this question. How does penalising mum and dad investors who own one or two properties help younger people get into the market? And she raised the other side of the equation. Fewer investment properties means fewer places for people to rent. This government can't simultaneously claim to be helping renters and punishing policies that shrink the pool of rental housing available to them. Our community survey confirmed this concern is broadly shared. 65% of respondents believe Labor's proposed changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing will make it harder for Australians to invest, save and to build for the future. FSC data confirms aggressive investors, typically younger Australians aged around 35, will be hit hardest by the CGT changes. Young Australians with the most ambition have the biggest target on their backs. Small business insolvencies are running at 8 closures every business hour. The Treasurer is surveying the damage his own policies are causing and declaring victory. The government's coming for small business with a 47% stake claim. They've done none of the work, taken none of the risk, but they want nearly half of the business. The Prime Minister is the person in every group assignment who never shows up but expects the same grade at the end. Small business isn't just the backbone of the economy. For many owners, it's their retirement savings, their family legacy, the first job for the kids in the community. The government isn't just taxing business, it's taxing a life's work. Alan from Galston captured this. With 36 years of lived experience, he and his wife started their business with one assumption, that they could one day sell it and retire. That's not greed, that's planning. This budget has shifted the ground beneath them at precisely the moment they were preparing to step off it. Robert from Pennant Hills puts it plainly. This budget is political spin. It adds complexity, does nothing for productivity, and above all removes certainty, the lifeblood of business confidence. When a government sacrifices certainty for political positioning, it isn't managing the economy, it's gambling with it. The Albanese government has buried a 30% death tax in these papers, deliberately hidden, hoping no one would find it. The Prime Minister was asked directly questions in question time to rule out a death tax, and he wouldn't. We now know why. He couldn't rule it out because he'd already announced one. This is a government that told untruths more than 50 times before the election, not about not introducing new taxes on homes, on rentals, on investments and on family savings, and then tried to sneak a death tax through on top of it all. The deception is breathtaking. This government has tried to frame its trust tax as a technical question. It's not. It's a question of principle. It's a question of whether this government can be trusted to honour the assurances it gives to Australian families who are trying to do the right thing. Our survey put the question directly: do you support or oppose Labor's proposed minimum 30% tax rate on discretionary trusts? Opposition won by a significant margin, 67%. And when asked whether these proposed changes amount to a death tax by stealth, 65% agreed. Now, they are not the responses of tax avoiders. They're the responses of families. Families who structured their affairs carefully, in good faith and under the rules as they existed. I recently met with a family from my electorate who run a well-established local business. After our meeting, they followed up in writing, and I want to bring their words into this chamber. They'd gone to their accountant following the government's proposed changes. His advice was measured. Their current structure is as well positioned as it can be, but distributing funds from these structures is now materially less tax effective than it was. For a family business like theirs, that affects decisions around reinvestment, around remuneration, and around the generational transition of the business that is actively right now underway. Think about what that means in practice. A family that spent decades building something, now trying to pass it to the next generation, and at precisely the moment that transition is happening, the government is changing the rules. Judy from North Epping said that these changes will negatively affect Australians who've worked hard all their lives to provide for their families and themselves in retirement. People who find the retirement they plan now made much harder by a government that's moved the goalposts. Nicole from Dural put a human face on what these structures actually are. She and her husband bought a property through their trust so that their child has a disability and can never earn enough to keep up with a rent or mortgage, would have somewhere to live when they're gone. That's not a tax lurk. That's a parent's love translated into a legal structure. And this government's changes effectively impose what Nicole rightly calls a death tax on that arrangement. I ask every government member to sit with that for a moment. Tony from Cherrybrook is equally clear. These changes are a breach of promise and will drive investment offshore. These families are not asking for a special exemption. They're asking to be heard, and I make that commitment every day, that I will hear them and I will stand up for them and that I will take their concerns to this Parliament. Nearly 2,000 residents, as I say, took time to complete the survey, a number that speaks about how much is truly at stake. The responses cut across all age groups, property owners and renters, business owners and employees. Of the 18% who identified as small business owners, almost all expressed serious concerns. Of the 66% who own shares, the vast majority believe that their investments will be materially worse off. Of the 37% who own investment properties, the message was the same. And I should say again, Berowra is the electorate with the third highest number of people in the country that have taken advantage of the negative gearing arrangements in order for people to build wealth. Our survey identified the groups most affected by these changes. Family trusts with 61% of respondents, small businesses at 51%, property investors at 60%, retirees at 44%, and even young investors at 42%. These people are the backbone of communities like Berowra's. But what stayed with me was not the statistics, it was the loss of confidence that hard work would be rewarded, that rules wouldn't change without warning, that government was competent at the basics. As one small business owner wrote, I don't expect the government to solve all my problems. I just want them to stop making new ones. A nurse who owns a home in Berowra Heights wrote to me, I did everything right. I worked hard, I saved, I bought a house. Now I feel like I'm going backwards. And she isn't wrong. Frank from Normanhurst said it plainly. He said, this government is not just damaging household finances, it's damaging morale. And that's why this set of tax laws that are before the Parliament need to be opposed. The people of Berowra deserve so much better. They deserve a government that understands that a discretionary trust is not a tax lurk. It's a legitimate structure for families like Nicole's securing her child's future. It's a legitimate structure for Alan, who built a business over 36 years on the promise he could retire from it. For Judy from North Epping, who worked hard all her life, only to find the rules changed at the final hour. That's a betrayal of trust, and I won't let it go untested. These people deserve a genuine housing plan, not tax changes that close investment pathways that first home buyers were using, not tax changes that drive up rents and deliver 35,000 fewer homes by the government's own reckoning. They deserve a government that backs small business, that understands, as Alan from Galston does, that building a business over decades and selling it to retire isn't greed, it's actually the Australian dream. And they deserve the certainty that Robert from Pennant Hills identifies as the lifeblood of confidence. And they deserve a government that understands what Frank from Normanhurst, what Judy from North Epping, what Robert from Pennant Hills and nearly 2,000 residents of my electorate took time to say, that confidence matters. That when government keeps breaking the compact with the people who plan, who save, who build, the damage goes well beyond the hip pocket. It goes to the heart of what this country is supposed to be. This is a series of bad faith measures. They are an assault on aspiration. They pull up the ladder of opportunity from young Australians before they get the first foot on the run. This isn't intergenerational fairness, it's intergenerational fraud.
Order. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like many in this House, I believe in the skills and the talent of our young generation and in their power to shape our communities and society. And I believe it is our role to enable them, to give them the skills, the opportunities and the networks to cross that bridge into their future. That's why my team and I, working with Fairfield City Council and our Mayor Frank Carboni, with Nicholas Chambord from the New South Wales Department of Education Pathways Program, and Susanna Tew, Careers Advisor at Bonnerick High School, designed and delivered the inaugural Fowler Future Fest, a careers expo held at Fairfield Showground in the heart of Fowler, bringing together more than 80 stallholders and nearly 1,500 Year 12 students for a day that excited them, connected them and inspired them about their future. It was not a talk fest, it was practical, hands-on and community-driven. NIDA, the National Institute of Dramatic Art, was there, so was the Fashion Institute, the Housing Industry Association, Western Sydney University and many other universities, training providers, small businesses and not-for-profit organisations. Under one roof, our students could see real pathways into technology, the creative industries, the trades, health, business and community service. It was a memorable and very impactful day. Young people came up to me, thanked my team, the Mayor and everyone who gave them this opportunity. One student told me that she could finally decide to study the subject and what to do at university. Another said our panel had inspired him to start his own business. Some left excited about the trades, others about a future in social work. Many of these students are first in their family to finish school, let alone go to TAFE or university. They come from families working multiple jobs, squeezed by the cost of living and by housing stress. In a community where most families speak a language other than English at home, our young people carry the hopes of parents and grandparents who gave up everything for the chance this new generation holds. For once, they could see themselves in the person standing in front of them in the hall, telling them that they couldn't do this. That is what Fowler Future Fest was about: possibility, belonging and opportunity. The simple but powerful message that dreaming and achieving belongs to them too. A day like this takes many hands and many hearts. I would like to also thank Louise Azzopardi and the Truckin' for Life crew for giving their time and their heart to our young people. I thank many of the local talent who sat on our panel and shared their own stories of struggle and success, including Deputy Mayor Kevin Lamb, Ben Stewart, founder and CEO of Evolution Laser Clinic, Rich Tran from Ultrafade, Ronya Kilani of Rilania, Krishna Valencia from Combank, Christian Barach, Anthony Nguyen, Jesse Sene-Lefau, MJ from Ministry Barbers, local artist Alicia Varas, George Kalisperas, Mariana Koshaba, and Mustafa Al-Jabour. A special thank to Cabra Bowls, Amazon and Rotary for donating prices and giving their time on the day, and to the local businesses and organisations that believe in Fowler Future Fest and showed up for our young people. Fred's One Stop Shop, Yanni Boutros of Al Basha Bakery, Street University, our Fairfield St John Ambulance Volunteers, the Australian Defence Force, our local SCS unit, and most of all to our teachers who brought nearly 1,500 students to the showground that day and who year after year refused to let our young people's potential go to waste. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, this is why we must ensure our system makes it easier for young people to aspire and succeed. The Job Ready Graduate Scheme has loaded some of the heaviest student debts in the country onto the students who can least afford them. In a community like ours, that is not how you build aspiration. It's how you crush it. So I will keep saying it in this place. Please reverse the job-ready graduates. Invest properly in our young people, in traineeships, in infrastructure to make them reach for their dreams easier. Our young people in Fowler are job-ready. It is time for this Parliament to be future-ready. We told them to dream big, and at Fowler Future Fest, they did exactly that. Now it is up to us to make sure those dreams never turn into debt. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There has never been a more important time for building science capacity, and the Albanese Labor government is developing science capacity and expanding Australia's rare earth processing capabilities in southern Sydney. I was proud to join the Resources Minister, the member for Brand, a few weeks ago to open new facilities at ANSTO in Lucas Heights that will help unlock new opportunities for our critical minerals industry. Opportunities like processing clay-hosted rare earth deposits and a new high-purity quartz production, a crucial input for semiconductors, solar panels, telecommunications, medical and defence equipment. These value-adding capabilities deliver practical solutions aligned with the federal government's critical minerals strategy. This facility right in the middle of Hughes will be a source of new jobs, stronger industries and more resilient supply chains for our future. Of course, while physical infrastructure and facilities are important, we need a skilled workforce with strong competencies in science, technology, engineering and mathematics to leverage the opportunities that lie beneath our feet. Our government understands how critical a skilled and confident workforce is to Australia's future prosperity, and that's why we're investing in fee-free TAFE and knocking down barriers that prevent young people getting the skills they need. It was fantastic to meet newly permanent apprentices at ANSTO a few weeks ago and celebrate their onboarding from agency contractors to full-time staff. The Australian Manufacturing Workers Union have been working with ANSTO to bring new apprentices in-house, providing stronger supports and removing a lack of certainty that prevented some apprentices from finishing their qualifications. Where apprentices were previously engaged through a group training organisation, they will now be directly employed by ANSTO. The first apprentice under this new model will graduate next month and has already secured a permanent role at ANSTO. This is a critical change that will help rebuild Australian skills in precision design and fabrication, stemming from right here in Hughes. The Science Minister, Senator Ayres, and the member for Barton and I also had the opportunity to tour the workshop and see firsthand the world-class work these apprentices do that is so critical to Australian industry, manufacturing and medicine. I'd like to thank ANSTO and the AMWU team for having us along to these exciting facilities and to meet these talented apprentices starting work under this new model. I was proud to attend some significant sporting events in our community in recent weeks, one of which was the annual Bosco FC versus Titans Day on the 23rd of May 2026. The Titans are a team in the Sutherland Shire Football Association aimed at including kids with disabilities in mainstream sport and to have a lot of fun at the same time. The games have a similar format to Sutherland Shire football for younger players through to full field for the senior teams. Bosco has been conducting an annual day playing the Titans since before my time playing for Bosco FC many years ago, and I can still remember the fun and unique experience that playing against the Titans brought. The rain held off for the most part, and the day was such an exciting, enjoyable and fulfilling one where all members of the football community could be celebrated in a fun and slightly competitive atmosphere. Bosco teams put in a significant effort, but unfortunately for Bosco, it wasn't their day, and the mighty Titans were able to maintain their hold on the cup for another year. It was a real privilege to be able to give out medals to the successful Titans and to congratulate them for their efforts. It was fantastic to hear some of the players speak at the presentation as very graceful winners. Thank you to Bosco FC President Tim Myers, Vice President Jackie O'Riordan and Titans President George Lazarou, and organiser Shay Webster for putting this incredible event together and bringing so much value to not just members of the communities with disability, but the broader sporting community in the Sutherland Shire. A few weeks ago, I had the privilege of joining the Yarrawarrah Tigers at Tiger Town as they hosted an A-grade clash against the reigning premiers, the Gaimea Gorillas. The field was absolutely packed. Considering that this team is a brand new one in the first grade competition after almost 5 decades with the Yarrawarrah Tigers, I was astonished at how much the community turned out to support the local club. The Tigers have also done amazing work from going from having no female teams to having significant female representation. It was a potent reminder of how much clubs like these bring our communities together, and I'm so grateful to the committee, including Beth Barclay and Tyler Gibbons, for all the efforts putting into getting this club to thrive. Our grassroots community sports clubs are such an important part of our community in the Shire. Sporting culture goes far beyond the scoreboard. It's central to keeping our communities connected, and I'm so grateful for the tireless work of our volunteers who make our communities stronger every single day.
The question is that the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government's negative gearing and capital gains tax changes demonstrate their inclination to tax ambition first and justify it later. Now, Labor is once again reaching deeper into the pockets of millions of hard-working Australians. Australians deserve a tax system that rewards effort, encourages investment and supports people who want to build something for themselves and their families. That is why the Coalition will take the axe to Labor's opportunity-crushing taxes. These are taxes on housing, taxes on savings, taxes on investment, taxes on small business. It's like Labor thinks Australians forget. In 2019, Labor went to the Australian people with sweeping tax changes, slashing the capital gains tax discount and abolishing negative gearing. They expected applause, but Australians overwhelmingly rejected it and they lost the election. At the 2025 election, the Prime Minister said more than 50 times that his government, the Albanese Labor government, would not impose changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax. Over and over again, he said to Australians that his word is his bond. There would be no changes to CGT and no changes to negative gearing. Fast forward to 2026 and the Prime Minister has done the unthinkable. Now we can no longer say the 4-letter word in this chamber that describes people that do not tell the truth. But you know what word I'm talking about. The media has been reporting it for weeks now. Well, I'm sorry, Prime Minister. Australians did not elect you to break promises and just change your mind. And they will remember this and they will be very angry. Australians understand something the Albanese Labor government refuses to learn. If you punish aspiration, people stop aspiring. And when you punish the people who build things, the people who wire our homes, pour our slabs, fix our pipes and train the next generation, you don't hurt the rich. You hollow out the backbone of communities like mine in Lindsay. If the Reserve Bank lifts the cash rate next week, Roy Morgan reports that 1.57 million mortgage holders would be pushed into the danger zone of mortgage stress, an increase of 104,000. The share of mortgage holders at risk of mortgage stress would increase to 30.7% in July. For context, the record high was 35.6% during the GFC, the global financial crisis. As of 14th of September 2025, Casula in Western Sydney had the highest proportion of arrears. About 1 in 40 mortgage homeowners are falling behind on repayments. Other high arrear areas include Cambridge Gardens in my own electorate of Lindsay. The 2021 census shows Regentville had the highest proportion of households paying more than 30% of their income on rent. In Penrith City, over 30% of renting households were paying $450 or more a week. Back in 2021, the average rent is now $600. Behind those numbers is a very real person. I know this. These are my community. Young people wanting to get ahead in life, pensioners who skip heating in winter so they can keep roofs over their heads. And there's another side of the story, the people who own one modest investment property. They're not moguls, they're not tycoons, just everyday Australians. Not everyone understands crypto, not everyone plays the stock market, most don't have a financial advisor on speed dial. These are the people who put their faith in something they do understand, bricks and mortar. A small unit in North Penrith, an old townhouse in St Mary's, a modest investment property in Warrington Downs, something solid, something they can touch. They're not trying to get rich. They're just trying to take responsibility for their future. These are Australians who have saved, they've sacrificed and they've planned. But right now they feel the one thing they built so they could live comfortably in their retirement is being taken away from them. And this is why the Coalition will introduce a tax-back guarantee to end the inflation tax, to stop Australians being taxed more simply because prices have gone up. The principle is simple. When your wages rise just to keep up with inflation, you are not better off. But under the current tax system, you are taxed as if you are, and that's unfair and it's dishonest. Under a coalition government, that will end. Under Labor, Australians work harder, pay more and fall behind. Under the coalitions, Australians will be rewarded to keep more and to get ahead. Because if the Albanese government keeps treating aspiration like a taxable offence, eventually few Australians won't bother trying to build anything at all. And I seek leave to table the Daily Mail article, Why Politicians Are Banned from Calling Anthony Albanese a Liar in Parliament.
Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
And I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the last term of government, I was honoured to sit on the Select Committee into the review of the Workforce Australia Employment Services, chaired by my friend, the member for Bruce. And we heard some horrible stories. We heard about young mums being cut off income support because they hadn't attended a playgroup because their baby was sick. We heard of people being cut off income support because they didn't attend a mutual obligations appointment, even though the reason for non-attendance was that they were attending a job interview. We heard about people with master's degrees who'd written an entire thesis being sent for an Intro to Computer Skills course, coincidentally run by the same company as the Workforce Australia Employment Service. We heard about people finding their own jobs but being required by their provider to sign it off so the provider could get paid for finding that job. We heard from employers being swamped by inappropriate job applications that just wasted their time and made recruitment more difficult because job seekers were desperately trying to keep up with the 20-job application per month requirement. And we heard from Workforce Australia workers who had got into the business because they wanted to help people, but instead found themselves forced into a compliance role, having to make heartbreaking decisions about cutting people off income support when they really wanted to give them a hand up, not a slap. Part of the Australian dream, the Australian deal, is that people should be able to get ahead through work. A meaningful, well-paid, secure job to build a life, to build a future and to build this country. And for those who do not have work for whatever reason, the government provides income support and assistance in finding a job. The Albanese Labor government is committed to facilitating meaningful work for all Australians. We want everyone to have the dignity of work. This is not the experience, however, of so many participants in the Workforce Australia system. It failed to take into account the varied skills, experience and barriers to employment of the individual job seekers. It was unable to facilitate meaningful employment for its participants and instead became a compliance management outfit. As a result, 1 in 5 participants, 140,000 Australians on Workforce Australia, have been unemployed for 5 years or more. Workforce Australia had not been meeting their needs and was not helpful in helping them address the barriers they have and has not been helpful in finding meaningful employment for them. Nor has it worked for employers who said they would never think of going to a Workforce Australia provider to find employees. The Albanese Labor government is committing a once-in-a-generation overhaul of Workforce Australia to a system that will work for those experiencing unemployment and also for employers. And so I was thrilled to hear my friend, the Minister for Employment and Workforce Relations, announce the first tranche of changes, from one-size-fits-all to a 3-stream service model, so participants can receive the appropriate level of service depending on their needs. Firstly, the digital stream will cater to those who require less intensive supports and only brief interventions, providing individualised resources, training and career mapping. This will suit people who, for instance, have been employed and maybe just lost their job, but are likely to be able to find a job themselves with little assistance. The second stream will help participants who need a bit more assistance to build the skills and confidence that they need to return to work. This will include relevant mutual obligations, active job coaching, work-ready supports, in-demand jobs training aligned with the individual's employment goals. Stream 3 will provide the most intensive supports for participants who are experiencing significant and sometimes multiple barriers to employment, whether that be health, disability, discrimination, skills, literacy, caring duties or confidence. It will consider participants' experience, skills and barriers and tailor a program that is meaningful, practical and connected to the community. Mutual obligations will remain, but they will be purposeful and productive rather than pointless and punitive. Fundamentally, we will be asking, are the mutual obligations effective in helping this Australian move closer to finding a job? Deputy Speaker, these changes aim to provide effective and targeted assistance to Australians experiencing unemployment, help that is centred on the actual purpose of the whole scheme, to help Australians find a job, and it can't come soon enough. Thank you.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The biggest tax hike in this year's budget isn't on billionaires. It's on ordinary Australians who have spent decades building assets and planning for their retirement so as not to be a burden on the state. For my constituents in Flinders, it's not that the Albanese's government budget misses the mark, it puts a target on the back of every single person who has worked hard, saved hard and planned for the future. And nowhere is that clearer than Labor's changes to capital gains tax. A few weeks ago, I sat at a community lunch next to a bloke who, together with his wife, had first run one, then two, and then tens of cake shops across Melbourne before he retired and passed on the business to others. He said to me, if this budget's changes were made back then, all those 4 a.m. mornings of baking cakes and biscuits would have been for nothing. This is one of the many stories I have heard around my electorate. Not just one family, but generations of families who have built up a small business from scratch, others who may have invested and developed property or managed to keep a family holiday home across generations, despite ever-increasing tax grabs from state Labor. Now, this ultimate slap in the face. When you sell, Labor will not just be taking a slice of the pie, it'll be taking up to half. Flinders will be one of the hardest hit electorates in the country. That's because we are a community of tradies, farmers, small business owners and retirees who have spent years building something from scratch and paying all their taxes. According to analysis from the ATO and the Treasury, more than $300 million in capital gains tax discounts are claimed by Flinders residents. That's the 12th highest rate anywhere in the country. And it's not because we're a community of millionaires, but because we're a community of investors, business owners and retirees. On average, in my electorate, we are both poorer and older than the average Victorian, but we are also spectacularly self-reliant. When people retire, they downsize. They pass the business they've spent 30 years building onto the next owner, and that's exactly now when Labor will pounce. It's not just the older generations who've been hit by Labor's war on aspiration and wealth. When governments make it harder to build up savings and value, easier to tax success and less attractive to invest, they send a message to the next generation. Your ambition is my revenue source. Last week, I received a letter from a couple at the other end of their aspiration journey. My wife and I are in our early 30s and we live in Summers. We are exactly the kind of people who thought we were doing the right thing financially. Instead of buying multiple investment properties, we spent years saving carefully and investing into ETFs and shares. Our goal was simple: to slowly build enough wealth over decades to eventually fund our own retirement and reduce reliance on the pension system. Like many Australians, we used a family trust structure for flexibility and long-term planning. We always understood that we would pay tax on gains when assets were eventually sold, but those gains would flow through and be taxed at our marginal rates. Under the proposed minimum 30% CGT and trust changes, that entire plan effectively stops making sense. It feels incredibly discouraging for younger Australians who followed the advice we were always given: work hard, save consistently, invest responsibly, and try to become self-sufficient. The emotional impact of these changes has honestly been significant. It feels like the rules are being rewritten midway through the game, and that younger Australians are being locked out of the same opportunities previous generations had to build long-term financial security. New Zealand is, after all, only a short plane ride away, and we'd have visas instantly and could have our tax residency changed pretty quickly. It makes sense for us to just pay off our mortgage and then move there before accumulating large gains that the ATO will tax to oblivion. I run a business remotely and so could work from anywhere. So frankly, leaving Australia would be very easy. I know many Australians are feeling similarly, especially entrepreneurs who fear a massive CGT bill when they sell. With a more mobile and globalised business world, it's easier than ever for us to lose our capital and, importantly, our talent to other countries. Labor and their friends on the crossbench like to talk about fairness and intergenerational inequity, but when they call for the CGT discount to be wound back, they're actually calling for higher taxes on thousands of people on the Mornington Peninsula. Hard-working, independent-minded people who now wonder what value we, as Australians, put on a life of sacrifice.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Menzies.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a great honour to represent the largest Iranian community in Australia in my electorate of Menzies. They are our business owners, colleagues, artists, volunteers, friends and our children's classmates, giving so much of themselves and their rich culture to our country. It has been a difficult year for our Iranian community. The conflict in the Middle East has caused further fear and uncertainty for loved ones and compatriots, but also hope that the Islamic Republic regime in Iran may be weakening. This comes after the brutal crackdown by the regime against protesters earlier this year that saw tens of thousands of Iranians killed and terrible human rights abuses. All of this amongst the communications blackout that heightened that fear and uncertainty. It is not only the last 12 months, though, that have been difficult, but 47 years of trauma caused by the Islamic Republic regime. The communications blackout has lifted in recent days, which has allowed further reports to come out of the horrific actions of the regime, both during the protests earlier this year, as well as under the cover of the current conflict, where the regime has continued to carry out executions and arrests of those it deems dissidents. Local people have also expressed fears to me of supporters of the regime operating here in Australia. Small business owners and their families in my electorate who have displayed the Lion and Sun flag have reported being targeted for violence and abuse. I want to assure those people that these concerns are treated incredibly seriously and I will continue to raise them at the highest levels. I want to particularly thank the Iranian community in my local area who have taken the time to meet with me and members of the government to help us better understand how we can support them. I'm incredibly grateful to the House of Persia in Doncaster for bringing together community leaders and hosting the Minister for Home Affairs, as well as the member for Deakin and myself for important and honest conversations. Thank you to President Frank Pavisian and the entire committee at House of Persia for the work you do supporting our community. I want to acknowledge local business owner Shahzad Shahkazandeh and Dr. Minu Gamari for taking time to talk to me about your concerns and how the Australian government can better support Iranian Australians. I'd also like to thank the Australian-Iranian Society of Victoria for their ongoing engagement and for holding their Nowruz celebration at Victoria's Parliament House a couple of months ago to mark the new year and share the beauty of Persian culture through a tradition that is over 3,000 years old. Thank you to our Fruz, Cam, Hura and all those involved at ASOV for your tireless work and advocacy. And I'm grateful to the Manningham Baha'i community for meeting to raise their concerns regarding the ongoing oppression of the people of their faith, particularly prisoners on death row being subject to torture and even mock executions. Deputy Speaker, another troubling discourse that our Iranian community have had to deal with is, unfortunately, the statement by the opposition leader in suggesting Iran is a bad country.
Shame.
Such reductive language is not fitting of someone who seeks to lead this country. I know that Iran is a great country and a great civilisation, with a great people and a terrible, oppressive, murderous government in the Islamic Republic regime. Deputy Speaker, I know some people will be hoping for an end to the war in Iran, but I also know that many Iranian Australians do not want the return to the status quo. They will be hoping for change. I know that many people in my community have expressed strong support for Reza Pahlavi. I believe that Iran's political future should be determined by the Iranian people. I stand with all Iranians across society in their fight against oppression. Our government has recently announced additional sanctions and travel bans, bringing the total to over 230 sanctions against individuals and entities linked with the regime and the IRGC. This is on top of expelling the Iranian ambassador and listing the IRGC as a state sponsor of terrorism. This is stronger action than any previous government has taken. To the Iranian people in my electorate, I want to thank you for your continued engagement, your contribution to our community, and for your strength and resilience at this incredibly difficult time. The Albanese government and I, as your local member, will continue to call out the actions of the Islamic Republic regime, and we will continue to stand with the brave people of Iran and with all Iranian Australians.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Reform number 1 Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
Before the debate resumes, I'll start that again. Before the debate is resumed on the bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the income tax rates amendment tax reform number 1 bill. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Hume has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to, thank you, the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I love this country. I love what it means to be Australian. I love what it meant to me when I was playing overseas to hear the anthem and see the flag. I love driving up to this place in the morning, seeing Parliament House, the flag twice as large as a double-decker bus. I love coming into this place because of the opportunities that it provides, the opportunities that it affords us. In this place, I sit next to a Boilermaker who also happens to be a 5-time Olympian. That's crazy. I see around me people of all different walks of life, social workers, sparkies, doctors, lawyers, social workers, teachers. My parents were teachers. In 1981, just before I turned 2, they bought their first house, built their first house. My sister came home to that house. My first pet, a rabbit, creatively named Rabbit, also came to that house, allegedly because my parents were too poor to afford birthday presents that year. But they built him a hutch that wasn't very good, and Rabbit promptly ran away. Rabbit was replaced by other pets, Boy George the Border Collie Scotch Collie Cross, Sally the Labrador, Icky the cat, Deefa the cat, and Reva the cat. Memories were created in that house. Like I said, my sister came home there. The place where I fell through the roof and then blamed it on the cat remains unfixed. The thump of the basketballs that I used to play with as a child reverberate through that home. They are still there. My posters are still on the wall. Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Dennis Rodman. The stickers populate the door. They should probably paint that. They have not. And now, because they're still in their own home, more memories have been created. My daughters squealing when the time sprinklers went on and surprised them when they were 3 and 5 years old. My nephews going there as babies, hearing that newborn baby cry in a house. Christmases, the smell of the pine tree cut down from out the front. Those memories belong in that house. They belong to those people. Because memories are more than just a single point in time. They grow and are added to, and they imbue the area in which they were made. That is not a house, to paraphrase the castle, it's a home. It's my parents' home, and it's been their home for 46 years. And everything that comes with it belongs to them. Now, I, Speaker, don't have that opportunity. I rented a lot, I moved around a lot. The memories, the formative memories of my children, playing monsters in the backyard, that backyard belongs to someone else. Making a fort in a different living room to watch TV at night, that living room belongs to someone else. my daughter's falling asleep on my lap because it's past their bedtime, but I've let them watch Finding Nemo one more time. That couch, that different living room again, belongs to someone else. I have those memories, but they are not refreshed every day, like my mother's memory is refreshed every day when she walks past my room, when she walks past the old toy box. That is something that I don't have. And it is something that I hope my children get to have. Should my daughters choose to have children, I want them to come home to their house, to grow up in their house, with their backyard, that the little funerals that you have for pets as a child are able to be remembered, that all of those little things that go into the woodwork seep into the carpet, in the smells, the sounds, the creaks, all of that reminds them every day of the life that they have built in their home. That's what this is all about. Levelling the playing field. Giving people the opportunity to develop that life that my parents have loved and enjoyed, the one that I slightly missed out on, the one that I want my daughters to have. And that's why this is so important. 75,000 houses. And we're seeing that investment right now. $140 million just south of Cairns for trunk infrastructure where 13,000 homes will one day be built, where Christmases will happen, where grandparents will meet their grandchildren for the first time. The best and the worst of life. But you'll have that sanctum, that protection, that part of Australia that makes it yours, your own home. The status quo was no longer working. That should not be a debate. That is a fact. And we know it to be a fact because we keep hearing about first home buyers, young people priced out of the market, giving up hope, believing that they're never, ever, ever going to achieve the great Australian dream. They're not going to have the hills hoist in the background. They're not going to be able to play cricket with the kids because it's going to be somebody else's. Don't you want to give that back? Don't you want to give young Australians that opportunity? Don't you want to present them with that pride that they'll get from having their own home? It takes courage to make changes. This government is showing that courage. The courage to reach our hands out and say, we hear you, we understand, and the playing field will be levelled. We want people to build homes. We want people to invest in property, but make that a new property. Add to the supply. You can negatively gear. You can use the same CGT. You just have to build a new home. Like I said, there are about to be 13,000 of them just south of Cairns. 5,000 reserved for first home buyers, 8,000 for investors if you want them. This is going to mean that Australia is given back to everybody. Everyone gets that chance. Everyone gets that opportunity because it's opportunity that we really are only fighting for. What you do with that opportunity is up to you, but you need to be able to reach it. And for too long, it was slipping out of grasp, further and further away, where prior to these changes, it could take up to 20 years to save for a deposit. If you start seriously saving for a deposit at 25 and nothing goes wrong, you'll be fractionally younger than I am now when you get your first home deposit. That's crazy. My parents had paid off their house by the time I was 15. It's a great house. And then they got to get on with the rest of their lives. They could salary sacrifice to ensure that their super was large enough that they could enjoy retirement. They're not going to be paying off a house until they're 65, 70 years old. They've got to live their best versions of themselves, and they got to do that because they were able to buy a house when they were young and it was affordable. This government wants that for everybody. But there's more than that. We're reducing the tax burden for over 13 million workers. That's 5 tax cuts that this Anthony Albanese Labor government has put in. 5, not just a slightly above mediocre boy band from the early 2000s, but a ringing endorsement in the faith that we have in Australian workers, that they deserve to keep more of what they earn in their pocket, to be what they want to be, to spend how they want to spend, and they want to spend on housing. That is overwhelmingly what we're told every single day, every single door knock, every phone bank, every community office, and I know I'm not speaking just for myself, but right across the country, housing. You've got to do something about the housing. I'm concerned about my children. I'm concerned about my grandchildren. It doesn't seem fair. How are they ever going to get their foot in the door? We are creating those spaces. We are creating that opportunity. There is no greater purpose of a government than to create opportunity for the next generation. It is our absolute responsibility in this place to find a way to get that hope back, because hope drives aspiration, aspiration drives wealth, and all of that is interconnected, intertwined. We've snatched away, over successive governments, over many decades, that spark of hope, that part that says, this is mine. Ownership is important. Place is important. Sense of belonging is important. And that can occur through home ownership. People will have children. People will create memories. It is everything that the Australian dream suggests. Now, this is not an easy change. We acknowledge that. But it had to be done. The time had expired on locking out the younger generation. Jokes about avocado and toast do not cut it. The only thing that makes a difference is presenting that chance. 5% deposits are a big part of that, huge part of that. The cost of living measures, the raft of cost of living measures that have been rolled out and opposed by those opposite, make a difference. You chip away at the boulder to make it more liftable, to make it more achievable. This is something that I will remember being a part of. This is the day that this House and this government gets a chance to let young people back into the game, to give them the hope that we've had, to give them the opportunity that we've enjoyed, to hopefully have a rabbit hutch that the rabbit cannot run away from. These make a difference. We make a difference. By opposing these measures, you oppose the tax cuts. By opposing these measures, you oppose opportunity. It means that we're not listening. If you stand against young people trying to get in their first homes, it means that every community office you've done, every phone bank you've done, every meeting you've had where someone has sat down and said the answer is housing, it means you failed. And I will not leave here having failed. I will leave here knowing that my children have an opportunity to own their own home, that my grandchildren will create memories in a place that is theirs, that they will not be moved around from place to place. I lived in 5 different homes in 2 years because I was renting. That was hard for my girls. It was hard for us to create memories. I don't want that for them. I don't want that for anybody. I want everyone to be secure and safe in their own home. And that is what this budget has always been about, delivering on the great Australian dream.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on tax reform because for families and small businesses in Capricornia, this is not an abstract debate in Canberra. It's about whether people who work hard can get ahead, whether a pay rise still means something at the kitchen table, and whether regional Australians are rewarded for effort or punished for it. Across central Queensland, people are doing everything right, but they feel like they are running harder just to stand still. This is the reality of Labor's economy, and that is why this debate matters. In Rockhampton, Yeppoon, Emu Park, Serena, Morani, Moranbah and Dysart, people are not asking for more spin, they are asking for relief. They are asking why every time they get ahead a little, Canberra reaches further into their pockets. They ask why families who save are treated as a revenue source, why renters are hit with higher costs, why first home buyers are being priced out, and why small businesses are expected to carry more of the load. Labor's answer is always the same: more tax, more complexity and more excuses. The Coalition's answer is different. We believe that people who work hard, save hard and take risks should be backed, not bled dry. Bracket creep is one of the clearest examples. Australians understand it because they live it. Inflation pushes wages up on paper, workers move into a higher tax bracket, and the government takes a bigger slice even though their buying power has barely improved. It is a quiet tax hike built into the system, and Labor relies on it. Labor says it wants to help with the cost of living while benefiting when inflation drags workers into higher tax over time. This is not fairness, it is government balancing its books on the backs of people trying to keep up. The Coalition's approach is the opposite. We believe the tax system should reward work, not punish it. That is why the Coalition's tax-back guarantee would index income tax thresholds to inflation, so Australians are not taxed more simply because prices have gone up. It is a structural reform, not a temporary patch. It would protect around 85% of income earners from 2028 to 29, with a relief of about $250 in year one, growing to more than $1,000 a year by year 4, before extending to all taxpayers. Labor's model said government should quietly benefit when workers are dragged into higher tax brackets. The Coalition's model says that if Australians earn more because prices have risen, they should keep more of what they earn. This is the difference between a government that manages decline and an opposition that wants to restore reward for effort. Let us be clear, the bill includes the working Australians tax offset and the $1,000 standard deduction, and the Coalition supports those measures, but they sit beside a much bigger agenda of higher taxes on savings, investment and enterprise. Schedule 1 changes capital gains tax, Schedule 2 changes negative gearing, and buried in the broader agenda is a tax hit on family savings and discretionary trusts. This is Labor's pattern: give a little with one hand and take much more with the other. Labor offers a headline-friendly offset while designing a tax system that reaches deeper into people's futures. The Coalition will support genuine relief, but we will not pretend these small sweeteners cancel out the wider assault on aspiration. This is the fundamental difference between Labor and the Coalition. Labor sees the economy from the top down: more tax, more redistribution and more dependence on government. The Coalition sees it from the ground up, built by workers, families, investors, small business owners and self-starters who take risks and create opportunity. Labor's instinct is to tax the very behaviour Australia needs more of: savings, investing, building and backing yourself. The Coalition's instinct is to remove barriers, reward effort and create the conditions for growth. Labor manages decline, the Coalition backs aspiration. For the people I represent in Capricornia, that difference is not theoretical. It is the worker in a mine camp doing overtime and seeing more of it disappear. It is a nurse or aged care worker picking up extra shifts because the bills do not stop. It is a tradie paying more for fuel, materials and insurance. It is the cafe owner on the Capricorn coast working weekends just to keep the doors open. It's the family in Rockhampton looking at a pay rise and realising it still will not stretch far enough because groceries, power, rent and mortgage repayments have all gone up. Labor's answer is more intervention and more tax. The Coalition's answer is to restore the confidence that work will pay, saving will matter and enterprise will be worth the risk. The contrast is just as stark on housing. Labor says its tax changes are about fairness and first home buyers, but the government's own material points in the opposite direction. Fewer incentives to invest, lower confidence and fewer homes. When you tax something, you get less of it. Tax housing investment more heavily, you get less housing investment. Restrict negative gearing and change capital gains rules at the same time, and you do not create affordability. You shape confidence, reduce supply and tighten the market. Labor recalls that reform, in reality, it is a wrecking ball through the very investment that helps deliver rental stock and new housing. The Coalition's position is straightforward. We oppose the capital gains tax changes and the negative gearing changes. And if these measures become law under Labor, a coalition government will repeal them. But repeal is only part of the answer. We also need common sense on housing and migration, investment in enabling infrastructure and a clear focus on supply rather than punishment. When governments get housing policy wrong, renters and young Australians cop it first. Labor talks about intergenerational fairness, but young people are being hit from every angle. They rent for longer, face higher rents when investment leaves the market, and then cop a bigger tax hit when they try to build a deposit. That is not fairness, that is intergenerational betrayal. The same contrast runs through small business policy. Across Capricornia, small businesses are under enormous pressure. They are battling higher insurance, freight wages, rent, power bills and input costs, and many are still rebuilding confidence after years of strain, yet Labor still sees a chance to take more. These tax changes reach into the retirement plans, succession plans and investment decisions of the people who have done the hard work, taken the risk and employed local people. In regional Australia, small business is often a family's life savings, their retirement plan, their legacy and the first job for young people in the community. Labor says government is entitled to a bigger stake of that. The Coalition says a life's work should be respected, not rated. The Coalition's alternative is to back the self-starters, not punish them, with lower, simpler and more predictable tax settings. That includes making the $50,000 instant asset write-off permanent for eligible small businesses so that when a tradie buys a ute, a cafe upgrades equipment or a contractor invests in tools, they can grow with confidence. It also means backing startups and entrepreneurs rather than treating them as an easy source of revenue in an economy increasingly shaped by technology and innovation. Australia should be attracting ambitious founders and skilled workers, my asthma's playing up. Not driving them offshore by taxing risk and claiming the upside. The Coalition wants an economy that rewards initiative. Labor is building one that punishes it. At its core, this debate is about what kind of country we want to be, one where government sees every pay rise, every investment gain, every family asset and every small business success as another opportunity to tax, or one that still believes in aspiration, reward for effort and the idea that if you work hard, save, invest and build something, you should be able to get ahead. Labor's approach is built on broken promises, higher taxes and the belief that government should always take more. The Coalition's alternative is lower taxes, lower inflation and an economy designed to back the self-starters of this nation, not kneecap them. We will fight these toxic taxes tooth and nail. We support relief where it's genuine, but we reject the broader tax raid on families, renters, first home buyers, small businesses and young Australians. In Capricornia, people do not want carve-outs to bad policy. They want a government that trusts them, backs them and gets out of their way. The people of Central Queensland know the value of hard work, self-reliance and backing yourself. They deserve a tax system and an economy that reflects those values, and the Coalition will always stand for an Australia where effort is rewarded, aspiration is encouraged and the next generation is given more opportunity, not less. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bullwinkle.
Something in the water today. Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of the Treasury Laws legislation. It's legislation that represents one of the most significant and forward-looking tax reform packages in more than a generation. At its heart, it's about building a tax system and an economy that works in the interests of more Australians. It's about fairness, aspiration and responsibility. And it's about ensuring that we look to the future and that we're not leaving difficult structural problems for the next generation to fix. The Albanese Labor government is delivering a new round of tax cuts, helping more Australians achieve the dream of home ownership, and supporting investment and innovation. This package is pro-worker, pro-investment and pro-aspiration. It is designed with a clear purpose to make the system simpler, fairer and more sustainable. Through these reforms, we are reducing the tax burden for 13 million people, 13 million workers. We're supporting around 75,000 more Australians into home ownership, delivering $3.5 billion in new measures to support businesses and startups, and cutting compliance costs by around $540 million every year. This legislation builds on our government's record of responsible economic management. It ensures that the revenue raised is returned to workers and businesses in the near term, while improving the sustainability of the budget over the medium term. Speaker, these reforms are sensible, thoughtful, balanced and necessary. They address the distortions that have built up over decades while supporting growth and opportunity across the economy. I want to turn to Schedules 1 and 2 of the legislation, reforms to the negative gearing and capital gains tax. Speaker, these are important changes as they go to one of the most pressing challenges that we face as a nation, housing affordability. For too long, the current tax settings, have locked out many Australians from owning their own home, particularly young Australians. The existing system has incentivised investment in established properties, and that investment is over the new housing supply. So it's contributed to rising prices and reduced accessibility. This legislation addresses that. It limits negative gearing for residential properties to only to new builds for properties purchased after budget night, with changes taking effect from 1st of July 2027. And importantly, these changes are grandfathered, meaning that Australians who currently own investment properties or negatively gear will not be affected. This is a targeted reform. It does not punish existing investors. Instead, it redirects future investors with future incentives in new builds. It encourages investment where it is most needed, and we all know that is in new housing supply. By doing so, it is expected to support around 75,000 Australians into home ownership over the next decade. Speaker, this is about opening the door to home ownership for more Australians. Alongside this, the legislation reforms capital gains tax arrangements. From July 1, 2027, we are replacing the blanket 50% discount with a system of cost-based indexation paired with a 30% minimum tax. This is a sensible and measured reform. It restores the system to its original intent, ensuring that investors are taxed on real gains and not inflationary gains. And it also, of course, reduces the distortion in investment decisions. Under the current settings, investments have been skewed towards assets that benefit most from tax concessions, particularly established housing. And these distortions have had wide-ranging consequences for both housing affordability and economic efficiency. By applying these reforms consistently across asset classes, we avoid creating new distortions. We are creating a more neutral system, one that directs investment towards where it earns the best real return, not the greatest tax advantage. And importantly, these changes preserve existing small business capital gains tax concessions. The vast majority of small businesses will continue to benefit from reduced or zero capital gains tax when they sell. We are also consulting carefully on how these reforms will apply to startups and businesses with low or zero cost bases, because we recognise the important role that they play in our economy. Speaker, these changes strike the right balance. They improve fairness, support housing supply and enhance productivity. I now turn to Schedule 3, the introduction of the Working Australians tax offset. This is a new, permanent structural improvement to our tax system. From 2027-28 income year, it will provide a $250 tax offset to Australians that are earning income from work. More than 13 million Australian workers will benefit. This is a straightforward measure with a powerful impact. It recognises a simple truth for most Australians, and particularly young Australians: income comes from work, and the tax system should reflect that. It will effectively increase the tax-free threshold for workers, boosting it to nearly $20,000 or close to $25,000 for those eligible for the low income tax offset. Combined with our previous tax cuts and other measures, in this package, the average worker will benefit by almost $3,000 by 2028. And this is real cost of living relief. It helps workers keep more of what they earn, it encourages workforce participation, and it supports aspiration, because people should be rewarded for their efforts. Importantly, this measure is not temporary. It is a permanent improvement to the structure of the tax system. And it is particularly significant for younger Australians. Millennials and Gen Zs are expected to make up around 2/3 of the beneficiaries. And this is a practical way of giving back to the next generation, helping them get ahead, save and build for their future. Speaker, Schedule 4 of the legislation introduces another practical and impactful reform: a $1,000 instant tax deduction for work-related expenses. This measure delivers on our election commitment to make tax simpler, faster and fairer. Each year, millions of Australians spend time and money gathering receipts and navigating complex rules to claim work-related deductions. These reforms cut through that complexity. Workers will be able to claim an automatic $1,000 deduction, no paperwork required. For those with higher expenses, the option remains to claim actual costs. This measure is expected to deliver around 6.2 million workers in the first year, delivering them an average tax saving of around $205. And it comes with another important benefit: it reduces compliance costs by an estimated $380 million annually. Speaker, that is time and money that's back in the pockets of Australians. It is a reform that recognises the value of people's time and makes everyday interactions with the tax system easier and more efficient. And these measures do not stand alone. They form part of our broader strategy to strengthen the economy, improve productivity and ensure long-term fiscal sustainability. We are delivering these reforms whilst managing the budget responsibly, making substantial expenditure savings, strengthening Medicare, securing our fuel supply and providing cost of living relief to Australians. We are also supporting investment through a broader productivity agenda by cutting red tape and reducing regulatory costs by more than $10 billion per year. Speaker, responsible economic management is about making choices, and it's about balancing support today with sustainability tomorrow. This legislation reflects that balance. At its core, this tax reform package is about intergenerational fairness. For too long, structural issues in our tax system have been allowed to persist, issues that distort markets, entrench inequality, and place increasing pressure on younger Australians. This government is taking those challenges very seriously. We are not deferring them, we are addressing them. We are ensuring that our tax system is fit for purpose, not just for today, but for decades ahead. We are creating a system that supports aspiration, rewards work, and directs investment where it is most productive. And we are doing so in a measured and responsible way, providing certainty through staged implementation and ongoing consultation on the more complex elements. This approach reflects best practice. Speaker, this legislation represents meaningful reform. It delivers tax relief to millions of workers. It supports more Australians into home ownership. It encourages investment where it is most needed, and it simplifies the tax system and reduces compliance costs. And it does all this while strengthening the sustainability of our budget and economy. Speaker, this is what responsible government looks like. This is what reform in the national interest looks like. And these reforms are the reforms that make our economy work better for more Australians. I commend this bill to the House.
Give the call to member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the tax reform bills. Now, these two bills do four things. They reform capital gains tax, replacing the 50% CGT discount with cost-based indexation and introducing a 30% minimum tax, which will apply from 1st of July 27. They limit negative gearing for residential property to new builds from July 27, grandfathering existing investments. They introduce the Working Australian tax offset, which will provide all working Australians with $250 a year from the 1st of July 27, and they provide a $1,000 standard deduction for work-related expenses for all wage earners. Now, I support 3.5 out of these four measures. I've called for reforms to tax concessions granted to property investors since I was elected in 2022. I've called for income tax cuts. But I do not support the proposed CGT reforms beyond property. I want to support this bill, but I cannot in its current form. It's vital that we get these bills right. If this reform is rushed or legislated with known design flaws, it will make the next round of reform harder. It will hand ammunition to those who want to wind it back. Reforms that aren't properly debated and don't carry public legitimacy tend not to survive. Now, there's a lot of good in this package. I support limiting negative gearing changes to new builds to incentivise housing supply. This addresses a structural distortion that economists and housing researchers have consistently identified. For too long, these settings have tilted the playing field in favour of investors and against first home buyers, subsidising those who already own property at the expense of those trying to get their foot in the door. This reform corrects that. It's prospective and it grandfathers existing investments. Some might say the grandfathering is too generous, but given that more than half of investment properties are only negatively geared for 4 to 5 years, it will taper off. I support the CGT changes as they apply to housing. That is, the decision to retain the 50% CGT discount for investment in new residential builds, while replacing the discount with an indexed model so only real gains are taxed for existing residential property. This is the right companion measure to the negative gearing changes. Together, they address the same underlying distortion: tax settings that have channelled investment into existing housing at the expense of new supply and first home buyers. The CGT discount in the context of residential property has not been building broad prosperity. It's been concentrating advantage among high-income investors at the expense of those trying to buy their first home. More than 80% of the benefit of the current CGT discount goes to the top 10% of income earners, and it's right to correct that specific distortion. And I think that there's community support for reforming negative gearing and CGT for property. There's a broad consensus that we need to move away from being a country where housing is an investment to accumulate wealth and towards a country where housing is available and affordable for everyone. In 2 community consultations over the last 2 years, I've found that those in my community of Curtin who've participated are strongly supportive of reforming these tax concessions for housing, despite being amongst some of the greatest beneficiaries of the current system. And this is why I've fought for reform to the tax concessions for housing investors and why I'm so pleased to see this reflected in the budget and in these bills. I support the Working Australian tax offset. To be clear, at $250 a year, it doesn't come close to addressing bracket creep, the steady, invisible process by which inflation pushes wage earners into higher marginal tax rates year after year. But it moves in the right direction towards reducing income taxes, and workers will welcome it. It should go further, but it's directionally correct. I support the $1,000 standard deduction for work-related expenses. It reduces compliance burden for millions of Australians, frees up ATO, audit resources, and is the kind of sensible simplification that should have happened years ago. But I cannot support these bills in their current form because the government has chosen to extend the CGT reforms beyond housing to all other assets like businesses and shares. Changes to the CGT regime for housing have been socialised. I and others have been talking about this for years, and most of the concerned feedback I've had from constituents since the budget has not been about housing. The case has been made. But the case has not been made for changes to CGT for other asset classes. The government argues that this is needed to create an even taxation landscape. I understand and support this aim in principle. Ideally, investment decisions are made because of economic factors, not tax regimes. There is always a risk that we replace one tax distortion with another. But the tax landscape already has a range of distortions, including for new properties and small businesses, and most are there for a reason. I support the changes announced in the budget to support small businesses, the loss carryback and loss refundability and instant asset write-off, which will help small businesses with cash flow in the early years, and I back the industry proposal to increase the turnover threshold for small businesses. But I share the concern of my constituent Angus, who told me, "My concern is the breadth of the application. Extending CGT changes to shares, private businesses and other productive assets risks penalising exactly the behaviour we should be encouraging, Australians taking genuine economic risk to build something. At a time when productivity is a huge concern, we must drive more investment in productive, high-growth assets, ambitious businesses and startups, risk-taking that can deliver returns for the economy. With the proposed indexing model for CGT, lower growth assets will be relatively more attractive than higher growth assets. That will not incentivise behaviours that contribute to getting us out of our productivity rut. Is this a distortion? Well, maybe, but it could also be called a lever to encourage the type of investment we need to protect our future prosperity. If we were seeing significant cuts to personal income tax, there would be more of a case for extending this CGT reform to other asset classes. We do need to shift more tax burden from workers to wealth over the long term. Passive wealth should not be taxed more favourably than the income of working Australians. But the WATO is hardly a meaningful reduction in the personal tax burden. The government has hinted at future tax cuts, but a future promise is not reasonable justification to pass flawed legislation today. The best way to shift some of the tax burden from active to passive income would be through the proper indexation of tax brackets, something I've argued for since I was elected in 2022. It's not coherent to index capital gains while simultaneously allowing bracket creep to push wage earners into higher marginal rates year after year through the same inflationary mechanism. Both problems have the same cause. A comprehensive approach to tax reform would address both. I've raised this with the Treasurer, but this principle has not been addressed in these bills. I now move the amendment circulated in my name to limit the indexing approach to the CGT discount to housing, so the current CGT discount settings remain in relation to other investment classes. With this amendment, I believe the government will have a mandate to make a difficult long-term change that's needed to level the playing field on housing, without a broad range of unintended consequences, particularly for productivity. Yes, there may be some complexities. I can see that residential properties might be purchased through a company structure to circumvent the CGT changes for housing. There will always be loopholes that need to be addressed, but it would be better to deal with those loopholes head-on than to create a huge raft of new problems. If the government is not yet in a position to agree to this amendment, then the least it could do is to slow the process down to understand the implications of these broad CGT changes. There's been very little consideration of reforming CGT beyond property, either in the community or amongst economists and civil society. The media have reported that the decision to extend the CGT reforms beyond property was made on the basis of Treasury advice less than 1 month before the budget. There's a short Senate inquiry, but legislation of this significance warrants a far more public and rigorous process. 25 days from referral to report will not be enough time to receive meaningful public submissions, conduct expert hearings, examine the interaction effects with superannuation and business investment, or probe the unanswered design questions that the government itself has acknowledged remain open. Compare this to the 1999 CGT reforms, which were reforms of comparable significance. That process involved an independent review body in the Ralph Review, 2 public discussion papers, more than 300 public submissions, seminars in every state capital, 31 focus groups, draft legislation released for consultation, and then a Senate committee inquiry on top of all that. From establishment to legislation, the process ran approximately 12 to 14 months, not 25 days. Good process is not procedural tidiness, it's how you build the public legitimacy that makes reform durable. It's how you surface unintended consequences before they're locked into law. It's how the government gets the opportunity to justify the choices it's making. This reform needs that justification. The government seems to think that crashing through is the best approach, that consultation will just give the haters time to build their campaigns. But this is the hard work of developing policy, actually listening, recognising that you might not always have the right answers up front and that legislation can always be improved. We used to have a process of green papers and white papers where governments opened up discussion by publicly identifying an issue, signalled their approach, published exposure draft, listened to feedback, made improvements and then passed legislation. Now it seems to be legislation by stealth. It takes confidence to genuinely seek feedback. And there are lots of unanswered questions. What will these changes mean for ordinary Australians building wealth through the share market? The only analysis that exists has come from industry bodies with an obvious interest in the outcome. Does the 30% minimum tax combined with indexation produce fair outcomes across different asset classes and different investor profiles? Should capital losses be indexed to inflation? Well, these are questions that need to be answered, and a 25-day inquiry will not be sufficient. There are particularly difficult questions about the impact of these reforms on startups and high-growth assets. The government has acknowledged that there's a problem here, but is asking the House to wave through this legislation and trust it to sort it out later. Unfortunately, that trust has not been earned. The proposed CGT reforms will have the most immediate and material impact on startups. These businesses will be taxed on almost all their gains because the inflationary proportion of their gain is calculated on a very low base. Australia cannot afford to discourage the investment that drives innovation and jobs. Early-stage, high-growth businesses must not become collateral damage in a reform aimed at a very different problem. I've pressed the government on this since budget night, writing to the Treasurer and raising it directly in this House at the first opportunity and on several occasions. The Treasurer and Assistant Treasurer are consulting on a carve-out for early-stage businesses, and I welcome that. But commitments are not legislation. The bills before us today contain no carve-outs for founders, investors or early employees with near zero cost bases. They contain no mechanism for spreading gains over multiple years. The government is consulting, but there is no answer yet, and the 25-day Senate inquiry will close before that consultation is complete. Asking Parliament to pass these bills now on the promise that the hard design questions will be resolved later is asking us to legislate to create a known problem and fix it afterwards. On a question with this much consequence for Australia's innovation economy and our productivity challenge, that's not good enough. The government should not bring a bill to the House that it knows requires immediate amendment. I came to this Parliament calling for exactly the kind of housing tax reform contained in this package. I welcome it. I support the negative gearing changes. I support the WATO as a first step towards reducing the tax burden on working Australians. I support the standard deduction. But I cannot support the extension of CGT changes beyond housing at this point. If the government wants to undertake tax reform that will last, it must build the case for it through a proper consultation process. It recognises that carve-outs are needed for start-ups. Eligibility will be complicated. The case has been made for CGT reform on housing, but beyond that, the case has not been made. The easiest carve-out at this stage would be for all non-housing assets. And the best way to build the public's trust that this is part of a plan to ensure our tax system is fit for purpose in the longer term would be to include meaningful personal income tax cuts in this package, not $250 per person with ministerial discretion. We need to take the time and get it right. Otherwise, future tax reform will only be harder.
Is the amendment seconded?
I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Member for Wentworth. And so the original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the Honourable Member for Hume moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Curtin has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Curtin to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Hume be agreed to. I give the call to the Member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, for too long, Australia's tax system has more generously rewarded wealth than work. For too long, a nurse working nights, a teacher buying classroom supplies, a tradie leaving home before dawn, or a retail worker struggling with rising rents has paid a greater share of their income in tax than people making large gains from property and passive investments. That's simply not fair. Right now, it's also simply too tough to get into the housing market. Ask Angus and Nick from my electorate. And it's so different, Deputy Speaker, to when I grew up. My parents, Dad was was the only wage earner, yet he and Mum could afford to buy a house for us kids, 8 kids and a few foster kids. It was a small workers' cottage, but it was my security. It was my home. It's where I painted walls and when Mum and Dad were out. It's where we shared the yard with the dogs, Benji and Tina, and even played cricket with a few neighbours, breaking a few windows in the process. But, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is making some big changes. We've delivered tax cuts for all working Australians, and we're now taking steps towards building a fairer economy, one where hard work is rewarded and where the dream of home ownership is not permanently pushed out of reach for our younger generation. Every Australian taxpayer will pay less, with the greatest proportional benefits flowing to low and middle income earners. By reducing tax rates in the lowest brackets, Labor has recognised a simple truth. When ordinary Australians are doing it tough, governments should help put more money into their back pockets. The Working Australian tax offset, one item in this bill, will provide a permanent tax offset for up to $250 every year for over 13 million Australians from 2027-28 financial year. This bill also delivers on our commitment to introduce a $1,000 instant tax deduction from the 26-27 year. Workers can still claim other non-work related deductions such as charitable donations or super contributions, maybe union and professional association membership fees, etc. This is designed to help make this tax system simpler for millions of workers. This is responsible tax relief targeted at working people. It represents the most meaningful permanent increase to effective tax-free thresholds since Labor last increased it more than a decade ago. Around 6.2 million people will benefit, with the average worker receiving an extra $205 at tax time. More than a quarter of those who will benefit will be under the age of 30, and more than half of them will be women. Deputy Speaker, this Labor government is now cutting income tax 5 times in 3 different ways. We've already delivered tax cuts to every single Australian taxpayer by bringing rates down and pushing thresholds up. Another tax cut will commence on 1 July, just in over a few weeks, and again in 1 July next year. Together with the new tax relief in this bill, the average Australian worker will receive a combined benefit of up to $2,800 in 2028. Deputy Speaker, this isn't small bickies. That's almost $3,000 over a month of the average rent in Brisbane. Deputy Speaker, in my first speech to this House, I spoke of one of the biggest challenges facing leaders right now being intergenerational inequality, especially housing. Every one of us in this chamber should be motivated to provide at least the same opportunities and aspirations to the younger generations as we had, to deliver fairness and the dream of owning your own home. That's what this bill's about. I talk to so many people across the Brisbane community, parents, students, young professionals, and many more, all who want to see a better future for themselves, the next generation. But what I also hear, Deputy Speaker, is that we are working hard. It's tough to get ahead. The system is not working for us. And they're right. The status quo is not working, especially regarding the big Australian dream to own your own home. Now, Australia cannot solve the cost of living crisis or the housing crisis without addressing the way our tax system has deliberately encouraged investment to flow into existing assets rather than really towards the productive economic activity. For decades, generous capital gains tax concessions have distorted wealth creation and investment. We've heard it in this House. The current system allows investors to receive a 50% discount on capital gains, regardless of whether those gains come from genuine economic growth or simply rising because of asset prices have risen due to inflation. Labor's reforms seek to restore the original principle: tax real gains, not inflationary gains. Under the model, capital gains will be adjusted for inflation rather than adopting a blanket discount. This is not radical. This is common sense. If a worker pays taxes on their wages earned through effort and productivity, why should someone else making a financial gain from appreciating assets receive a larger tax preference? Labor's reforms are about balance. They are about ensuring the tax system serves the entire nation, not just those fortunate enough to already own multiple investment assets. The proposed changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing are also, though, about housing affordability. Right now, it's too hard for many Australians to get into the housing market and get ahead. As I said, I hear this daily from young people, mums, dads, grandparents. House prices have risen 400% over the last 2 decades or so. They've gone from 4 to 8 times people's income over the past 20 years, and ownership is down 7% for young people. In Brisbane alone, the median house price has risen $173,500 in 12 months. That's almost 3 times the average Queenslander's take-home pay. So it's no surprise that just 44% of Australians aged 25 to 34 own a home of their own. Deputy Speaker, our reforms are designed to help level the playing field for first home buyers and encourage investment flows to where it's most productive, including new housing supply. There are so many stories of young people lining up to buy their first home only to be pushed out by investors that have a tax advantage on their side. Where's the fairness in that? Labor is seeking to redirect investment towards new housing construction rather than speculative bidding wars over existing homes. By encouraging investment in new builds, these reforms can support housing supply while easing pressure on first home buyers. Now, critics may say that these reforms will punish success. They don't. We do believe on this side of the House that success should be rewarded. Entrepreneurs should be rewarded. Small businesses should be rewarded. People who take risks and create jobs should be rewarded. Deputy Speaker, these changes still reward success, but not at a rate that far outstrips those who get a pay packet every week and not at the expense of rewarding productive investment. Now, the Barefoot Investors offered some commentary on the reforms, saying that the system lets wealthy families with good accountants pay less tax than nurses and tradies. To me, that just doesn't pass the pub test. Dr. Tom Hurd, an economist and founder of CG Asia Pacific, said in a recent article, "Of course business owners take risks." He did. Businesses fail, clients disappear, employees have to be paid before owners are paid. But risk is not a magic word that justifies any level of tax concession. The question is not whether tax systems should have concessions for entrepreneurs that salaried employees don't receive. According to him, they should. But he goes on to say, does 12 to 20% tax on $1 million strike the right balance? If you think 30% is closer to the right balance, then you should be supporting the government's tax changes. Deputy Speaker, you would also have seen many posts going around the internet saying that with these changes, the government is becoming a lazy partner in business. But ask a simple question, compared to who? Compared with a nurse or an engineer whose income is taxed before it even hits their bank account, or compared to their own employees, many who will pay more tax than the business owner? The truth is that people like Dr. Tim Hurd have done very well out of the current system. As he said, they played by the rules. But should we confuse playing with the rules being economically... Should we not confuse playing by the rules with the rules being economically sensible, let alone fair? This is sensible commentary from those who understand that these changes are fundamentally about fairness. Deputy Speaker, we are presenting the elements in these bills together, not just because they're related, but because one part helps fund the other. Changes to capital gains and negative gearing will help pay for the tax cuts for all Australian workers. This is the first tranche of legislation. There will be more on specific implementation details and other parts of our tax reform package. Legislating significant reforms in tranches is a standard approach, consistent with how other governments have undertaken tax reform, and it's appropriate to ensure core policy features that apply broadly to most taxpayers are in place first. As outlined in the budget, the government is consulting with stakeholders on the treatment of capital gains of small and start-up businesses where indexation is applied to a low or zero cost base. Deputy Speaker, a modern economy grows when capital flows into businesses, innovation, manufacturing, renewable energy, technology, housing construction, not when tax settings overwhelmingly favour the accumulation of existing assets. These reforms are really about intergenerational fairness. Many Australians are working harder than ever, studying longer than previous generations and carrying larger debts, yet they feel further away from the dream of owning their own home, further away than their parents ever did. Now, there's a reason for this. The current system is skewed against everyday workers, bankers, electricians, plumbers, cleaners, nurses, teachers and more. And what the government can do is to be brave, take brave steps to fix what's broken and make the system fairer. By opposing these reforms, those opposite want to keep down younger Australians trying to get ahead. They will continue locking them out of the housing market. They're okay with a system that unfairly favours the wealthy over mums, dads, students and others who work hard every day just to make ends meet. They showed their true colours voting against our cost of living measures, including our tax cuts. They have said over and over that they will vote against these reforms, and if the reforms get passed by Parliament, they will repeal them should they end up in government. This is astounding, not just because of the increased cost to taxpayers, but because their now shadow treasurer actually understands this. He admitted in his book, the current CGT concessions are entrenching wealth and exacerbating intergenerational inequality, and the tax discounts on assets tend to favour well-off and established interests against those trying to get ahead. Deputy Speaker, I want to say to young people across Australia and in the Brisbane electorate, we get that the system is broken. We could have done the easy thing and just kept going on with the same old, but we, this Labor government, want to support you, give you the best opportunities in life, to give you a fair crack. That's the Australian way, and we will always fight for you. A fair tax system is not one where everybody pays the same amount. A fair tax system is one where everyone contributes according to their capacity and where opportunity is not determined by whether your parents owned a property before the boom. It's one that rewards effort as much as wealth, and that's not the case now. Deputy Speaker, Labor's vision is straightforward. Tax relief for working Australians, support for first home buyers, investment in housing supply, and an economy that works not only for those who already have assets, but those who are aspirational, who are still striving to build a future. because the strength of Australia has never come from the privileged view. It has always come from ordinary working people, and that's who these reforms are designed to support. As leaders, we have a responsibility to ensure the next generation can live a life that they're proud of. They can build a life they aspire to, but it requires us as a government to set the building blocks for opportunity, the same opportunities or better than what we had. This budget lays down the foundations to deliver just that. It's about building aspiration. It's a budget about hope. It's a budget giving and providing an ability to build a safe and stable home and a community for people across my electorate and across Australia. I commend the bill to the House.
Member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill. These bills break faith and break promises that the Albanese Labor government made to the Australian people. The 2026 budget increases taxes, increases debt, and makes life harder for Australian households and certainly harder for Australian businesses. Everywhere I go, people are telling me that the biggest problem in their life is the cost of living crisis. It's the top of their list of concerns. And this budget spends more, taxes more and borrows more, adding to inflationary pressure, making it even harder for households to make ends meet and businesses to balance their books. This budget is a direct attack on aspiration for older Australians who are being punished for working hard and saving for their retirement, for business owners who take on the risk of investing in themselves and creating jobs only to now have the Albanese government claim a bigger slice of their capital, and for younger Australians who are being denied the same incentives to save and invest that their parents enjoyed. The hypocrisy and dishonesty from this Albanese Labor government, which more than 50 times promised there would be no changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing, is absolutely staggering. If the government had the guts and the courage of its convictions, it would have taken these broken promises to an election, but it certainly lacks both guts and conviction. These broken promises, disguised as intergenerational equality, means that those who are investing in the share market to save for their first home will pay higher taxes and be worse off. And Treasury modelling indicates that Labor's changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax could result in 35,000 fewer homes being built over the next decade. What a shocker. Restricting negative gearing to new builds only while grandfathering negative gearing on existing properties denies many Australians the opportunity to build their own wealth and blocks them from the opportunities that our very own Prime Minister has enjoyed to build his substantial portfolio of assets. If this government was serious about helping generations to come, it would restrain its spending and not leave them to inherit Labor's $1.25 trillion debt bomb, costing $80,000 in interest every minute. And with 2 million migrants coming into the country over Labor's term, if the government was serious about addressing intergenerational equity and improving housing and rental affordability for Australians, it'd cut immigration and implement an immigration policy that worked for Australian citizens, not the Labor Party's political interests. The income tax cuts announced in last year's budget will take effect this year, but with inflation running at 2.4%, energy bills soaring by 39% and bracket creep costing households $2,000 a year since Labor came to office, its value has been completely eroded and it's the same with the Working Australians tax offset in this bill. By the time it comes into effect in 27-28 financial years, any benefit will be completely gone. If the government was serious about tackling cost of living relief and bracket creep, it would adopt the Coalition's plan of indexing tax rates instead of increasing taxes by a whopping $273 billion over 9 years. The new minimum 30% tax on discretionary trusts punishes the families, farmers and small businesses that use these structures for succession and estate planning. And the future tax on testamentary trusts amounts to a death tax, plain and simple. I'm hearing from small business owners across Wide Bay also who are outraged by the capital gains tax, an attack on enterprise and aspiration contained in this so-called budget. One business owner told me that he's worked hard and taken risks to get ahead in life, and now that effort is going to be taxed into oblivion by this Albanese Labor government. He pays company tax, tax on wage earnings, payroll tax and further tax on dividends if he's fortunate enough to make a profit. The final death knell for his aspiration is the tax on his trust when he distributes his earnings. He said if the government was so concerned for the state of the budget and the country, why hasn't it reined in its own spending and handouts? And it's a legitimate question. Why hasn't this government been prudent in the way that it spends and manages our taxpayer dollars? There have been 15 interest rate rises since Labor was elected in 2022, and the cost of living has skyrocketed. Hardworking Australians are being expected to cut their personal spending, but this Labor government keeps on spending. The number of staffers in the Prime Minister's office has increased by 16%. The number of public servants has increased by 26%. Under Labor, even the basics have become unaffordable for many Australians. Households are paying more for electricity. A loaf of bread costs 22% more than it did before this government was elected. Milk costs 23% more. Tea and coffee are up by 19%. Fruit is up by 18%, and home insurance is up by a whopping 40%. The $1,000 instant tax deduction for taxpayers contained in this bill won't even begin to cover the rising costs of groceries, fuel and mortgage repayments. The 2026 budget removes incentives for saving. It's an attack on aspiration. It sets Australians up for intergenerational warfare. It holds everyone back and leaves everyone behind and breaks faith with the Australian people.
And I give the call to Member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill, which I learnt today is affectionately known as TLAB, and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Bill 2026. And in doing so, I acknowledge the work of my neighbour, the Treasurer, the member for Rankin, who has led the government's economic team to the Labor government's economic team to deliver a truly Labor budget, and a budget which is aimed well and truly at the people that the Treasurer and I represent in Logan, and the people that you represent as well, Deputy Speaker. It is a budget which speaks absolutely to the aspiration of working class people who have been for too long seen their wages go backwards, their taxes go up, and the great Australian dream of owning their own home disappear under effectively 30 years of coalition government. And in fact, I think what this budget does more than any single act of this government is really demonstrated at the heart of the philosophy of this government sits a rejection of the status quo, that the public has had enough. The public is not going to put up with a broken system anymore, and it takes a government with the guts to do something about it. And I think there are two things which exemplify the Prime Minister, exemplify the philosophy of this government, summed up in two things that the Prime Minister said recently. One, that nobody held back and nobody left behind. But the other thing that he said, which really struck a chord with me, was that if you come across, and he said it much more eloquently than I'm going to be able to say it, if you come across a broken system, what do? Do you just throw your hands up in the air and say, I wish I could do something about it, but I'm only the Prime Minister? I think it is exactly that sort of attitude, that sort of what Paul Keating used to describe with the Coalition as presiding over the Rip Van Winkle years, where the country just goes to sleep but slowly falls apart as the rest of the world leaves us behind. It takes a Labor government to really implement Labor values which are about improving the economic conditions of working class Australians. And of course the thing that I also note about this budget, that it is very much where tax policy and housing policy come together. It is absolutely, I guess, a statement of the blindingly obvious to say that. But the two bills here really deal, number one, with housing, and number two, with taxation, and particularly the relationship between housing and taxation. And of course, the measures in these bills, are not going to solve the housing problem on their own. That is going to be solved through the implementation of the most ambitious housing program that we have seen for generations. A $47 or so billion investment to fix public housing, to create the infrastructure needed to build housing, to encourage that incentives for first home buyers, such as a 5% deposit, and it is measures contained within the whole of government's housing policy, which is designed to deal with the supply problem, which will ultimately fix the housing problems. But they will mean nothing as if all we are doing is creating supply for investors to really just buy up existing homes. And so it is, long before I got elected to this place, long before I even thought about running in the 2022 election, that housing has very much been my number one priority. I believe strongly that there is no greater productivity measure that a government can take than to provide affordable housing. And that's why I think in post-war Australia what we saw was an investment in public housing from both Labor and Liberal governments, I've got to say. Both Labor and Liberal governments believed that by investing in public housing, not just for the people that were desperately in need of housing, but for workers, what we actually did was we were able to keep the cost of living down, we were able to keep rents down, and as a result we were able to keep the pressure off wages. And that actually helped business as well. And in fact, so what you saw car workers and railway workers and teachers and police officers and aged care workers all living in public housing, because it was actually part of the economic design of our system that you had public housing in order to keep in order to keep the pressure off wages and to help business. And that's why one of the reasons we had a strong manufacturing industry. If you look at the suburb of Elizabeth, public housing is built around the old Holden plant there, because it was absolutely part of the charter, in fact, of the South Australian Housing Trust, was to provide, was to aid in the economic development of the state. And so it is that we have seen over the last 30 years a complete rejection of those values, those old Liberal Party values, and a rejection of those Labor Party values. And we saw under the Howard government, and I guess even further decelerated under the Abbott, Morrison and Turnbull governments, where they built something like 373 houses over the 10 years that they were in government. We saw, surprise, surprise, a housing crisis 30 years later. And so while the measures in these bills will not go immediately towards fixing the central problem for first home buyers today, which is that wages have not kept up with housing, it sits within the government's wider housing strategy, and frankly it sits within the government's wider philosophy of just not accepting a broken status quo. And whether that be in healthcare, which you saw the government through one policy alone by tripling the bulk billing rate, virtually almost double the number, in fact more than double the number of bulk billing clinics in Ford overnight back in November, through a policy to keep the cost of medicines down, PBS medicines at $25, which I learned today, had that policy not been in place, people would be paying $50 for those medicines. It takes tough decisions. It doesn't. This money really just doesn't come from anywhere. This money has been directed to the priorities of this Labor government, but it's meant that we've needed to make tough decisions in the process. And so it is that the measures around negative gearing and around the capital gains tax are designed to attack that particular problem where housing has become an investment vehicle rather than a family home. And so as we've seen, since the capital gains tax discount at 50% flat discount came in, we've seen values of housing rise from multiples of about 4 or 5 times the median wage to 8 to 10 times the median wage. It has become absolutely impossible for people to think about buying a home anymore. And what we've seen as a result is home ownership rates, which were for decades steady around that 72-73% of the population, fall to around 66% of the population today. And when you look at that age cohort between 25 and 45, they have gone completely off a cliff. And so it is not good enough. We know it in our electorate. People are hurting. I think the Prime Minister really summed it up well the other day when he said it's hard to buy a house. And there was an interjection from the other side who said it's getting harder, and the Prime Minister seized on that and said, yes, it is getting harder. There is a recognition in this government that the status quo is broken. We know it in our communities. You know it when you look at the numbers. You know it when you sit down like I did over the weekend with a 65-year-old woman whose lease is about to run out in three months' time, who is desperate to find somewhere for her and her 13-year-old dog to go to live. It's broken when you look at the numbers. It's broken when you talk to people. And I think that it is the underlying philosophy of this government is no more. The status quo is not good enough. And so these measures deal with the taxation treatments around housing as an investment, but they also deal with the other part of that problem of rising house prices compared to median wages, which is take-home pay. And today we've seen, again, because of this government supporting rises for minimum wages, take-home pay increased by 4.75% for minimum wage earners, which means that since this government came to power, wages have gone up by $12,000 a year. $12,000 a year for minimum income workers. That is a 12% real wage increase. And on top of that, it is not just how much people are earning, but how much people are able to pocket as well. Because once these measures are in place, these measures contained in this bill that build on the tax cuts over the last few years, that the average worker's income tax cut will be about $2,816 compared to 2023. So what we are doing is two things. We are trying to take the heat out of the housing market. As the Prime Minister says, we expect prices to continue to rise, but at a moderate level. At the same time, we're dealing with the other part of that equation, how much workers take home in their pocket. And so I think in some ways the argument has been settled around housing. And it is very difficult now to hear cogent arguments from the other side about housing, and they sort of generally leave that alone, which I think is sort of interesting for them because they're creating a long-term problem for themselves again. I think the one reason, well, there are many reasons, the good policies that we had, but the one mistake that the other side made, that when the now opposition leader said that they would repeal our tax cut on the eve of the election, that was the moment where I actually thought, you know what, I got a chance in Ford. I just thought it was political as well as economic craziness to take that policy to the election, and I credit that with the single biggest mistake they made on the other side. So I can't believe not only are they prepared to make that mistake again by not supporting the tax cuts in this legislation, but are they seriously going to go to the next election promising to give tax breaks to property investors? I mean, I'm not sure they've really thought that through. Whether in 2 years' time, all of the people, all the first-home buyers that who are already starting to be advantaged by this policy, when all of the people that can actually start to see this dream becoming a reality again, are they really going to vote for a party that is promising to bring in tax breaks for property investors? I don't know. I hope so, because I think it's going to cost them a lot of votes. I hope so, I guess, for my benefit, but not to be selfish. I implore them not to, for the sake of the community. I think, you know, then so you hear them talking about other things like the member for Wide Bay mentioning there that, oh, you know, this is going to hurt people that are saving up, using shares as a strategy to save a deposit for a house because a house is actually too unaffordable for them, so shares become the only strategy. I mean, the irony in that is obvious to me, so I don't know why those on the other side keep bringing that up. The irony that house prices have got so out of control that the only way that you can use the 10 grand that you might have disposable, which you can't now invest in a house deposit, so you have to put it in shares, that irony is obviously missed on them. But also the economics is also missed on them, because it's a fact, which they don't like to talk about, that if you look at the last 20 years, if you retrospectively applied a system of indexation, most people would have actually done the same or better out of an index system. So I urge people to support this. I urge the opposition to just have another bit of a think about this. I would hope that all their shenanigans and trying to refer it to a committee is because they haven't properly settled on a position. But when they do, I urge them and the others in the House to support this bill.
Member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise this evening to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment and Income Tax Rates Amendment Bills 2026. It is in these pieces of legislation that Labor squarely attacks regional West Australians, small businesses, small business owners, farmers, younger and older residents. The Coalition absolutely opposes the adjustments to the capital gains tax discount and negative gearing contained within these bills. These pieces of legislation mark the end of aspiration in Australia and trust in government. Not one Australian voted for Labor's toxic taxes at the last election. The Prime Minister told us, in his own words, more than 50 times, that there would be no change to capital gains tax or negative gearing prior to the last election. Is there anything this Labor government is not taxing? There is a death tax, tax on family savings, a tax on renters, first home buyers, just young Australians trying to get ahead. That's on top of taxes on small businesses, startups and entrepreneurs. Truly unforgivable. The Coalition has consistently said, if you tax something more, well, you get less of it. But don't trust me. Labor's own budget papers say that there will be 35,000 less homes delivered because of these new taxes. The Commonwealth Bank's chief economist says these changes will raise government revenue but will not build more homes. How can Labor claim that this budget is about young Australians when all it delivers is a lower supply of houses? Higher prices, higher rents, higher taxes on their deposit and investments. That is not helping first home buyers, that's kneecapping them. The Financial Services Council data confirms that aggressive investors, typically Australians aged around 35, will be the hardest hit by these capital gains tax changes. Not the ultra-wealthy, as our Prime Minister wants us to believe, just ambitious young Australians. Gen Z and millennials are investing more than 3 times the share of their income than baby boomers. The government's response to this ambition? Well, just tax it. Now, no matter how much spin, and we've heard all of the contributions here today, no matter how much spin we hear from the other side of the chamber, that this budget is all for young people, young Australians, the facts in their own budget papers and from experts right across the country tells the true story that this budget is about limiting opportunity, not about increasing opportunity. Small businesses now have a new 47% co-owner, the Albanese government. The government has taken on none of the risks, will not work one day in these businesses, but now it wants nearly half of the business at the time the business is sold. Why would any Australian now start a new business when the government acts as a silent partner from day one? The young plumber, or chippy, or hairdresser, or gym operator, yoga athlete, just trying to build wealth beyond a day-to-day income, getting their business to a point of selling in the future, are now being cut down for just having a go. For many business owners, it's their retirement savings, their family legacy, and the first employer of many young people in our regional communities. Everyday Australians must start somewhere, and often, particularly in regional seats like Durack, they start working in a small or a family business. Now, Labor are trying to take that start away. Farmers, well, they're becoming Labor's #1 target. Labor views farmers as their personal cash grab. They bowed to the Greens and the inner city voters in ending live export. We all remember that, those dark days. Provided inadequate compensation, still ongoing by the way, wrapped it in red tape and watched as the industry tanked. Now the future of WA agricultural industry is at risk because of Labor's toxic taxes. The last thing our country needs, and I repeat, the last thing our country needs is to make it harder for the next generation of farmers to stay on the land. We're talking about feeding our country, food and fibre for our country. If hitting small business, farmers and young Australians wasn't bad enough, hidden away in the budget papers, hoping no one would see it, was a 30% death tax. Now, the Prime Minister was asked in question time in front of the Australian people if he would rule out a death tax. Well, he wouldn't rule it out, and now we know why, because it had already been announced, it was already hidden in the budget papers. So you've got to ask yourself, how low can this Prime Minister go? Honestly, he fails to tell the truth to the Australian people during an election campaign, attacks aspiration and now wants to insert himself into families' inheritance. And by the way, the Prime Minister was asked only the other day in Canberra whether the family home was going to be the next capital gains tax victim. Well, he refused to answer that question, so I'll leave it up to those listening, playing along at home as to what they make of that. Why wouldn't he just count that out and say, of course the family home is not going to be the next victim of capital gains tax? But I smell a rat. Now, this budget is not intergenerational fairness, as those opposite would have us believe. It is causing intergenerational war, fuelling fights at the dinner table between generations about what will be left and what the government will pocket. Older Australians, well, they can't escape the Prime Minister's cash grab. Labor will hit them with higher costs for private health insurance. Now, nearly a quarter of residents in Durack will be directly affected by these changes. Regional Australians, well, they're already facing limited healthcare services, longer wait times and fewer specialist options. Yet Labor has shamefully prioritised politics over practical support, imposing increases of up to 21% on essential healthcare cover for older Australians by reducing the tax rebate. The government has ignored a simple reality. Older Australians rely on healthcare more frequently than younger Australians. At a stage of life when affordable and reliable access to healthcare matters most, Labor is forcing our senior Australians to pay more. This is unforgivable. Older Australians on fixed pensions are telling me it is becoming nearly impossible to keep their private health insurance while managing the rising cost of living. Many are being forced to choose between keeping their insurance and paying for essentials like heating and groceries. Now, there is a consistent theme in this budget. Labor simply does not care for Australians. They do not want you to get ahead. They do not want to support you. Only they want to cut you down and tax you more. And for what, I ask you? And for what? Purely to help feed an overspending government, which has been reckless with our economy. Now, the Coalition supports the introduction of the Working Australian Tax Offset and the $1,000 standard deduction for work-related expenses. We support an annual offset of up to $250 for all Australians. But the Coalition is more ambitious. The Coalition wants to give Australians a greater tax cut, and one that is not wiped out by Christmas. And we call on the Albanese government, those opposite, to agree to our proposed amendment. Why not? You want to give Australians more of a tax cut? Well, here's a chance. Here's a chance to show you that you too really believe in tax cuts for all Australians. Under our tax-back guarantee, the Coalition will index income tax thresholds to inflation, so Australians are not taxed simply because prices have gone up. We believe when you earn your money, you risk your money and save your money, you should get to keep it. From 2028-29, a Coalition government will index the bottom two income tax thresholds to inflation, delivering relief of around $250 in year one, growing to $1,000 a year by year 4. Now that is generational tax reform. A Coalition government will repeal Labor's toxic taxes. The capital gains tax changes, negative gearing changes and the hidden death tax will all be gone. The more you tax, the less you get. Less housing, less saving, less investment, less small business. We will always back aspiration and reward for hard work, starting with the scrapping of these taxes. The Coalition has always prioritised home ownership and wants to put it back at the centre of Australian values. We will restore common sense to migration and housing by only bringing in as many people as we can house. A Coalition government will cap net overseas migration each year based on how many new homes are completed. Never again will we have a migration program that brings in more people than what our housing can support. It simply doesn't make sense. The Coalition values the contribution of migrants. Of course we do. Everybody in this House values the contribution of migrants. We've all come from somewhere else. But without a secure home to come to, it cannot be a great start to a life in Australia for new migrants. The key to getting more people into a home is more supply. That is why we will establish a $5 billion housing infrastructure fund to unlock up to 400,000 homes, funding the critical last-mile infrastructure, water, sewerage, power and access to roads. The National Construction Code will be simplified, ending red tape, making it easier, not harder, easier for building companies to build more homes and cutting the cost of a first home by up to $70,000. The Coalition will always back small businesses and start-ups. We see the value of small business and want to help small businesses grow, not stall. We will make the $50,000 instant asset write-off permanent for any business with a turnover of less than $10 million. When a small business invests, it grows, and when small business grows, well, Australia grows with it. The difference between the Coalition and Labor is clear. While Labor wants to move Australia away from being an ambitious nation, we want more ambition. We want young Australians to be able to get ahead, small businesses to grow, older Australians to have the support they need and deserve after a lifetime of hard work. We believe if you work hard, well, you should keep more of what you earn, which is why we will repeal Labor's taxes and give Australians all a fair tax system. I thank the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Speaker, these tax reform bills are about reasserting Australian values and the Australian dream. An Australian dream that was conceivable for our parents and grandparents and which is now almost impossibly out of reach for our children and grandchildren. It isn't just a question of equity, it's about resetting standards and rebuilding foundations so all Australians have the opportunity to achieve the best of what this wonderful country promises if they work hard enough and dream big enough. It's about restoring a fair go. Speaker, I am the beneficiary of a fair go, a promise that was offered to my family and me all those years ago when we migrated to Australia as part of the wave of £10 POMs, seeking better opportunity and a better life. We were economic migrants. I am the product of tradespeople and factory workers. My grandfather worked in the Holden's factory in Elizabeth, north of Adelaide. My father was an electrical draftsman for Simpson Pope, a white goods manufacturer. And by the fact of their own sheer hard work, they were able to buy a home and raise a family in the comfort of that home. Of course, when we migrated to Australia in 1968, the average cost of a house was about 2.5 to 4 times the average wage. Statistics my children and grandchildren, their generation, can only dream of. That I am able to stand here before you today is testament to the boundless opportunities that this country can afford for all Australians. And to deny young Australians, our children and grandchildren today, these opportunities would not only be unfair, it would be un-Australian and giving up on the Australian dream. The Albanese Labor government is committed to giving every Australian, young and old, a fair go. This budget is about giving every Australian a fair go at home ownership, a fair go at working hard and earning a fair wage and getting ahead. These bills seek to restore the Australian dream, to make it an unquestioned truth that an Australian who works hard will be able to get ahead no matter where they start, the children of factory workers or the children of professionals. It should be available to us all. There are 4 major planks in this tranche of the tax reform package. The Working Australia tax offset for over 13 million working Australians, an instant $1,000 tax deduction, reforms to CGT, capital gains tax, to return the cost-based indexation with a 30% minimum tax, and reforms to limit negative gearing to new builds. These measures will make our tax system fairer, simpler and stronger, and will benefit in particular low and middle income earners. It will benefit young Australians looking to get a leg up in the housing market. It will continue our support for investment and innovation. It will provide for tax relief and tax reforms that actually work for Australians and businesses and not against them. And because of the Albanese Labor government's responsible economic management, it will mean an improved budget bottom line that is sustainable into the future.
This budget will make the biggest changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing in decades, because the reality is that massive changes are needed to reform an entrenched tax structure that has disadvantaged everyday Australians looking to get their foot in the door of buying their own home. And the Albanese Labor government is prepared to take up the challenge, because it is an urgent and pressing challenge. In 1999, when the Howard government made the catastrophic changes to negative gearing capital gains tax, changes that turned housing from being a home, a fundamental part of the Australian dream, to being an investment vehicle, changes that drove investors away from shares and other productive investments that build the country and into established housing, beginning the upward spiral of housing prices. In 1999, the average house cost around 3 to 4 times the average wage, a tiny increase from the cost 30 years earlier in 1968 when my family arrived and bought a house. In 2026, less than 30 years on, it is now 10 to 16 times the average wage. The increase in house prices has massively outstripped the increase in wages, massively. The average age of a first home buyer late last century was somewhere in their mid-20s. Today, the average age of a first home buyer is in their mid-30s, because it takes so much longer to save a deposit. And the downstream effect is that they're also likely, therefore, to delay starting a family and settling down. A major cause of this asymmetry is the capital gains tax rule that Howard introduced in 1999. Howard's 50% discount on CGT was intended to boost investment in shares. Instead, investors gravitated away from shares and towards low-risk, high-yield, established properties. And what this meant is that more than $80 million of investment lending has been directed towards established homes. Investors have monopolised the established housing market, outcompeting first home buyers because of their taxpayer subsidies. That's subsidies that you and I, Mr Speaker, are subsidising, all of which has been further compounded by dramatic declines in new house builds. Before 1999, Australians paid the difference between the purchase price and selling price of their asset adjusted for inflation. And now we are returning to cost-based indexation for CGT tax, which will be paid on real gains, with a 30% minimum tax rate, a marginal tax rate that most Australians pay on their income. Because it's unfair and morally unsustainable that Australians should be paying more on their labour income, their wages, than investors pay on income generated from other assets. Why would we tax wages earned by workers, the people we want to continue to build our country, more harshly than other forms of income? How is that fair? How is that the Australian dream? These changes will also prevent investors from delaying their capital gain to when they can exploit a low marginal tax rate. Under these new arrangements, all Australians will be obligated to pay their fair share when they make a capital gain. Exemptions will apply to those on means-tested income support, including those on job seeker and age pensions, and the Albanese Labor government's reforms to capital gains tax will smooth out the distortion in the tax system that has allowed house price increases to massively outpace wages. The changes will also apply to all asset types, whereas previously the privileging of one asset type over another resulted in another wrinkle in the tax system. These changes will mean a redirection of investment spread across all asset classes, like units and shares, not just existing properties. Investors who have a stake in new builds can choose the tax arrangement that is more favourable to them: the 50% discount or the new cost-based indexation with 30% minimum tax. These tax reform bills will also limit negative gearing to new builds. Again, investors are overwhelmingly attracted to established properties because they're able to claim generous deductions for losses with negative gearing from day one, at the expense of the taxpayer, who is obligated to step in and reimburse the loss. And it's not an uncommon scenario today, or at least a few weeks ago before the budget, that everyday Australians at auctions found themselves competing against investors who could outbid them, because the investors have the capital and money to spare, because they can invest in something, they can pay more than its value, that they know will make a loss thanks to the taxpayer. We want people to invest in things that will actually build income, not make a loss. This simply isn't fair. We are already hearing from first home buyers that already, since the budget, they're able to buy a property at a fair price, now only competing with other first home buyers, not having to compete with investors who can pay inflated taxpayer subsidised prices. Under these new arrangements, if investors currently have a property negatively geared, the previous tax arrangements under which they made their investment will continue to apply. I know this grandparenting is controversial in some quarters, but the rationale is that people who made valid investment decisions under the old regime shouldn't have the goalposts moved on them. In the future, negative gearing for new investments will only be available for new builds, supporting increasing the housing supply, something that this country desperately needs and which the Howard-era changes, which were apparently intended to achieve, failed miserably. The old capital gains tax negative gearing models have allowed investors to disproportionately buy established housing relative to other assets, while leaving everyday Australians looking to get into the housing market by the wayside. This government's reforms, broadly supported by independent economists, will spur investment in new builds while minimising the tax incentive that has favoured established property. Altogether, we predict that these reforms will increase housing supply by 30,000 over the next decade and get 75,000 more homeowners into the housing market. The reforms are about levelling the playing field, and they're about giving every Australian a fair go. These bills will also facilitate another round of Labor tax cuts, allowing Australians to be able to get ahead to make the most of the fair go with their own hard-earned wages. We want Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. Australian workers should not be disadvantaged on their income relative to income generated from other sources such as investment. We have a shortage of workers in this country. Every business I speak to tells me how desperate they are for skilled labour and how they could expand and grow if only they could find more workers. So we want to incentivise workers to work and to earn more. And it's the Albanese Labor government that is intent on ensuring that Australians keep more of what they earn. Working Australians will receive a tax offset of up to $250 on their income, helping over 13 million hard-working Australians, including approximately 6 million women. This will effectively see the tax-free threshold increase for workers by $1,785 to $19,985, or for workers eligible for the low-income tax offset, $24,985. There will also be a $1,000 instant tax deduction. Rather than claiming on work-related expenses, Australians can now choose to claim an instant tax deduction directly on their income without having to keep receipts. Over 6 million workers, notably low and middle-income workers, will benefit from this deduction with an average saving of around $205. Next month, 14 million Australians will get a tax cut of up to $268, and this will benefit around 1 million taxpayers in my home state of South Australia. Now, Speaker, I know you've been following along very closely, and you will have noted that I started by talking about 4 planks, and now I've introduced a 5th. The 5th is, in fact, the new tax cut next month, which, of course, was locked in under the previous term of the government. We have the next one is the 1st of July next year. Then we have tax changes to make housing more affordable, a $250 workers' tax offset, a $1,000 instant tax deduction. All in all, the average worker will benefit by nearly $3,000. And Speaker, these tax cuts are about giving all Australians a fair go. And that includes young Australians who are overwhelmingly, but not exclusively, the aspiring first home buyers. 60% of the recipients in next month's tax cut are the over 8 million Gen Z and millennials, the workers we need to build our shared future. 90% of young Australians will be better off because of these tax cuts. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is in the business of giving all Australians a fair go. We're in the business of ensuring that Australians who work hard are able to get ahead. An essential value, the Australian dream. We're in the business of making the Australian dream a reality again a reality that had been generously afforded to my family and me as migrants to this country all those decades ago. We came here for a better life. We bought into the Australian dream, a home of our own, public education, public health, good, secure, well-paid work, and a fair go. At the heart of the Australian dream is the opportunity for all Australians to be able to afford their own home, a home in which to feel safe and secure, a home in which to create memories, a home in which to raise a family. The government's changes to capital gains tax, negative gearing and the suite of tax cuts will mean that a fair go will no longer be a mirage of times gone past. They will have reality again, something to aspire to, something real and tangible to work towards. Because Australia, if nothing else, is defined by the fair go. And who are we as a country if we're no longer able to meet that promise? I commend the bills to the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Groom.
From the bottom of my heart, thank you very much, Speaker. I rise with great joy and enthusiasm this evening to speak to this bill. Listening to the debate so far, Speaker, I'm reminded of the old adage that the power to tax is the power to destroy. This comes from the US 1819 Supreme Court finding from McCulloch v Maryland. And then at that time, Speaker, the states were trying to destroy the Federation's ability to produce banknotes. And of course, this was the second bank of the United States. And when a government decides to destroy something, when it decides to bring something down, the most powerful tool, Speaker, it has is taxes. And so we have this adage, which, in the US context speaks to the issue of states' rights and that contest between the state and federal government. But in the broader context, Speaker, we talk about it in regards to how a government can apply its taxation settings and the careful balance, Speaker, that every government must find between using taxation settings to generate some sort of societal good, to shape the economy around the needs maybe of those who are most vulnerable, or to provide opportunity for areas in growth in which the government wants the nation to build towards. To balance that, Speaker, with the power of taxation to disincentivise investment, and when done, to a certain extent, to its fullest extent, the outcome, Speaker, is the death of a certain industry. That's what that comes to, and I'm reminded of that, Speaker, when I hear my colleagues use the line, when you tax something, you get less of it. That's just a modern way of saying the same thing. When you tax something, you get less of it. And, Speaker, in this the budget and to the bill that we're speaking to tonight, we see a perfect example of that, Speaker, played out. I can remember very clearly reading page 158 of budget paper number 1 with great surprise that budget paper would include in it the explicit line that the result of applying these taxation settings, as proposed in this bill, would be 35,000 less houses built by the private sector. A perfect example, Speaker, of taxation settings being deployed, no doubt with good intentions, no doubt, Speaker, that the societal benefit that they sought to deploy was there, but the consequence, Speaker, is clearly a downward pressure on economic activity, and in this case, in the housing sector. Now, the fact that that particular detail was included in the budget papers was rather extraordinary, because it really does just lay bare, I think, the biggest counter-argument to every speech we've heard so far on this debate, that these taxation settings are driving down the number of houses that will be built by the private sector. And the only way possible the government comes up with of offsetting that is, we'll build houses ourselves. We'll fund social housing. Well, where is that going to be paid from, Speaker? Of course, from taxes collected by Australians, which means that
taxation revenue that would have been used for other things, hospitals, roads, schools, who knows what, other good things will now have to be deployed into the housing sector to make up for the 35,000 less homes that will be built as a direct result of these taxation settings. And Speaker, that's the worst bit about this, isn't the outcome. The worst bit is that we all knew this was what was going to happen. Speaker, we all knew this was what was going to happen. It's exactly what happened in New Zealand when they did the same thing. That as soon as you remove these, there'll be a downward pressure. We would see less investment in the housing sector. When you tax something, you get less of it. So we will see less investment in the housing sector. We'll see less homes built by the private sector. 35,000 less homes is the estimation of the government themselves, Speaker, of Treasury. A number from Treasury, 35,000 fewer homes. And that's what this is doing. And it's as simple as that, Speaker. In assessing the outcome of these bills, of these taxation changes, we will have less homes. Now, if the societal benefit was to produce less homes, sure. The societal benefit put forward by the government was intergenerational fairness, that we would create more opportunity for the next generation. Well, we're not doing that. It's clearly failing the very test the government set out, Speaker. This does not provide more fairness for the younger generation. This does not create greater opportunity to enter into the housing market for the younger generation. What it does is reduce the number of houses that will be built. And Speaker, very simply, when you reduce supply and maintain demand, the price will go up. That is what will happen, Speaker. That is basic economics. We've seen that time and time again.
It being 10 p.m, in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.